I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. A lot. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey just keep on working. See your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code monkey just waiting for now. Code monkey says someday, somehow. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or app method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Coulton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Coulton's song as well.
Oh, we're back. Oh, what a, if you knew the trials that have been going on behind the scenes. I have some more cool stuff this time round. This one, I have forgotten how to point at things. There you go. That's a proper Mortal Kombat console, isn't it cool? And obviously Spock, I think you've seen Spock before. And also, Knut is trying to tell us that Delphi is up to 8th place in the latest TIOB index. Yes, we are aware of that. It's doing well, and I have to say, it's thanks to people like you that are fans of the products, Rad Studio and Delphi, and definitely C++ Builder. We've got some very good news about C++ Builder coming up this week as well, and next week. C++ Builder, I'm so pleased with how good it is this time around. The guys have done, guys and gals actually, have done a lot of work on C++ Builder, and it's definitely hammers the opposition. And I'm really proud of that. I mean that. And I get a bit emotional actually, because I've had not a lot of sleep and lots and lots of caffeine, as you're all aware, those that know me. We've got people from all around the world. Now, this is my opening session, so I'm not really going to be talking much apart from telling you what's coming up. But later on, in about 50 minutes' time, we'll be starting off the sessions with Jim. Jim McKeith, he's the guy that you just saw in that video with the CodeMonkey video. CodeMonkey is kind of our traditional anthem for CodeRage. It gets us going, and we always play it as the last thing in the series, and the first thing is how I'm going to start doing it now, because it gets us going. It's all good. Zambia, USA, I can't say hello to everybody because there's so many of you, but I am pleased to see some of my long-term people. For example, Einstein. Hello, Einstein. We know who you are now, don't we? You and I have chatted and things like that. Great guy, and very good. Margaret's saying, okay, yeah, thank you very much. And people from Zambia. Code for Delphi, a very good streamer. If you have not watched their streams, you should definitely do it. It's at Code for Delphi on Instagram. That's how I see it. I don't know. I'm sure they'll tell you in the chat where else you can follow them as well. But if you like watching live coding, and boy, these people are brave when they do it. But it is in Brazilian Portuguese. But nowadays with YouTube, you can get some translations at the bottom as well. Paul, hello, Paul. A long time frequent flyer as well. I just say thank you to everybody. I'm not going to start every day and every session saying hi to people because we've just got too much content coming along. But Thomas from Austria, excuse me, I drank my coffee too quickly, and Janice from Florida. Hello, Janice, and thanks for joining us. Club Ace News, I don't know what that is, but Charleville in France. Bonjour, ça va? I hope you're doing well in France. I love France. I absolutely adore certain parts of it, not all of it, just the same as I don't love all of the United States. And Central Switzerland. You know, there's something going on in Switzerland because we've had quite a lot of people from Switzerland, and it's actually not a huge country, but we've got 2 MVPs in Switzerland. And a lot of stuff's going on there. So Switzerland, place to watch. Brazil is like the hot pot of it's the future Silicon Valley, I think, as well. But Lewisburg, yes, of course. And by the way, just go back to that for a second. Sorry, Bruce. This is JP Mugas. He actually will be presenting. I think I'm going to talk about the schedule in a moment. But JP is presenting on December the 4th at noon, US Central Time. So I think 6 p.m. UTC. And JP is the guy that works on the Taurus TLS project. So if you use India Tool, or if you're trying to get SSL working and things like that, JP is the guy to do it. JP, I'm sure you won't mind me saying you're a little bit crazy, but he's an extremely good developer and works very, very hard. So good to see him there. And Bruce as well. Bruce was saying there was an important word skipped in the CodeMonkey song. It's just, what can I say? We can only do what we can do. Now, you'll notice that some of the hellos are in different languages. Hola desde in Colombia. And we do have some sessions this week that are not in English. Now, the reason for that is actually we probably have more people around the world using Rad Studio Delphi and Rad Studio with C++ Builder or just C++ Builder, who do not speak English than we do speak in English. Now, Embarcadero is owned by Idera, and Embarcadero has always traditionally been a United States-based country. The reality is we're all over the place. We're very, very strong in Brazil. It's like having some kind of pop star following when I go to Brazil, but we are technically based in Austin, Texas, and I'm based in Dallas, Texas myself, but we are worldwide. My colleagues I deal with every day could be from many countries, and I mean many countries, like everything from the Philippines to Mexico to Brazil, Germany, lots of Germans, and France, you name it, they're there. So we are cognizant, we are understanding of the fact that many people, when I talk, particularly as I talk quite quickly, although I'm told my accent's relatively easy to understand, we understand that for some people that's a struggle. And also some people, if they are presenting in English, but they are, say, Mexican or Brazilian, their accent might be a little bit tricky for people to understand as well. So this time around, all of the sessions that we've got, as long as we receive them in time, because some of them arrived a little bit late, will have captions at the bottom in English. However, if you are watching on YouTube, and if you are, click on the like and subscribe. I know I sound like an influencer. Look at me, I'm not an influencer, come on. But if you click on the like and subscribe, I don't care about the likes actually, I'm more interested in the subscribe button. YouTube will tell you when we're going live, okay? So if I suddenly randomly go, oh, right, let's go live, and we haven't told you about it, because we want to do some spontaneous things, YouTube will send you a notification. We won't know who you are. We won't know how many subscribers we have and roughly where they are. We'll know you're in Switzerland, for example. We won't know what town you are. We won't know your address or email address. But as long as you click on subscribe on YouTube or LinkedIn or Facebook, Meta, Instagram, they're all kind of a big lump. Click on subscribe and then you get notified when we go live. But on YouTube, they have just released the ability to have the videos, the pre-recorded videos, auto-translated and auto-dubbed into your language. They don't support all languages, but I did check, and they do German, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and I think Chinese. I'm not sure, but it does mean that if you're watching on YouTube, you can probably hear me speaking now, or at least on the recorded sections, in your language. It's a new thing, and it's a big deal, obviously, for people who are not speaking English as their first language. We've got some people from Greece. Yasu, my friend, I hope you're doing well. Sakis. And Shadow_K101 says, Delphi and Rad Studio is very, very popular in South Africa too. Yes, I should point out that actually I've already had a couple of people say hi from South Africa. And in fact, you also said you're in Cape Town as well. We do have some MVPs in South Africa. And in fact, I was speaking to one this morning. There's two of them in South Africa. And yes, they teach Delphi in school in South Africa. Many schools and businesses here use it as training in the basics of coding. Absolutely. And in fact, we're going to have a session. I'm going to grab a book from behind me. My poor old dog's gone to sleep. But this is a book by an MVP, Marco. I'm going to call him Marco G. But if you like hearing about how programming languages were developed and the struggles that came behind it, you'll also, by reading this book, you'll find out why Pascal is so good to teach, because it was designed to be a simple language. And in fact, every time they came out, they said, what can we remove? Each new version was what can we remove? And they did that with Modular and 2 and a few other things as well. But yes, it is very good, and we're trying to do more about it. We do have an initiative to get Delphi taught in schools. If you're an educator And I'm going to put a caption up here in a moment. Producer Martha has not done my caption for my email, but let me do that anyway. I'm just going to type this in live because, you know, that's what you do. There. So if you are an educator and you want to teach Delphi, email me on that email there, and we will do something for you. We'll pull out all the stops that we can to make it possible. And later on today, I'll be talking to Jim McKeith. I need to check this with him, but Jim is also part of an initiative called CodeReport.com, and I believe he's going to be talking about that at some point. But that actually helps test people that are going for jobs, job interviews. It's a technical testing. Jim's been working on that behind the scenes as well. Jim used to do the job I do before I did it. So there. But if you're an educator or if you're a student, please email me. And in fact, we had someone from CMU, I think it was, or something like that, Carnegie Mellon. If you're watching, I tried to reach out to you, and I'm sure you thought I was spamming you, but I was offering this student, he was trying to use the CE version, and I was actually trying to encourage him to get in touch, because we will go further for people if you want to teach Delphi in schools. Please contact me, and I mean that. And actually contact me about anything to do with Rad Studio or Delphi, or coding related to that, because we do listen. We're not like Microsoft. I'm not putting Microsoft down, but when you email me, I read the emails. I don't get AI to do it. I read it, and I will reply if you email me. And now, right now, I'm super busy for CodeRage, but I will reply. Yes, Mortal Kombat. Indeed, it's actually Mortal Kombat 2, and it's kind of cool. It goes online and everything. So there you go. And that's it. So let's just talk for a moment about the various things. This is a good question. What causes the USA to not do the same and teach Pascal and Delphi? I don't know. We are reaching out to some colleges and universities. There are some that teach it, by the way. And in fact, in one university, Niklaus Worth's assistant, who used to work with him, Niklaus Worth, the inventor of Pascal, his assistant teaches Pascal using Delphi. And that's a fact. I'm happy to prove it if you've got any doubts about it, but he does do that. Where can you get a similar t-shirt with Embarcadero logo? This is actually a staff one, and it doesn't do it, but we've been asked about swag before. If enough of you tell me you want to get some Embarcadero or Delphi swag, let me know. I do have others. You see behind my head here, see that little sticker there? I produce stickers. If you ever meet me at an event, I'll either give you one of those, or I'll give you a little badge to put on your clothes. Like a pin, the Americans call them, but I think everybody else in the world would refer to it as a badge. But this one is particularly a shirt. The MVPs, some of the MVPs will have shirts like this with Embarcadero MVP underneath it. That's because they're given logos that they can put on their own clothing. But it's that's how you get it. Derry City in Northern Ireland, how you doing? Good to hear Derry joining us. And David I, yes. David I is on later, I think this week, David. I'm not sure what day you're on, but I'll find that. We're going to talk about all the sessions in a moment, but there you go, tomorrow. Actually, David I is the last session tomorrow. So David I, if you don't know who David I is, hang your head in shame, because he is a legend in the Delphi world, and everybody knows who he is. I'm not going to be able to get through all of these questions. Cape Cod Gunny, how are you doing? Very interesting guy. He produces a very good app, Cape Cod Gunny, that helps you get free of credit card debt. I think that's right. And a few other things as well. But yes, I wish there were some Delphi courses on LinkedIn Learning. Actually, we've tried looking into that. And it's not as easy as it looks. It was actually quite tricky. We did have a couple on Udemy that someone did, and we also have some on Embarcadero Academy. But we're looking to expand that a little bit further as well. So there you go. Paul says they used to teach Pascal for data structures. Yes, there's a few different things that come about through Pascal because it's such a great language for doing these things. We had it one semester at University of Copenhagen. I've been there. Weirdly enough, University of Copenhagen has a Delphi program, or used to have a Delphi program that ran there, and I went to University of Copenhagen and installed it and set it up years and years ago, like 20 years ago. And I remember them going to me, oh, let's go into this room, and I opened this room up with them. They were the guys that did all the security. That's what the program did, door security. And they opened it up, and inside the room were just racks.
Hello and welcome to all our friends in the Delphi community.
I don't know what happened there. And racks and racks of computers. And when I said, what's this? They said, this is .dk. Yeah, Martha says, I don't know what happened. No, I don't know what happened either. Suddenly it just started playing a video. Bit random. Okay, so Ghost. She says it's a ghost. Producer Martha, as always, is here in the background. So she's been working hard. So none of us have had much sleep, to be honest. So where else have we got? Okay, as an academic, I'm probably the only one in the department knows and codes in Delphi. Oh, Maxi Donkey. I didn't know that. Maxi Donkey, it is the same Maxi Donkey I know, right? Maxi Donkey does loads of different AI things. Like if you go in to get it and look for AI, you'll see tons and tons and tons and tons of things from Maxi Donkey. He's extremely prolific. Udemy is easier for us to publish things. Yes, I think that's true. From Patrick. Salut, Patrick. Frequent flyer. And Will says he learned Turbo Pascal in 1992 until Delphi 2. And he said, Bruce says the captions work. Hooray! Bruce can now understand me, even though he speaks fluent English. But I'm glad they work. That's good. And Pascal Man says IA is taking control. For those of you not sure, IA tends to be how Delphi, how Brazilians say artificial intelligence, because it's intelligência artificial or something like that. I apologize, I probably mangled that badly, but it is slightly reversed. So when you see IA, it usually means AI. Hi from Bolivia, hello. And we would encourage people, we should encourage people to tackle the advent of coding Delphi and C Builder and put up some videos. I'm in. Okay, well, yes. During these 2 weeks, I will make sure that we get that done. And hello from Poland. Oh, okay. First program in 1996. Wow. I think I wrote my first Delphi program in 1990 something, but I started coding in 1981 or 2, I think. I forget when, a long time ago. Istanbul, excellent. And who else we got? Estonia. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna stop now because there's 2 minutes. I'm just going to be here forever if we keep putting the chat up. Look, very, very good. Now I want to get on to some of the sessions that are coming up, and also more importantly, the giveaways that we've got. So let me just start my slideshow like that. I know you can't see it yet. Don't worry. And this stupid PowerPoint. Every time I curse PowerPoint multiple times because it is just so irritating. Right. So let's go back to here. What I'm going to do, that's right, in Intelligência Artificial. Oh, there you go. Wow, I got it right. That's amazing. I feel like I speak Brazilian now. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh, Yusuf says, why you skipped your comment? Yusuf, I don't see your comment. I'm sorry about that. Say it again. I don't see what the comment was, so I maybe missed it. There's a lot of them. Poor Yusuf. He's feeling left out now. Well, I've shown you on the screen now, so there you go. Hi from the Netherlands as well, and I'm using Delphi since 1995. Poor Yusuf, he feels neglected. Right, well, look, let me just share my screen for a second, and let us talk about what's coming up, okay? Because that's one of the reasons we're here, of course. So I think I can do this with myself still down the side here, but if that doesn't work, then we'll work it out afterwards. Okay, so originally we intended to have this over, I think the powers that be, the bosses, said, oh, let's do it for 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And I said, okay, we'll see how it goes. But of course, that's not what happened. What happened was we actually had such a huge response that sorry, I'm just typing in code here. The response was so huge that we had to extend it from 3 days to a week, and that was, we were doing pretty well. So we're like, oh yeah, it's pretty awesome that we've got that many. And then people kept coming, and so we had more and more and more sessions until we ended up with 2 whole weeks. So we haven't filled up, I think, Thursday and Friday yet, but I've still got people asking me if they can take part. Also, if you're looking to download a copy of Rad Studio, if you scan that QR code there, it will take you to our website, and you can get Rad Studio, either Delphi or C++ Builder for free as long as you qualify. So if you're a company or something like that, then you need to download a trial. But if you're an individual and you want to learn how to program, and that's one of the things you'll be learning this week, is all sorts of different techniques and stuff like that, then just go to that URL and click on learn for free, I think it is, and you'll be able to get a free copy of Rad Studio that you can use. It's not the very latest, but it is the most recent before the one that we've just released, so CE version. And people, I can see people scanning the code already. And let's go into the and Jim says hello from the land of Linux. More on that in a moment, because he is going to be doing a session on that. So let's go on and talk about CodeRage. So as I said, we were thinking about 3 days, and it ended up being 5, and then it ended up being 10. But we're not sure whether we'll be doing Thursday and Friday. I'll let you know. But every day, same time every day. So whatever time you started today in your time zone, that'll be the time we start every day for the next 2 weeks. We do publish the times in UTC, which is also GMT at the moment because it's winter time as we broadcast this. So that is 4 p.m. UTC or GMT up until 10 p.m. UTC or GMT. So every day right now we have content all day. Who am I? Well, if you don't know who I am and you're wondering why this weird British guy is standing around talking and why he's got Spock in the background, my name is Ian Barker, and I'm the Embarcadero developer advocate. That's why I'm wearing the shirt. And you can email me, and please do, at ian.barker@embarcadero.com. We'll be live every day this week. It is much better live, although you will be able to get, because this is a frequently asked question, you will be able to get the replays sent to you every single day, I believe, at the end of the day. It might be the following day. But as long as you register, and you need to go to coderage.embarcadero.com to do that, as long as you register, you will get all of the links sent to you. It doesn't matter if you watch on YouTube, as long as you actually register at coderage.embarcadero.com to make sure you get links and special offers and things like that now. What sessions have we got? Well, it's a lot. This is just for the first 2 weeks. Okay. I believe 3, 6, 1, 12. No, first 2 days. My apologies. So right now, the top left-hand corner is me, opening session for week 1. After that, we've got Jim, who is already saying hi from Linux because he's bitten he's drunk the Kool-Aid and decided he's going to use Linux. Well done. After that, Cesar Romero, he's an MVP, very good one as well. He's got his session. I think he used AI. Oh, no, that's the next one after that. He actually did his in English, I believe. Maker AI is the next session after that with Gustavo Enriquez. And I know he used AI in his, I think his is called Sol or something like that. The main reason is his whole session's about AI. And throughout this week, we've probably got at least a third to a half of the sessions include AI in some way or another. And in fact, the captions that I will be putting at the bottom of each video does include AI to do that. So it's the way of the world nowadays. That's how we are. I'm going to turn my camera off for a second, so you should still be able to hear me, but you just can't see me. And the other sessions are to do with refactoring, free code agent by Dion Mai. Dion's got 3 sessions this time around. He's going crazy with it, and his session is using free code agent right in the Rad Studio IDE. And there's a couple of sessions that are about AI in Rad Studio IDE in ways you've not seen before. So it's going to be very interesting, I believe. The sustainable code in Delphi, interfaces, patterns, and solid coding. So if you're into things like developer design patterns and stuff like that, then that's the session by Armando. Time Traveler's Toolkit. This is a brilliant title. Jim came up with that one. And it's all about mastering dates and times. And the reason is there's some new methods that people probably don't know, helper methods that allow you to do things with UTC and stuff like that. And Jim knows his stuff. He did what I do before, and he did it for 10 years, and he's certified genius, really. You'll find out a bit more about him because his session's next after me talking now. Plurals, genders, and numbers, how you do pluralization and stuff like that. That's from Jacko. And then Stephen Ball, who actually told me that when his session's on, he will be refereeing a soccer match or a football match if you're English, British. So he's going to be appearing live by mobile phone. But the session's pre-recorded, from heavy syncs to whisper updates, even over rest. And that's all to do with things like database and data syncing. If you want some very good tips on how to do that in a very efficient way, then Stephen's your guy for that. Followed by the mistress, shall we say, or the master, but the mistress of multi-threaded programming. And this is from Dalia Prashnikar. She's an excellent MVP. She's a terrifyingly smart person. And she's also a very good photographer as well. And multi-threaded program, 2 problems you now have. I thought that was just a genius title. And it's of course to do with syncing and stuff like that, and how you can't update something in the way that you think you can once you start using multi-threaded code. And in fact, we have another session on multi-threading later on this week as well from another MVP. So you're spoiled for choice when it comes to multi-threading. And then David I, hero of Delphi, good friend of mine, good friend of Jim's as well. Kate Godgoni says, is Armando's session sustainable code in Delphi in English? I believe it is, but I'm not sure. But all of them will be translated with English subtitles. So if they're in Spanish or something like that, you will see the subtitles in English. So don't worry. And they are generated by a pretty good piece of software that does a very, very good job. So they're on-screen subtitles as well. So you can actually visually follow along as the code is being shown on the screen. Sunil says, hi, everyone, from one of the wettest areas on earth, Shillong, India. Hello, Sunil. Hope you're doing well. I met Sunil earlier this year in Denmark, even though he's from India. So yes, David, I create a working multi-device app using modern AI tooling. I told you there'd be a little bit of AI going on, didn't I? It's just, it's hard to escape, really. I think that's pretty much the way things are. And this is just the first 2 days. Now, if I sat here and went through all of the sessions for this, we'd be here for a lifetime. So, we're not going to do that. But two days, and already I've been talking about it for 10 or 15 minutes. It's an absolute banquet of sessions. If you want to know where the full sessions are, just go to coderage.embarcadero.com. And in fact, I will put a caption up with that on. Let me just do that now whilst we're talking. coderage.embarcadero.com. So if you want to make sure that you go through and get all of the sessions and all of the replays, go there, coderage.embarcadero.com, and register. And like I say, you can also like and subscribe us on YouTube or Instagram or whatever, but you will get told about all the sessions. But that page there actually lists all of them that we have so far, and we keep adding more. We've had 2 new ones turn up last night, actually. So I don't know literally how many sessions there will be because there's a lot, but that's the thing to go for. So let's talk a bit about what the actual content's going to be. Well, what's coming up from me? Well, as many of you may be aware by now, one of the things I do, or one of the things I like to specialize in, is user interface design. And I think it's quite important to make sure that we make it clear that you get some of these people saying, "Oh, Delphi, oh, that's old hat," or C++, "Oh, that's ugly. That's just for designing engineering programs," or something like that. And so this week, at some point, I haven't worked out what day it will be because I'm fitting in around other people. I'll be doing a session on user interface design. Now, if you look on the screen at the moment, the right-hand app there is a working app, and it is a dashboard app, and it's a VCL app. So that's a Windows app. It includes all the kind of features you'd expect, like a custom title bar. Nothing you see on the screen there, not one single thing cost anything. You can do this with Rad Studio CE, with Delphi CE, or I think C++ Builder CE. You can do this. So that right-hand screen there, you could do it today if you wanted to, and it wouldn't cost you a penny. No third-party controls. I think I do use a control which is available for free with source in Get It, the Get It package manager, to do the buttons, because the buttons have got a cool kind of effect on them. But apart from that, everything you see on the right hand screen there is completely free, and it uses T-Chart, the free version T-Chart, and it looks pretty cool. The one on the left you'll see running later, but that is an app that I've shown previously. That is a VCL app, and as you can see, it can in the window, it's not very clear, but you can go to Mac, you can go to iOS, you can go to Android, you can go to Linux, and you can go to Windows 32 and Windows 64-bit, all from the same project, all absolutely from the same project. So, it's worth remembering that's one of the strengths of Rad Studio, is the way that it can basically, you write your apps once, and with very few, if any changes, run them on almost anything, and they are native apps. They're not some kind of like web framework or something like that. No, they are native apps, and you'll do it. Paul Jackson says, "When did I say I will do that?" Paul, I haven't said yet, but don't worry, I'll make sure you know. And Mosteg says, "I subscribe at Code Gears with his email address. I can't use it. I'm a Delphi developer." Okay, no problem. We'll talk about that. Email me separately if you need to. Right. So other apps that I'm going to show in my session as well is these two. The left-hand one is a mobile app, and it's based on, I think it was a Figma design or something like that I took. And again, this is a user interface that has all new kind of cool features. And the one on the right is a pure FireMonkey app that doesn't use any controls whatsoever, apart from T-chart. The chart that you see is a T-chart, and it's just a little demo. And just so you understand it, there's virtually no code to do this. But what I'm doing there is demonstrating that it is a glass compatible type app. So as you see me go over the backgrounds there, you can see that the screen design is semi-transparent and see-through. So, it's using the modern kind of thing. It collapses to a toolbar. It does some other things like remember where it was on the screen when it got closed. And if you accidentally position it halfway off the screen or halfway on the screen, it will work that out and go, oh, okay. And it will fit itself on the screen so that you can see the whole app on at least one of your screens if you've got multiple screens. There's nothing worse than trying to fit, half an app on one screen, half on another screen, and they've got different resolutions. It copes with all that. It does high DPI and all the rest of it. And like I say, virtually no code. It's a pretty much straightforward app. And just to keep you occupied, we have some free giveaways. This week, we've got some free giveaways coming up from DevArt. DevArt have really pulled out the stops. I do not have the details up on screen with me at the moment, but we will be announcing it later on, what they're giving away. Just see if I can find my notes. I don't think I can. No, I'll come back to those in a moment. But they've been very, very generous. They're giving away 10, I think, free licenses for their pro version of Unidac. And I'll get the exact details in case I'm saying it wrong. I'm just speaking from memory here. But those of you that use DevArt or you've seen DevArt, brilliant, brilliant product. Allows you to do some very cool things with the data. You can connect to all sorts of data sources with Unidac, and we'll talk about some of those, including things like Oracle, MySQL, Postgres, just name a database. Interbase, it connects to absolutely everything. And they're giving away 10 full licenses to the pro version for free. That's their giveaway. I'm very, very grateful to them. We will be doing more sessions later and giving you more details on that during the giveaway. The way that we are going to pick people, and this is why I keep telling you to go and register, we will be picking people based on the details that we've got from the registration. We won't badge you about this, but there's no other way that we've got of picking people at random. So if you're watching this on a replay, you can go to coderage.embarcadero.com. If you've just found us, stumbled across us on YouTube or something like that, please feel free to register. And it will be whatever email address. So use your proper email address and your real name and register at coderage.embarcadero.com. That's how we'll be picking people for DevArt's giveaway. We will be picking the names at random. So if we've got 2,000 names, for example, then we are going to use an online random generator from Google. It's actually the one that everybody can use. And we will put in, hit the button, and it will pick a line at random, and we will go to the spreadsheet, and whoever that person is will be the person that gets the free giveaway from DevArt. We're going to give you 2 weeks to respond to that because we don't want to sit on the codes forever. If we don't get response within a couple of weeks, then we'll pick someone else at random again to make sure to do. This won't apply if it's illegal in your country or your state or your province. We can only go by what the law is saying that can be done. And the giveaways are not by Embarcadero. They're from the people themselves. So this is from DevArt, who are doing this giveaway. I'm just facilitating it by picking the numbers on screen. And you will be able to see it'll be a completely transparent process, so you'll know. So that's DevArt. And after DevArt came along and said that, and I was quite impressed, and we've got some links to their products and everything as well. Someone else came along and said, well, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll go one better. And the person that went one better was Mitoff Software. And I wouldn't say better, it's a different thing. and that is, I'm just going to find the details because it's astounding what they're giving away. So let me see if I find it, because so DevArt were giving away 1 year professional licenses for DevArt's Unidac product, and they've got 10 of those licenses to give away. Mitov Software, he is the author of Arduino that programs these little Visuino, sorry, which programs the little Arduino devices. But he also writes a lot of different components that do virtually everything you could ever want, and including audio processing, video processing, digital signal processing, computer vision. So if you want to do object recognition and stuff like that, then Mitov Software are the place to go to. And he now supports iOS and Android. He's giving away a massive amount of things. He did say he couldn't take part live, which is a shame because I get on very well with Boyan, the owner of Mitov Software. But he is giving away a complete set of all Mitov Software products, all of them, and without source code. But he's going to give you all of the software that he's got. So everything, vision, recognition, and processing, AI without needing an LLM. Yes, you heard me correctly. It does some very interesting stuff. But Mitov Software, if you want to take part in that giveaway, then go to coderage.embarcadero.com and register yourself there so that I can pick your name out the hat, so to speak. And we will do it live on screen, as I mentioned. And he's, not content with just giving away a massive $1,400 worth of software to 2 different people. He's also giving away Mitov runtime licenses with source code, 20 of those. That's amazing. 20 of his runtime licenses. Go to his website and you'll find out more about it. I will put it up. He's also giving away a pro license with 1 year of update coverage of Visuino. Visuino is a visual development system for Arduinos and single board computers. Basically, if it's one of those Internet of Things devices, and I mean almost anyone, Visuino can actually help you code it without knowing how to code. It's a little drag and drop interface, so a visual programming system. We've done webinars on it before, and during a gap, we might do another one and show it again. And he's also still not finished a standard license of Visuino with 1 year of update coverage. He's giving away. So a pro license and a standard license. And all throughout the CodeRage session, he is also giving a free code, a discount code. Let me just type it in here. And that is this one. So if you want, let me see, 25% discount code. If you want 25% off of anything else that you buy from Mitov, if you're thinking about buying something now, then he's got a discount code running all throughout CodeRage as well, through the duration of CodeRage. So my thanks to DevArt, my thanks to Boyan Mitov. I was sad that Boyan can't be with us, but he's here in spirit, so to speak. It makes it sound like he's dead, doesn't it? But he's not, by the way. Really pleased that he's doing that giveaway. So you'd think that would be enough, right? I mean, Boyan is giving away just virtually everything, and DevArt have been very generous. But also, Peganza are going to have a discount code as well. But they are going to give away, I believe, a full version of Pascal Analyzer and a full version, let me see, a full version of Pascal Expert as well. Free licenses for those. There again, that's from Peganza. More on the details on this throughout CodeRage this week. You're spoiled for choice. Everybody is doing some really very interesting stuff. Visuino, Pascal Man says Visuino is a very good, cool application. Yes, and Jim says Boyan was doing AI and computer vision before it was cool. Yes, he is. Guy's a genius, absolute genius. I don't know how he does it. Lots of people say Paul Jackson says, boy, must be the busiest program in the world. I don't know how he does it. Neither do I. And also, Paganza, I point out something about Paganza and their Pascal Analyzer, which is very good. It's a good product and works very interestingly. The only reason that he can't be live with me is he's moving to Spain. I mean, my word, he's not messing about, is he? But he's actually in the middle of moving, so he can't do a live session. Otherwise, he was going to show how Paganza works. Bruce says, Paganza highly recommended. Yes, I think so too. Thanks to them for their free license giveaway, which we will be doing later today and during this week. I'm not sure what days we'll be doing it on, but just go to the site and register, and we'll make sure that even if you're not watching, you'll get notified. And finally, Nexus DB, they were doing a Black Friday giveaway, and they were going to do it just on the Black Friday and on, I think, Cyber Monday, which is today. But I had a word with them. I get on very well with the guys from Nexus DB. They're a bunch of Australians, but we won't hold that against them. And they travel around the world doing an awful lot of stuff. For someone who lives so far away, there's them and Malcolm, who runs Code Partners. I've seen them at more events than I've seen some people from the US and Europe. So good luck to them. But they've got some coupon codes as well, which we will be showing out throughout this week as well. So for all of the period of CodeRage, Nexus DB will have their coupon codes as well, and that will give you some money off. The same as their Black Friday. I think it is. Let me see. Yep, I'm not sure what it is. Let me see. Price 40% off. So Nexus DB 40% off code is what they're giving us as well. So that's very nice. Thank you very much to my Nexus DB friends. I get on very well with them. Good guys. And so let's talk about today's lineup, because we're nearly at the top of the hour when things are going to begin. And the first person up, apart from me, is a good friend of mine, and I mean that sincerely. Jim and I are very good friends. We've met up once and had a sword fight, but that was all in spirit of happiness. But Jim used to do the job I do now. Did a much better job of it. He's a very technical, genius guy. Invented swipe to unlock. Every time you unlock your phone with a swipe, it's Jim's fault. Or should I say, you can thank Jim, depending on which way you look at it. But he's going to be talking about Linux migration for Delphi developers. And I don't know what time he was up till, but his session turned up. I'm not really betraying many confidences here, but let's just say Jim is the kind of guy that will work best at 4 a.m. in the morning. So good luck. I don't know how he did it, but I like Jim, good friend. Great session. You've got to stick around for that. That's coming up next. Cesar Romero, unlock your Delphi's multi-core potential from TT threads, complexity to PPL's mastery. One of a couple of sessions we've got about multi-threading, and actually Caesar's got a book as well, and we're going to talk about his book. His book is nearly 2 inches thick. Great book, definitely worth watching, reading, and we'll give details of that as well. After that, at 1 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. UTC GMT, Gustavo Enriquez is doing a session on Maker AI. And in fact, his session is in 2 parts. The first part is describing what it does, and the second part is actually the implementation of it. Stick around for that. It's not a very long session, but what I saw of it was really, it was just so well explained. He uses AI, I think, for the voice and stuff like that as well. After that, Jorge Cangas, a red-green refactor, which is, I think that might be a little bit of a movie reference, red green refactor. I don't know, but he'll explain that, I'm sure. Mini spec will leave you with no excuses. Okay, well, I'm pretty good at giving excuses, so your challenge is accepted, Jorge. We'll see how that goes. And then at 3 p.m., the final one for today is Free Code Agent at Work by the excellent Dion Mai. Dion's got 3 sessions coming up. A guy that he records in English, yet he's Brazilian himself. So very, very good job. And 4 sessions. Producer Master has just corrected me and said Dion's actually got 4 sessions. Dion, oh my word. Okay, well, good boy. Wow, that's crazy. 4 sessions. So yeah, that's it. That's the sessions that are coming up. So like I said before, you do need to register in order for the giveaways. It's not a condition of the giveaway in the sense that if you're not registered, you're not in it. It's the only way we've got of being able to pick someone at random. So as long as you put your email address in and it's one that works, then we will make sure that you're entered into our draw. We will be doing it transparently. It will be on screen, on camera, and you'll see me pick the random number generator from Google, and then you'll see me pick the name on the spreadsheet of names. And I think we've got at least 2,000 names. So you've got a 2,001 chance, but there are lots and lots of different giveaways. We're not giving away anything. I want to emphasize that the giveaway is actually from the tech partners and the why is my screen not maximized? There you go. From the tech partners that are participating in that, we asked if anybody wanted to do that kind of thing, and they said yes, and they stood up and handed those codes out. So free giveaways. I wish I could give something free to everybody. I can't. I will talk to our salespeople. I know we've got some special offers on at the moment, and I'm sure if I don't mention them, I'll be in trouble. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. So throughout this week, a lot going on. Super busy. We've got, I think, 53 different sessions. I could be wrong. Let me just find out how many sessions, because I've got a little sheet here where I can see. My mistake, 44 different sessions, plus some from me and some that we haven't got on this particular sheet that I'm looking at as well. So we've got at least 44 sessions. I guarantee there will be something for everyone. There's just about everything you can imagine. Design patterns, computer coding, computer science topics, Delphi focused topics as well. So it's pretty good. Brendan Alarm says he has also CodeRage 25 as discount. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right. Interesting. The PowerPoint stole my cursor for a moment there. I'm like, now what do I do? How do I click if you can't see where your pointer is? It's all good. Okay, so as I said before, make sure you register and enjoy my freaky backgrounds. Yes, I am quite the nerd. Those are things in my office, and I've drums and all sorts of weird stuff as well. But stick around all week. I'm basically panning for time because it is now 11 a.m. my time, and it's time for our first session, first real session. And our first session is from no one less than Jim McKeith, who is a really good presenter. Jim, I think you're joining me live for the Q&A. Just ping me if that's not correct, but I'm sure you'll tell me in the chat or whatever. But I believe he will be joining me live at the end of it as well. Jim's video is about 40 minutes long. So we will see you soon. Have fun.
Hello and welcome to Linux Migration for Delphi Developers. This session is part of CodeRage 2025. Just in case you don't know me, my name is Jim McKeith. I was a developer advocate in Embarcadero for about 10 years. Since leaving there, I've been focused on Delphi consulting. I've
written and debugged a lot of Delphi code. It's been interesting for sure, but I've had a lot of people say they missed my webinars and my deep dives into technical topics, and frankly, I've missed it too. So I'm bringing back my podcast at delphi.org, and I've also launched a Patreon. If you're not familiar with Patreon, it's a platform to simplify community support for creators. I'm working on a book and a few other projects, and I figured Patreon was the ideal platform. So go check it out for more information. In this session, we're going to talk a lot about Linux. I'll share my story about why I'm moving to Linux, and then share some tools and tips for Delphi developers who might also be considering moving to Linux. One note about generative AI, I frankly have been using it a lot for quite a while. It's a big part of my workflow, and I've been a big fan of it. But since that's a big theme for this CodeRage, I thought I would go a little harder. So a lot of the images we'll see are generated by GenAI, like the one you see there on the right is by Nano Banana, and did a pretty good job. It took two attempts to get that right, had to refine my prompt, but I was pretty happy with the way it came out. But I do always check the outputs of these, especially if it's technical topics, to see if it's accurate. But I'm human. I make mistakes even without GenAI being involved. So I'm not sure if I'm making it better or introducing more mistakes. Your results may vary. The main tools I use, though, are Google's Gemini. Yes, Gemini has actually gotten useful now. Gemini CLI. Really nice, really useful tool there. And Notebook LM is great. I'm a big fan of that one. Nano Banana and Midjourney. This is a Nano Banana generated image here. It actually gave me this on the first shot, and I was like, wow, I thought I was going to have to be more specific, but it just got it right. So why are people moving to Linux, and why now? I've seen a lot of people talking about this, both within the developer community, Delphi developers, and in the technical enthusiast community at large. I think a big part of it is gaming related. Valve's Steam Deck has made a huge inroads with making games more compatible with Linux. I have a Steam Deck. Games work great on it. When it first came out, it was a little rough, but it's pretty good now. A lot of people are concerned with Copilot and taking snapshots and the privacy implications of that. And then there's concerns around Windows 10 end of life and people wanting to extend the life of some of their hardware. So whatever the reason is, there's a lot of people talking about moving to Linux right now. For me, I've mostly used Microsoft operating systems since the days of MS-DOS. They weren't all perfect, but I was optimistic. I would share my criticism, but generally I would even defend them. I would say, well, yeah, this is not that great, but I understand what they're trying to do. But at the time, really, I understood the deal, right? I would pay for an operating system, and it would do its best to be useful to me. For 20 years, roughly, I'm not sure. I didn't do the math. I just guessed on that number. I really don't know the answer, but I felt like Microsoft and I were climbing the same mountain. Sometimes they would slip, but we were both trying to get to the summit of productivity together. We both shared the same goal. Our goals were aligned. Windows 95 start menu was basic, but functional. Then later, Windows got search, which got better over time. But now, it's all changed. The start menu and search are no longer about helping me be productive and find what I'm looking for. They're billboards for Microsoft to advertise to me. Sure, I can customize it and turn off Bing News in my search results, but I know it'll be back with an update. And next time, it'll be harder to find the feature to turn it off. I have a whole list of tools and customizations I use to make Windows useful. One of them is Microsoft's PowerToy. But I think about what this means. We have to install a different program from Microsoft to make Windows work the way we want. Microsoft's PowerToy is a life raft. Clearly, somebody at Microsoft knows what we want, but their business model prevents them from shipping Windows that way. So you got to ask ourselves, why are we living on the life raft? I'm fine using an online Microsoft account, but I want to use an offline one during the install because then I get the user folder I want, users/gem. This may seem trivial to you, but for a lot of people, if you are a developer, spend much time in the command prompt, it's a big deal. It's been users/gem for as long as I've had a user folder. At the end of the day, it really comes down to sovereignty. I want to feel like I'm using my own personal computer. Microsoft makes me feel like I'm using Microsoft's personal computer. Windows is really a rental. It's furnished, modern, and convenient, but Microsoft is the landlord, and they have a key. They enter without asking to update the plumbing and force reboots, or they put up new OneDrive art in the hallway. We can't paint the walls. We are just guests. All we can do is hope they don't raise the rent. Linux, on the other hand, is home ownership. It might be a fixer-upper. The roof may have leaked when we first moved in, but we can fix it. We have to install our light fixtures, but there are light fixtures. At the end of the day, nobody has a key but us, and it's exactly what we want. I now understand that my goals are no longer aligned with Microsoft's, if they ever really were. When I tweak Windows, I'm debloating. I'm fighting against their objectives, and I know that after the next update, I'll have to do it all again. It's going to get harder. It's not getting easier. I'm no longer optimistic that things will get better. When I tweak Linux, I'm building. I'm adding. I may be swimming in a rough river, but the current is flowing with me. Linux has the potential to be my very own operating systems because I believe its goals are aligned with my goals. Let's talk about Linux. This is the first of a series of infographics that I generated with Notebook LM. It does a really good job. The text, most of the text you see there is straight out of Notebook LM. Occasionally, though, it gets really wrong. It just kind of goes crazy. When I saw things that were technically wrong, I generally fixed them, although you'll notice in that table under Package Manager it says Debian instead of Debian. I left that one, but it had some other things. It had the wrong name of the Package Manager for Arch, for example. I think it could have been like trying to get right, but it just, I don't know what it was doing, so I replaced that. So yeah, where I saw things that were technically misinformation, I tried to fix it, but when they were amusingly like Debian, I left it because I thought it was funny. So all Linux distros are built on the foundation of the Linux kernel we see down there in the middle. But then you have package managers and desktop environments and Windows managers and stuff like that added on top. This is the toolbox, the GNU userland that makes a distro unique. Quick about package managers, actually I'll go into more detail in a little bit. We have the Debian ones, which is APT. They use the .deb extension. We have the Red Hat ones, which is DNF and Yum, which use the .rpm files. And then Arch uses Pacman, and Gentoo uses Portage. Also, down in the lower left, we see release models, stability versus freshness. So stability is the idea of having a set released schedule, and that when the new release comes out, you can say, yes, I see there's a new release. I will upgrade next week because I do not want to risk it. Whereas the rolling releases, when a new feature becomes available, it's just available. Now, again, you're still in control of when you're going to update, but there is never this is a new big release. It's just new feature, new feature, new feature, new feature. So if stability is your goal, you want a fixed release schedule one like Ubuntu or Debian. If you want freshness, you always have the latest stuff, then you can go with a rolling release like Arch.
I wanted to zoom in on this timeline here a little bit. I'm using it in the browser, which I found the easiest way to navigate this. Oh, I can't drag in that. But you can actually click on these. They're clickable links, and it will take you to a page telling you a little bit about each one. The one I happen to pick doesn't work. Usually they work fine. But it's, like I said, it's interesting kind of just to come in here and look. So this is the Debian branch of the trees. And you can see here in detail who it is, the URL for this. But here's Raspbian right here is based on Debian.
And then where's Ubuntu? Here's Ubuntu right here. So Ubuntu is based off of Debian. And then we see we have a lot of things based off Ubuntu. Now, Linux Mint is both based off of Debian, and I'm not seeing it. Oh, here's Commodore OS, which is not actually, so there's Linux Mint, and Commodore OS is branched off of Linux Mint. This is not the Commodore OS running on the actual Commodore, but this is a different Commodore OS someone else made. I think they got the license for it, and they called it Commodore OS. It's kind of an homage to the original Commodore OS. But Linux Mint exists, I wanted to point it out specifically because it exists here, but then it also exists up here as the Linux Mint, there it is there, Linux Mint Debian Edition. So this is kind of a not putting all your eggs in one basket type thing move, as it were, by the Linux Mint people, is to say that, if something happens to Ubuntu or Ubuntu makes a choice that they're not happy with, then they have a backup plan of just going straight off of Debian. So that's kind of the thing, is that when you fork a Linux distro, you are kind of taking the philosophy of that distro with you, but you don't know what that distro is going to do in the future. So in the future, if it makes a choice you don't like, you either have to pull all those pieces out or fork off something else. A number of other ones, like I think Puppy Linux, jumps around what it's forked off with each release. Let's see. So here's Ubuntu, Debian and Ubuntu. All right, down here we've got Red Hat. So Red Hat is the original, and then Red Hat Enterprise, and then here's Oracle. CentOS, which we see should have faded out. Yep, it faded out right there. Although there's CentOS Stream now, which is like I'm not sure exactly what that role that makes. It's different in the way it works. It's more rolling than an OS distro. And let's see what else is interesting on here. So here's Mandrake down here, based off of Red Hat. It's a number of ones. Oh, I recognize this Linux distro, and there it is. You can find it on here. Here's SUSE, which used to be really big, and it's still around, but not quite as big as it was. Enoch became Gentoo, which is a kind of a big player, I guess. I mean, I see a lot of people talking about it, but it's I think it's more about the ecosystem, the family it's created. And then here's Arch, which is the one that Steam is based off of. Let's see, so we can find Steam is... I found these all before, and now I'm not seeing it. Steam. I don't see Steam. Steam is based off Arch, but I'm not seeing it. And then we have Caldera Open Linux, SCO, which had the really amusing lawsuits back in the day. Smoothwall for a firewall-specific Linux. So see, these are not branched off the other ones. They're built from the ground up as their own Linux distro. I don't know, it has Steam down here. I thought I had Steam up there off Arch, but let's see. Oh, and here we go. Android. AOSP, the Android open source project. This is the core foundation of Android, which has a fork of Android x86, which is the version of Android that runs on a regular PC x86 hardware. And here's Graphene OS and Lineage OS, Cyanogen Mod. So those are kind of the big custom firmwares for Android devices. So yeah, very cool timeline here. You can dive in and take a look at how all these different OSs are related. Let's see if this link works. Oh, that one's broken. I've clicked these before and they've worked, so I'm not sure if this is a newer version. Yeah, Graphene OS. This one works. So, yeah. Anyway, there it is, the Linux distribution timeline. We're going to zoom in on the Debian family tree here. So Debian is the trunk. It's the root that these other branches come off of. The biggest branch being Ubuntu. Ubuntu is probably now bigger than Debian in the fact in that it's in name recognition fact. Now, the fact that Ubuntu is based off of Debian means that all of Ubuntu's users are also Debian's users, however you want to think about that. But Ubuntu adds a lot more hardware support in there. They add a lot more drivers that they bundle. So you're more likely to, for example, have drivers for specific hardware if you have non-open source. If some hardware vendors don't open source their drivers, and so those drivers some distros won't distribute, where Ubuntu will. Linux Mint is built on top of Debian to be more user-friendly, designed for people moving from Windows, maybe that aren't as much enthusiasts, that want to have something that just works. Within Ubuntu, though, there's actually a number of flavors as well. You have Kubuntu, which uses the KDE Plasma, although I see it says KOE Plazers desktop. The fact that it's hard to edit this text and that it can just get things weird like that, and that if I'm reading it quickly, it's like, yeah, that's right, but then I miss that it's completely misspelled something. Yeah, that it kind of almost makes these useless, but anyway. I like that it made a consistent theme, though, across all of them. I tried to match the theming of the slide deck template we were given. But anyway, back to Linux. Most of the differences of the different flavors down at the bottom are different desktop environments. Now, technically, you can install any Linux and then swap out the desktop environment, but it's nice to be able to just have this turn, plug-and-play type solution to just get the desktop environment you want and get going. So now let's talk about Red Hat, the Red Hat family tree. Red Hat's like one of the OG original Linux distros from way back in the day. And interestingly, Fedora is now the upstream of Red Hat in that the packages show up in Fedora first, and then Red Hat makes the decision of what they want to include in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And then it used to be CentOS, although they have a CentOS stream now you can still use. But if you want a released version of Linux that is compatible with Red Hat Enterprise Linux, then Alma Linux and Rocky Linux, they take the same source code, the same bits that go into Red Hat, and they rebundle it with some changes because there are things that are specific to Red Hat, the company. They don't include those, but as far as compatibility goes, Alma Linux and Rocky Linux are compatible. They're built with the same bits that go into Red Hat. So you can go with one of those if you want to have the compatibility with Red Hat. Now, Fedora famously is used by Linus Torvalds, the author of the Linux kernel. I just watched a great interview with him, and he talked about that. Package managers. We'll touch on this again. Now we have the traditional package managers that are specific to the distro, but then we also have universal distro or universal package managers, which are distro agnostic to a degree. I noticed that it has Snap on there twice. So cool. But in addition to Snap, there's Flatpak. Now these universal ones, what they do is that okay, so let me back up. The traditional package managers do dependency. So you're like, I want to install this. It's like, okay, if you want to install that, it has all these other dependencies. So I'm going to install that and that and that and that. And then it gets all the dependencies and installs them all individually on your system. Whereas the universal package managers, it's a bundle. You get this bundle that has all of the dependencies in the bundle. And that way you're not, or the distro, the package is not dependent on what OS is being installed in. It does mean, though, that you're going to have a larger bundle, larger installation, takes longer to download, takes up more space, but it's also more sandboxed, more contained, and more isolated from other applications, which may be a pro or con depending on your point of view. We also have source-based ones. So that's what Gentoo uses, is a source-based one. So instead of downloading binary pre-built packages, it downloads the source and builds it on your machine. So made this roadmap here to guide you from the world of Windows to the land of Linux. There's a couple stops up there along the top around gaming. Steam, like I said, made a lot of progress around that. You can check out ProtonDB for more information. It's based on Wine. Wine is not an emulator. It is an API compatibility layer for Windows. A couple things to point out. You can test Linux, which is on there twice to test You can take a USB stick and boot your computer up off of it and not install Linux, but just run Linux from the USB drive. You can also use WSL. It's a great way to try Linux from within Windows, and you can use Linux in a virtual machine. Now, the problem with those is you are still under the umbrella of Windows. You are still paying the Windows tax, as it were, whether it be the bloated background processes. A friend that has a laptop just like mine, he switched to Linux, and now he gets more battery life. Now, of course, I might switch to a different distro and not get that result, but having that possibility, having that flexibility is a nice potential. So, yeah, anytime you're using it where you're still using Windows, you are going to still be subject to Copilot getting turned on and taking snapshots, or whatever the case may be, the telemetry, etc. So you can boot from USB drive, or you can dual boot Windows and Linux at the same time, and then you can switch back and forth between them. And something really cool you can do is that if from within Linux, you can use VirtualBox, Oracle VirtualBox, to create a virtual machine that boots your Windows install on your same machine. So you're running the Windows install that you would dual boot into from within Linux, which I think is pretty cool, kind of mind-breaking. A few things to watch out for. There are some programs like Adobe that don't work on Linux, and games that have kernel-level anti-cheat, which some privacy people would say you shouldn't play those games because that's just a problem. And so it's a good thing that they don't work on Linux, but also some hardware may not be compatible as well, although I generally have pretty good luck. It has the NVIDIA graphics logo on there. NVIDIA doesn't open source their drivers, but they generally are available if you're willing to go through some extra steps to install them.
So this is the first run for Winboat. Do you agree to the very generous MIT license agreement? Then it gives you the prerequisites. Now, I've already gone through and installed these, which it double checks. If not, it will have links to tell you how to install those. And you can specify the location you want to install Winboat. Once you've selected a location for your virtual machine, you have to configure and create the virtual machine. It gives you an option, a few different ISOs it can automatically download, or you can select an ISO of your own. I installed Windows 11 Pro, but I was thinking later that it might be better to use the 90-day trial of the Enterprise Edition, since that would give you a longer period of time before the need for activation, and you could use the license manager to extend that. Then you specify your username and password. One note is the password is stored plain text in the Docker Compose file, so as if you need another reason to, don't reuse passwords. Select the hardware configuration here. The CPU cores and RAM is easy to change later, but the disk size, it actually is possible to change it later, just a little more effort. Now, it uses sharing from the Windows OS to get access to Linux OS. I wish it was the other way around, but this is the way it's set up, so just make sure you understand the risks. In doing that, you can turn this on and off as needed. Now, this is interesting. Once it starts installing it, you can actually view the progress in your browser, and so it opens a VNC window into the Docker virtual machine where Windows is being installed. We'll just speed through to the end of the installation here. And we are done installing Windows. So I'm running Linux Mint, and I'm going to launch Winboat. So it's using Docker. It also supports using Podman. That's a new feature they just added in the latest beta drop. And then you go in here to apps. One feature they don't have yet is the ability to pin these. So I just add a little fire emoji and they pop up to the top here. But I'd love to see them pinned, or the ability to have them show up down in your regular menu. But I'll go ahead and launch
Rad Studio here. And then start PA server. It's a little slow the first time I launch it, but subsequent launches, keeping in mind that it's launching on a fresh OS. So we'll start the VCL application here. And button, list box, and edit. So see there's a little bit of strange artifacts there as I'm dragging these over here. And I guess I need to, oops. Turn on the DPI scaling. There it is. There we go. Although that's made the lagging a little worse. Okay. Now I'll run it. Okay, and we'll set a breakpoint. Oops, I ran without debugging. And we see it stopped here. And there we go. Edit one.txt values, edit one. There we go. Worked that way too. So now let's do a Linux application. So I have PA server running here. There's the IP address. And I just come in here. Oh, I can't do it from VCL. Now, for some reason, I'm having an odd issue with FMX Linux. I've reinstalled it, but it still won't compile. And it's on this machine and other machines, so I know it's not related to Winboat. So we're just going to do a console application here. Linux. And edit connection. Make sure it is, yep, 184. Test succeeded. Actually, let's run with debugging. Oh, that didn't work. I'm not sure why that didn't work. And then if I switch back over to terminal, hello Linux from Winboat. So I'm not sure why that didn't work, if that's an issue with 13 or if that is something to do with Winboat. Try that again. No argument for format symbolic link target does not agree. Looks like that's like got truncated. There, does not exist. Could be an issue with the way I have Winboat or Linux Mint set up, maybe? I don't know. Interesting. I can do a FireMonkey application as well. So let's go ahead and do that. But it just won't run on FMX Linux. I did not try. Oh, wait, maybe it won't run at all. What in the world is going on here? Compile. Okay, that worked. Weird. Let me try running on Linux now. Maybe it'll work. Nope. FMX scroll box. I don't know why that is, because the DCUs exist. Everything's there. It's just not. And I made the sure the search path's working, but it's not working right. So, yeah. But there we go. That's the basics of running Winboat. I will point out a couple things here. If you want to resize your... Oh, so from Winboat, you can run Windows Desktop, and that will bring up the full Windows Desktop. So that'll put you inside Windows completely. It's all running in there. If I go here to the Home tab, you can see the status of it. There's some things you can change in configuration here. Like I turned up the application scaling because I'm running high DPI, so it looks right. And you see that worked well. The thing I was going to show you, though, is if you go into your user folder and find your Winbolt folder, here is your Docker Compose. And if you come in here, you can change your password, change your username, and change your disk size. If you change your disk size, you have to, I'll put the directions up in probably a blog post, but I got it. Here we go. There you go. Here's some directions on how to do that. Docker Compose down, so you got to shut it down. Modify this, Docker Compose up, and then it suggests you using Minitool Partition Wizard free to resize your partition from inside Windows. So after you do the Docker Compose change, the disk size changes, but the partition doesn't. I think you could do it just with the regular partition manager built into Windows too. I use the Minitool. I think it won't work. That's right. The recovery partition is at the end of the drive, and you can't move that with the Windows partition resizer, but Minitool will let you use it, and it's free. Oh, and then I was going to show you that from Winboat, I can get this file out. So a network share, this is now in my in the host in Linux right now. So I've gone out through a share that gives me access to my user directory. Was a whole lot more I wanted to cover, but just ran out of time and preparation. Honestly, part of it was I kind of forgot how much work it was putting these videos together and doing research, and I also got some of my schedule timing mixed up. So that's on me, and I apologize, but I will put a lot of my additional research and resources available on delphi.org and my Patreon. The CodeRage content will be free, and there's also a 7-day free trial. Honestly, there's not a lot of content on Patreon yet. It's kind of, I wanted to just kind of get a feel out there and see if people were interested in doing that, because if they are, then I would love to just really spend more time on building code and samples and videos and trainings and writing my book. So if you are interested in seeing me do more of that, go out there on Patreon. There is the link for Winboat. You can get it at winboat.app, and it's available on GitHub. They did just drop a new 0.9 beta, which is, so I started showing it in like 0.83 beta, and then it was 0.9 beta for the very last part of the demo there. This is a Delphi for Docker build script. I was going to show this in more detail, but didn't get it updated for Delphi 13. I think it's Delphi
11 version currently that I had forked online. So I've made quite a bit of progress on it, but it's not done yet. So once I get that done, I will update it, and you can find that there. And then lastly is the Delphi on Linux setup, is the setup script I made quite a while ago that automates the process of setting up Linux for being a target from Delphi. I'm actually working on making it work with the Steam Deck right now as well, but right now it works great on all versions of Delphi that support Linux and Red Hat, Ubuntu, and a number of other variations, flavors within that family. And with that, we have oodles of time for Q&A.
Oodles of time for Q&A. Yeah. Hi, Jim.
Hello.
Good to see you again. Although we do chat a lot, I did say to people before, we're kind of buddies. We hang out with each other from time to time.
Yeah, actually, I was hoping to be down in Texas more often, but not yet. I need to come down and visit you more. You're not that far away.
Yeah, I'm totally busy all the time. I just can't make it. I mean, yes, whenever you want to come down. Yeah, it's good. So I start some of the comments because I really wanted to just hate on them a second, but let's just do some of the ones that came up and said, "Oh, thank you, Jim. Thank you, very much appreciated." Oh, yeah, and then others saying, "Good to hear Jim's voice after a long break." Actually, Jim's not been anywhere. He has been around doing things, but you've just been super busy, haven't you?
It's interesting. I thought about talking about this in the video, but I didn't. Is when I first left Embarcadero, so I actually took a step back
ago.
and was like, okay, yes, years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I think. Yeah.
2 years, yeah. I was like, I don't have to use Delphi anymore. Do I still want to use Delphi, right? I try to be very pragmatic and subjective in my enthusiasm. And I looked at like all the other dev tools for like doing what Delphi does really well. And I was like, okay, nope, Delphi is really the only choice for that. And so I kept using Delphi, but I also had this other like nagging thought in the back of my mind that because I've been a developer advocate so long, and it was a lot of the work I did was more management related, and less
that's what happens.
hands-on coding. I create a lot of demos, but there's a difference between demo code and production code, especially when you're debugging some legacy code base. But then I spent a big chunk of the last 2 years doing Delphi consulting and getting thrown into, crazy legacy code bases and working on it. And I'm like, oh, I do know how to program. So it's been interesting to realize that, I do love Delphi. Yeah, it is really the best tool for the job. And I know what I'm talking about, apparently. So
yeah. Well, actually, you proved
it's been
that
good
as well.
in that regard.
You proved that because you're actually working with someone called
Is my audio levels okay? Because I'm using a different microphone.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. In fact, I was grateful for two things. First of all, your audio is working perfectly, and secondly, you did a long enough video that I could actually fix my mouse because my mouse stopped working halfway through.
Actually, should we mention the Code for Cache project?
That's what I was going to do. Yes, I was going to say, amongst the things that you've been up to, Code for Cache.
Can you hear me?
Code report. I've got a caption for it. Let me just actually, I say that, and then I actually don't have a code for cache. So let's get a hold on just one second. Bear with me. Okay, the best.
I'm getting a major lag here.
They don't have a domain.
Is it playing fine here?
Say that again. What did you say? Jim has suddenly been beamed up by aliens. I can hear you fine, Jim. So if you can't hear me, I don't know why that is. Come in, Jim. All is forgiven. I'm gonna send him a private message so he knows. And they can hear me, so I don't know what the. I think Jim's got a problem with his audio for a second there. So
I can hear you, but I've got a big lag.
oh, okay. Okay, I don't know why that is then.
I think it may have caught up now.
Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. Well, did Code for Cache actually have a direct URL?
It's weird because it would be like I would talk and then I would stop and then you wouldn't say anything. And I'm like, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I'm going to put the URL up here. Okay. Do you want to just talk about what they do for a second?
You know, that's a good question.
There's definitely
I just saw it on the LinkedIn page. So the story behind that was the consulting company I'm working through.
You sure you're not listening to the audio stream instead of the studio?
I'm just in studio.
It's working fine for me. I mean, as soon as you respond, I hear it immediately.
Weird. Yeah, because it's
okay, well, we'll try and work through it. So Code for Cache, do they actually have a domain like that it goes to? Because at the moment, the only one I can find is the Facebook page, which is where this is taking them. I'm going to pretend that you're on the space shuttle.
So the only link, the best link I have is the LinkedIn page.
Oh, okay. I'll put that one in there instead. All right, hang on. I'll update the link. There you go. All right, so I've updated that link with the one that goes to the LinkedIn page. Yeah, I mean, you and I both know Rocky.
Actually, that's the LinkedIn page for Heartcentrics, but then they have
they have a post on there.
They have a link. They have a lot of links on there for it, so you can find it from there.
So if people go to that, it'll go to LinkedIn, which is probably a little bit better than Facebook, but not much. And then they can read about Code for Cache. So do you want to just briefly talk about what Code for Cache is? Oh, he's going to reload. So I think he'll be back in a minute. I think what we'll do is I'll talk about what Code for Cache is then. And in fact, let's talk a little bit while Jim's reloading, what the system is. So they're a company called Heartcentrics, and they have an event that they run. And I'm going to put this in here, Heartcentrics. Jim will be back in a minute. Luckily, we've got a little bit of time to get these things done. So what they have is they have a web page that I'm going to put into here, so you can all see it. Technology is always great when it works, and then it stops working. So the company is called Heartcentrics, and what they do is they let's just make Jim come and be enabled on. How's that?
Okay, hopefully right now it's good, so hopefully it stays that way.
Fingers crossed. Yeah. Do you know what? It's always the same. When you need it to work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're responding in time now, so I know you're like. What we're going to do is we're going to pretend. If you can do this, look like you're floating around, and then we'll just pretend that you're on the International Space Station or something, and there's like a link going backwards and forwards, and then people will be very impressed. We've got helmets.
It just.
Is it done it again?
It's lagging. So I don't know what's up with that. It just keeps doing it.
Let's do it this way. Do you want to just talk about Hearts? cache for a second.
Sure. So HeartCentrix is the consulting company I'm working through right now that I've been working through them for about a year, and they do this. They have this company Code Report, or a brand Code Report. That's this this other website they have, codereport.com, for evaluating developers. And so they use it for when they're placing developers, to check to see if they have the skills they claim to have. And it does like some questions, and then it also does a coding portion. And they announced that during this big Code for Cash, they do an annual event around that Code Report every year. And they're like, oh, we're going to have all these people, you should come register. And I went and clicked the list and had all these different, like, oh, if you're doing this programming language, or you're an expert in, this technology or whatever. And it didn't have Delphi. And so I messaged, I'm like, hey, why isn't Delphi on the list? And they're like, sure, that's a good question. And so I worked with them to create some questions and set it all up. And so we actually have, I think it finally got all integrated just like last week. But they have Delphi now as one of the programming languages skills they do evaluate for. So, and that means that as a Delphi developer, you can go enter into the Code for Cash competition. They're doing it in person in Texas or online. I'm not sure exactly how all the logistics work, and it takes place next week, I believe. So there's still time to register and go out there and show off your Delphi skills and maybe win some cash.
Yeah,
which is always nice.
That's the key bit, is win some cash. And I think what's important as well is that they place developers actually at jobs as well, because that's basically how you got your job, isn't that right? Or the job
it is. Yeah, and so that's the reason they have the Code Report, is to evaluate developers. And so that's the reason they do this event, is because they want to have more developers that they know of that are good candidates to be placed. So if you're looking for work, go out there and win some cash, and then maybe a job as well. It's hard to say. I'm not guaranteeing any jobs for anybody, but and I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly how the cash giveaways work. But if nothing else, you can go out there and.
Neither do I. I tell you, what I will say, I like HeartCentrix. I think they're a very good company, but their marketing is awful. I've said this before. They just need to get it together a bit because. Don't be put off by some little bit of kind of weird stuff that goes on. The reason this goes to the LinkedIn pages, I don't know. We all need to sit down and have a chat with them and say, mate, look, let's do it this way. This will work a lot easier for people. But they are very good, and I'm very impressed with them. I've had a couple of meetings with them, and they've got their stuff together, and they do place people in Delphi jobs. Genuine jobs that pay good money, not like Fiverr.com or whatever, where you get like $10 an hour, and they think you live in rural India or somewhere, and you're part-time milkman or something. So
they are US based, but they do place people internationally as well. I don't remember what all countries they work out of, but they do international, whether developers internationally or developers locally. And like Ian said, they as far as I know, they focus on like the legitimate high-skilled developer jobs, not the commodity developer jobs.
Which is why they do the testing as well. They want to make sure they're not placing people with duds for their reputation as well. Actually, there is a job section on the website now, Embarcadero.com, which is it was initially done by the German office, the ACH office, but since then it's expanded out, and anybody can list their jobs for free, and anybody can list their CVs for free. Doesn't cost them anything, and we don't match people up. We just provide the details. So if you're a company looking for a Delphi developer or C++ developer, or you are a developer looking for a job, that's a place to go to as well, because we recognize it's one of the things that people complain about. We get this weird situation where companies say, I can't find any Delphi developers. And then I get a load of Delphi developers saying, I can't find any Delphi jobs. Like, you two need to go together. That's it's like match up. That's what's happening. You'll be pleased to hear other people are saying the sound is lagging as well for them. So I suspect it's not you, Jim. It's me or the system. I'm guessing it's the system. I have like a 2.5 gig synchronous fiber connection, but that doesn't mean anything on the internet, unfortunately. But it shouldn't be my machine. But the fact that my mouse stopped working is a little bit suspicious, isn't it? You think that Windows update I just was noticing, is that
it's working consistently right now, but let's not jinx it.
Yeah, so you've said it out loud and now it'll hear. You know how computers work by now. Come on. So
okay, there's a few questions I see coming in here now.
Roger Swan asked, are you now running all your Delphi development on Windows under Linux?
I am not completely switched over, Roger. It's one of those things that I would like to be more switched over, and I don't expect it to be completely smooth sailing either. But I am, I'm working on it. So I did, Winboat, something I discovered recently, and I had a whole bunch of stuff I wanted to talk about this more, and I didn't get it included in there for various reasons. But Winboat's a newer thing.
And you are not Superman. That's why.
Yeah. And the Winboat's a newer thing I discovered. It's interesting because there's like, you have Wine, which is the emulation. It's not emulation, an API layer. You have full-on virtual machines, and then you have Winboat. Kind of sits in the middle in that it has this nice integration. It's not a full. Well, it is a VM, but it's using Docker, so it's a little lighter weight, is in theory. And so yeah, I wanted to see if Winboat would work with Delphi and what that was like. And
David I is saying Linux, Delphi only, Ubuntu 24, blah, 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 blah. I mean, you know, you and I both know David I of old, and I actually did an event where I dressed in cosplay David I, which was hilarious. That was quite a lot of fun. I should probably upload that image later and annoy him.
Did you have a wig? Because you don't have the hair for it.
Yes, I had to have a wig. Funny you should mention that. I'm just gonna see. Did I ever upload this?
But yeah, so I'm working on transitioning over to Linux completely for everything. And I didn't show you, if you search online, you can find documentation on how to use VirtualBox to boot your Windows on your either you're on the different partition on your drive or a different drive in your computer. So you can dual boot and then use VirtualBox when you just need to jump in and grab something really quick. But oh wow, look at that.
I apologize, David but yes, I did actually go the full wig and everything. To be fair, I was running around the stage like a lunatic, and they had audio problems on their stage as well. But that was at the Delphi Summit, so that was quite fun. Okay, so on the questions, we've got a lot of questions, of course.
So here's a question I see. Compiling with Kylix is straightforward. You compile it on Windows and then upload it to Linux. So Kylix was the Linux IDE. And originally, if I remember correctly, they were two separate projects, but then later, like, they bundled Kylix with the next version of Delphi. But you had to install Kylix on Linux, and I don't think there was any cross-compilation. So the way it works in Delphi, and I didn't go into too much detail here, is you run PA server on your Linux box, and I have a script. I guess I can't put that in the chat, but there's just, if you go to my GitHub, there's a Delphi-on-Linux setup script that you can run that installs all the prerequisites in PA server. So you run PA server on your target Linux machine, and then you connect to it from Delphi. And then Delphi goes through PA server and grabs all the libraries and into Windows, and then it runs the compiler on Windows, and then pushes the compiled binary to Linux, executes it, and even allows debugging. And so, and then, so yeah, it is cross compilation in modern Delphi.
Yeah, I'm just going to put your GitHub up on the screen as well so that people know what it is. Except I'm going to spell GitHub properly instead of the wrong way, just to make people's lives hard. I know, I'll just randomly misspell it. So this is Jim's GitHub. So if you do want anything there, it's either Jim or someone pretending to be Jim. It's difficult to deal with Jim sometimes.
Yeah.
But your avatar there is definitely Cyber Jim. So, but
Yeah, I was having some fun with that one.
Yeah, you are amazing. I mean, you are you always push yourself too hard. I tell you this often, and you know, you've got a Patreon now. A Patreon, is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So, and Cape Cod Gunny just asked about what my book's about. So, my book, I'm currently working title is Deep Delphi, and so the idea is each chapter is a ridiculously deep dive into some topic. Like I'm doing a few years ago, I did a CodeRage on colors, and so I've expanded what I covered in that, and just going into colors. And the idea is I want it to be each chapter to be like understanding of what it is, and then also how to do it with Delphi. And it's almost getting to the point that like each chapter could probably be, well, not really, but it feels like each chapter could become its own book, you know? So each chapter is not necessarily connected, but they are, except in the fact that they are a deep dive into a technical topic, and then how to do that with Delphi. And so it's really focusing on like, for me, I love to really understand something. And so that's kind of the idea, is I want to really understand the technology, understand how this works, and then understand how to use it with Delphi. So that's kind of the idea of the book. I've got the colors chapters mostly done, and then I've got a lot of other chapters that I'm have lots of pieces I'm trying to put together.
Jim, if it's ever as successful as that author you and I talk about all the time, remember who your friends are, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Jim follows an author, and this author, he what did he do? I think he did a GoFundMe or something like that.
He did a Kickstarter,
Kickstarter,
Brandon Sanderson, did a Kickstarter that just completely
out
millions,
tens of millions of dollars he got. I'm like, oh, I wish that. Can you imagine? That would just be so incredible. You just go around smiting people with money.
It was kind of interesting because a lot of people were like, "Oh, you're an established author, and you're taking all the Kickstarter money away from up and coming authors on there," which isn't true. He directed all the people to Kickstarter. People weren't discovering him through Kickstarter; they were discovering Kickstarter through him. But then he went, because he had made so much money, he went to every other Kickstarter in the literature, the writings authors category, and unless they were subjectively either kind of scammy looking or completely inappropriate, he paid a lot of money towards each one, and then some of them completely funded them to completion, which was very generous. But again, he's at a place he can do that, so that was great. So
weird question from Roger Swan. Can you run Windows 11 in Wimbo on a PC that claims to be non-Windows 11 compatible?
You should be able to, because it's running it in a Docker virtual container. So it's not actually talking to your I mean, it is talking to your BIOS, but I think it's talking through your BIOS and your hardware through the hypervisor. So you should be able to.
It's got a HAL, which is one of my favorite words in Windows, HAL. And I swear, whoever came up with that term, they must have been a Stanley Kubrick fan, because it stands for Hardware Abstraction Layer. But of course, it's from HAL 9000 in space. What's it called? Mine's gone blank. But even that is an acronym which was supposed to be IBM. That's HAL, IBM, same thing. So, yeah, but that's how they do it. They use a hardware abstraction layer. They abstract the whole BIOS and everything out and make a virtual kind of thing. I understand that my video will be broadcast in session, so I don't have to repeat the presentation live, although I will present. Okay, yes. Our next guest is worrying that they'll be made to do things live. Don't worry. Okay, we're under control. Yeah, we're going to play your video any moment now. So, Jim, you've got a session tomorrow, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Good job. Well done. I think you're crazy. You're doing all these sessions, but then I've had people tell me I'm doing crazy things as well. Like 30 webinars back to back was a challenge. I tell you.
I wanted to do way more sessions, but working full time doing consulting at the same time, it's hard to juggle my time.
2001 Space Odyssey. That's what it was. That's what they're
Yep.
telling me. Yeah, I knew it was something. So yeah, okay, all right. Well, unfortunately, we'll run out of time because we now need to go to the next session. But you're a star. I always say this to David I when he's on because it's true. But David I invented developer relations. Really did. And all of us that have worked in DevRel all look towards him as the I don't want to say grandfather of the scheme because that's bad, but the father of the idea. But Jim, you did it for 10 years and you led the way as well. And the way I do things, a lot of it's based on how you do things. I think I do it differently, but most of it is based on similar things you've done yourself, and you're very well loved in the community still. If I go to an event, I get people asking me, how you are and things like that. And we hang, you and I hang out together virtually and physically sometimes and things like that. But thanks for taking the time to come on. You're a hero.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to chuck you off, and we're off to go and do the next event. But I'll see you again tomorrow.
See ya. Yep.
All right. Thanks a lot. Okay, so that was Jim McKeith with his session. The next video that we've got coming up is from Cesar Romero. Jorge Cangas is here already. You're like quite early. I don't know whether you know that, but you're 2 hours early. But yeah, it's good. But Jorge, you can hang around as much as you like. So the next session is unlock your Delphi's multi-core potential from T-Threads complexity to PPL's mastery. And that's about 40 minutes long. I'm not sure if Jorge's joining for the Cesar is joining for the live Q&A. If he is, great. If not, then you'll see me again soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to CodeRage 2025. It's an absolute honor to be here with you today for the biggest Delphi event of the year. Today, we are going to tackle one of the most challenging and rewarding journeys for any Delphi developer, mastering the power of multi-threading. My goal is to show you how to unlock the true multi-core potential of your applications. We will not just show code yet here. We will change the way you think about concurrency, taking you from the manual complexity of the classic T-thread all the way to mastering the modern parallel programming library. For those who don't know me, I am Cesar Romero. I am from Brazil. I started with Delphi 2 way back in 1996. That's right, I've been writing Object Pascal code since the last century. Over these 30 years, I had a front row seat to every major shift in our industry, moving from desktop-only application, Windows 32-bit, all the way to modern cross-platform development. Today, my career is focused on applying that experience to build robust architectures for complex systems across desktop, cloud, and mobile. As an Embarcadero MVP, my passion is sharing what we learned in the trenches, the hard-won lessons, the bugs that kept me awake at night, so you don't have to make the same mistakes I did. And a massive part of this 30 years journey was spent unraveling the mysteries of multi-threading. I saw so many talented developers, maybe even some of you watching right now, afraid of using threads. Why? Because of the complexity, the fear of unexpected race conditions that only happen in production, the nightmare of deadlocks that freeze the application without a single error message. I felt I need to create a map, a definitive guide to take developer from zero to architect level safely. That effort became this book, Delphi Multithread. What we are going to cover here today is a distillation of the most important concepts from my book. Think of this talk like the trailer and the book as the full movie. If you like to dive deep later, you can scan this QR code. It will take you to my personal website with more information about this book and where to purchase it. But right now, let's start our journey. And every single good journey begins with a problem to solve. To start our journey, we have a challenge for you, a visual ride. Look at this chef. He's preparing a massive banquet, completely alone. He has sauce reducing on the stove, vegetables to chop, meat in the oven, and the pressure is on. The question is, what is his strategy? How does one single person deal with so many tasks at the same time without burning the kitchen down? The answer is concurrency. Concurrency is the art of dealing with multiple things at once. Note I say dealing with, not necessarily doing simultaneously. Our chef doesn't finish the entire salad before starting the soup. No, he chops the carrots, then stirs the sauce, then checks the oven. He is interleaving the tasks. In our software world, this is exactly what happens when you have a single core CPU or a heavily loaded system. The operating system gives your application a tiny slice of time, a quantum. You do a bit of work, then pause, and another task runs. To the user, it feels like everything is happening at once, but under the hood, it is a context switch. It is your single core application keeping the user interface responsive while processing data in the background. So remember, concurrency is about structure and management, not necessarily raw speed. Okay, riddle number two. The kitchen was getting chaotic, and our chef realized he couldn't do it alone. His demand was too high, so he hired a team. Now, what is the main advantage he gained? What can this team do that the alone chef simply could not, no matter how fast he worked? The answer is parallelism. Now, things are happening simultaneously. While the chef A is chopping vegetables, chef B is at the same time grilling a steak. This requires multiple resources in the kitchen, multiple chefs, in our machines, multiple CPU cores. This is the key difference. Concurrency is about logic. Parallelism is about hardware. If you have a quad-core processor, you can have 4 threads executing instructions at the exact same nanosecond. Parallelism is how we do more work in less time. It's the brute force of performance. Alright, last riddle, I promise. Look at our head chef on the phone. He's missing some ingredients. Instead of driving to the market himself, which would stop his work in the kitchen, he called a supplier. He placed the order, hung up, and went back to cooking. What is the superpower he is using here to avoid wasting time waiting? The superpower is asynchronous execution. When he hangs up the phone, he doesn't stand by the door, waiting for the delivery truck. He goes back to work, he's non-blocking, he relies on a notification, a callback, or even an event to know when the ingredients arrives. In Delphi, especially in mobile development, this is the secret to fluid user interface. When you need to access a database or call a REST API, you start a query, you let it go. You don't block the main thread waiting for the bytes to arrive. You get notified when the data is ready. This is what keeps our screen from freezing. Without this, every network glitch would freeze your app. For decades, our main tool was the classic T-thread. Don't get me wrong, T-thread's powerful, it gives you total control, but it's a low-level wrapper around the operating system API. Using it is like driving a manual transmission car in heavy traffic. You have to manage everything yourself. You create the thread class, you worry about free on terminate. If you get it wrong, you get a famous invalid handle error or memory leaks. You handle wait for out manually. You manually synchronize with the main thread to update the user interface to avoid crashes. And there is a hidden cost. Creating a thread is expensive for the operating system. It requires allocating a stack, switching to kernel mode, and updating the scheduler. Doing this for hundreds of small tasks, like processing lists of files or handling web requests, is inefficient. It's powerful but painful. But then the journey evolved. With Delphi XC7, we received the Parallel Program Library, the PPL. This changed the game. It took us from being thread micromanagers to being task orchestrators. Instead of saying, create a task, manage its memory, handle the lock, we simply say, PPL, here's a task, execute. The PPL handles the complexity for us. It introduces the concept of thread pool, manages the pool of workers' threads automatically, it reuses them, it balances the load across all available CPU cores. If you have 4 cores, it optimizes for 4 threads. If you have 16, it scales up. It allows us to focus on what that is the business logic, not the how, the threading logic. You know what? I know developers. We are skeptical. We have spent the last few minutes talking about chefs and kitchens, and these metaphors are great for building a mental model. But we are engineers. We know that concepts don't compile, architecture diagrams don't process data, and the theory doesn't stop a user interface from freezing. The only truth is what happens inside the CPU. So, a battle arena. I want to show you not just a hello world code from a background task, but a proper architecture. I create a real world scenario, fetching data, parsing JSON, updating the user interface to pit the classic T-thread against modern PPL, using tasks and parallel for in a fair fight. So let's switch to the IDE and see who wins. First, we look at the application server here. It's a simple yet functional REST server built with web broker. It exposes a straightforward API with one main endpoint. We'll run the application server so we can see on the web browser what it is, what he's doing. It's in 88 port. Okay. Available endpoints. Get user returns a list of all records, and get user with ID returns a single record detail. That was fast. Okay. 194 records. The data we are fetching is the official directory of Embarcadero MVPs. I chose this because it's a real data, structured data, not just a random number generator. Okay, let's see. Individual records, 36. That would be myself. That is great. It is working. And how about an invalid ID? 195. User not found. AQ. Invalid user ID. Okay, working as expected. Can close this now. Let's go again to the code and see how this is implemented. We have the THTP web module with a user action. Here is where the request hits the server. We first set the content type to JSON. We extract the ID from the URL path. If no ID is passed, we ask for the user repository. Get user returns the complete list of users. If an ID is passed, we try to parse it to an integer, and then we ask for the user repository return that user by ID. If it is not found, we return 404 error, not found. If it's an invalid ID, it could not be parsed. We return bad request 400. And if it is the complete list or a single user, we return back the request. It's just a standard basic clean REST implementation. Now, where does the data come from? Let's look at the repository. In the T-user repository class, we have this class var user cache T dictionary that will be our in-memory cache. We have this user const data that is the raw JSON string with all 194 MVPs. This will simulate our database. Okay. In the implementation, note the ensure cache method. This implements a singleton pattern for the cache. It only executes once. It parses the raw JSON array and populates fuser cache dictionary. This ensures that the subsequent lookups are extremely fast, simulating a high-performance backend. Get users and get user ID are straightforward. They simply return the data from the prepared cache. So we have a fast, robust server ready to be hammered by our concurrent client. Now let's move to the client side. Our goal here is simple but challenge. Fetch a specific number of MVP records in parallel. Visually, the application creates a card for each request that will show the information of MVP. The card is just a tPanel customized with a label and the update status method that will update the color and the label. Simple. This will be updated in real time reactively. This is the update card status. It will be passed as a callback when we execute. And it's a simple representation of our unit of work. When update these cards, we will see then goes from downloading to serializing, then success or error. Now, pay attention to the code. I didn't just throw code on event on click event. This was implemented using the strategy pattern. A start pipeline acts like a strategy factory. It will create the strategy asked. We also inject the iClient interface via manual dependency injection. The tClient server will be the class responsible. It's a service, yes, responsible for the HTTP requests, returning the content when success, or raise an exception returning the status code. The second step will be the deserialized user data. The content will be parsed and create a JSON model that will be embedded in the result. This is the information that will be sent to the card so it can be updated the real status that is happening in that moment. This ensures our code is clean, decoupled, and the battle between threads is strictly about performance, not architecture. It's a fair fight. Each strategy creates a thread or task to orchestrate in process. Here, for two-thread strategy, a anonymous thread for task, we have a task. And for the parallel for strategy, we also have the task. After each step, for each card, the user interface will be notified and updated. That will be here. Notify status that is in the pipeline interface. If the callback is valid, we queue a message. It could be asynchronized, but I prefer here to queue. So the main thread can just process the main thread. Look at this unit. What we have here? We have all the pipeline stats, the callback, reference prod, the completion event, the user know the result, the just a helper, the download result, a client service that is injected in the pipeline, the iPipeline strategy interface, and the pipeline strategy abstract class that implements the common constructor, the common notify status, and the finalize to make sure that we don't have any memory leaks. Okay. And the strategy also handles the cancel signal, which cancel in each step. If the user cancels the button, it will be stopped and notify the user interface that the task was cancelled, so the card can be updated with the right status that would be here. Cancelled is orange. What else? Oh, let's see how is this running. I will run this outside of IDE so we can get better performance. This will be our real container file. We will start running 32 parallel requests for each strategy. I will keep this simulate latency checked so we can simulate a real-world scenario. That is really fast, actually. Let's decode here. It's a simple sleep inside the client service here. We set the simulate latency here. While downloading, we sleep from 250 milliseconds to 200 milliseconds, and then the serialized data from 50 to 500. Just a little bit. We will not even notice any slow. So first, our veteran, the T-thread, observed behavior. The card will be pre-created in gray. The user interface does not freeze, which is our main goal. The results appears reactively as each thread finishes. It works, it's robust, it provides a good user experience. This is the standard we are used to, but under the hood, we created 32 system threads. That's expensive. Okay, next, the task. We are using the PPL to create individual tasks. Visually, it feels similar, but the code is much cleaner. You can often feel a slight improvement in startup time. Why? Because you are leveraging the thread pool. We are not creating raw operating system threads from scratch for every request. We are reusing them. Now, parallel for. Pay attention to two things. The first update, then the cadence. Look that it's faster, it feels more fluid, because PPL is aggressively reusing threads from the pool. We eliminate the creation cost we saw in the thread. The result is lower initial latency and much more greater fluidity. That was it. Let me run again and cancel. Look. We have several processed and some canceled. The color shade is by the time. It starts dark and it became cleaner as the time passes. Now let's stop playing around with 32 requests too easy. I want to show you what happened when we push the hardware to its limits. I'm going to increase the number of requests to 250. Yes. Remember, we have only 194 records in server. So we are intentionally going to hit the limit. When you run parallel for, will be an explosion of activity. But parallel for runs using all the cores. So all the machine will be a little slower. Okay, let's do this. Look the stats. Note the color density screen. You see starting gray, blue when start download, and flash green as they finish. It isn't sequential. It's not one by one. It's a wave of parallel execution. Look, the scroll bar is working. The task bar. It's not sequential. It's a wave of parallel. The T-parallel for put a lot of strain on my CPU cores to process the request and serialize the received JSON. But because of we are orchestrating this correctly, moving the work back to background and only pipe in the main thread, the user interface remains fluid. Not so fluid like in this task. The task is more fluid because T-parallel uses more CPU. You can use a custom thread pool and reserve only half of your CPU cores, then you have the responsiveness better in your application. In this case, you have to understand if you want is fast processing or if you have responsiveness. You can have both all the time. But did you see the progress bar? It was flying. It gives the user immediate linear feedback of a chaotic nonlinear process happening in the background. Oh, and here, did you see the last parse? This was the IDs that did not exist. They didn't crash the app. They correctly reported the error, even when I raise the exception. So we have speed, responsiveness, and stability, all running in parallel. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of PPL. So, why was the PPL version better than the thread version? Look at the iceberg. When you use the thread, you only see the tip. You are responsible for everything below the water. To make a T-thread solution as efficient as the PPL, you would have to build all this manually, a thread pool to avoid creating and destroying threads for every block of code, a scheduler to decide which task runs on which core, a queue of tasks to manage pending work, load balance to ensure one core isn't idle while another is overwhelmed. If you try to do this with raw threads, you end up writing infrastructure code, not business code. The PPL gives you this entire iceberg pre-built, tested, and optimized right out the box. So why reinvent the wheel? Look at this comparison table. What's the verdict? The classic T-thread approach is high complexity. It's manual management and it has high risk of errors like deadlocks and race condition, because you are managing the locks yourself. The modern PPL is low complexity, it has automatic management, and it's optimized for multi-core performance by default. Is the thread dead? Of course not. If you are building a permanent background service like a TCP listener that runs for the entire life of the application, or if you need to initialize con libraries in a specific way, thread is still the right tool. But for about 95% of our daily tasks, batch processing, REST API calls, calculation, database queries, the PPL will be simply superior. Now I want to share with you something. It's about the developer journey that never truly ends. We move from T-thread to PPL and I could think, can we go further? Even with the power of PPL, we still have responsibilities. We still need to protect our code with try-except blocks. If you don't, exceptions in threads can vanish the crash the app. You still need to manually synchronize your queue message to the main thread to update the user interface. Orchestrating complex pipelines like downloading this, then parse that, then save it to database, then update the user interface can still be verbose. It leads to a pyramid of doom of nested anonymous methods. It requires careful attention to detail. This is my vision for the next chapter. Project interface for the PPL. Maybe we can call thread tests. Is it a good name? I want to solve that parent doom I talked in the previous slide. Imagine writing complex workflow like sentence. For example, start with async downloading from a API REST, generate a PDF report, processing a head image, or execute a long database query. Then by async to choose the next step, like parsing JSON or compressing the file. On complete, to update the user interface safely. On reception, to safely record an error. No nest, no try except blocks cluttering your logic. The library handles the complexity of task, future, and exception propagation for you. It reads like a story. Just a note, this is a personal library I started building while writing the book. It's not fully baked yet, but my plan is to finish it and release it to the community maybe next month. So stay tuned. And to wrap it up, evolution is not optional. We still have to manage threads manually for everything. I invite you to try the PPL. Your code will be cleaner, your apps will be more responsive, and maybe even faster, and your user will be happier. Everything we discussed today, the patterns, the architecture, the why, and the how, is detailed in my book Delphi Multithread. Again, here's the QR code and my personal website with all information where you can find the book. It covers everything from the basic of the-thread to advanced high-performance patterns, and the code we saw today is available in my GitHub repository. Thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of CodeRage.
Well, there you go. That was Cesar, and I'm sorry about the volume. That could be something we did. We've had some problems with the software that we were using to do the subtitles and things like that. I actually have a support call into the software that I use. I use Audiate and Camtasia, and quite frankly, their 2026 version, not so great. That's my experience, but maybe yours differs. But the good news is, and I'm going to speak slowly, Cesar. Cesar's here live with me.
Hi, Ian. How are you doing?
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
Yes. I love Brazil. I've been there. Actually, I've only been there once. I was supposed to go there this year. And
I was waiting for meet you in person.
Yeah, I was going to go, and I got to the airport, and there was a new visa requirement. I didn't need it last year, and I went there, and it's hilarious because obviously, as you understand, the American government are causing lots of problems with tourism and visas. I get to the airport in Dallas, and they're like, "Where's your visa?" I'm like, I didn't know it. I needed a visa. It was only $40 or something, but it couldn't come through in time, so I couldn't go. And the plane took off half empty to Brazil. So, hey ho, that's the way it is.
That's
so,
there
anyway,
was a lot of people waiting for you here.
Yes, I know. I did appear virtually, but I couldn't appear in person. That's your book. Look at this, viewers, ladies and gentlemen. Look how thick it is. I mean, my word, that's a proper solid book. And it's packed with information. I mean, it's not, given the size of it and the thickness of it, you would think it would be in large type, but no, it's not. This is very closely typed text. Good job. You did a really good job of writing that. Well done.
Thank you.
So we had quite a few people saying some nice things about it. This one was interesting. From Keith, he said, "Excellent presentation." Well, there you go.
Well, the audio did not help, but I'm glad that liked the presentation.
Yeah, and David Harper says that's a big book. Yes, it is. And they can. I'll put the QR code back up again. Hang on, I'll put it up.
It covers multi-threading in Delphi from A to Z. Everything you can do with Delphi is there.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a couple of people that have written books about that, because it is that kind of topic where you can never know too much, and your book definitely covers ground that others don't. Dalia Prashnikar has one. She's a very, very good developer, and
She wrote
hers
a
is,
great book. I know her book. I like, but
yeah,
my main in this book was to write a full book from zero to architect.
yeah.
Anyone who can write Delphi code but don't know how to do with threads can start from the first chapter and go learn each one more.
Yeah, and that's true. And Dahlia, I'm sure, would be the first to say as well. You explore things differently to the way she does as well. I like Dahlia. I think she's she's one of those developers that when she starts talking, you feel stupid because you think, I don't
That's
know
true.
anything, because she's such a smart person. She really is. She's very, very good. David Harper says he looks forward to getting your book. He says he's been very good this year. Father Christmas or Santa owes him a book. So
That's great.
yeah, that's
Thank
good.
you.
What else have we got? I pinned a few others as well. This is more of a technical point of view as well. This is, as you said, PPL is good for similar jobs that run in parallel. And they said your example displays it clearly. So, you still there?
Well, yes, I'm here, but I see my face is frozen there.
Yeah, if you flip your camera off and back on again, you might find it unfreezes.
Okay, let's do
We
this.
can still hear you, but we just can't.
Well,
Oh no, you're still frozen. Well, we'll just imagine that you're moving around. Okay, and there's always, I don't know what it is. Whenever we have these things, the first day there's always something weird goes on. I don't know what it is. I guess a lot of the time they're pushing the envelope in technology. Nigel Armstrong says he'll have to catch the replay. He's about to go home in torrential rain. Well, I hope he got soaked through if he didn't see your presentation. So if you're watching this, Nigel, on the replay, good. I'm glad you got wet. You should have stuck around so that you could hear Cesar speak. He's disappearing. I suspect he's probably unplugging his camera or something like that. And we'll say hola from Imperial Valley, California as well. There you go.
that is too frozen. I know
Yeah,
that.
it's still frozen. Never mind. We can hear you fine. Weirdly enough, it's one of those things where the audio works perfectly. So,
That's
I
great.
yeah, I think these systems, they all use similar backends. We did try another product instead. This is Restream that we use, which is a very good piece of video presentation software. And it's the one that we found to be the most reliable. But weirdly, even that's having problems today. We did try using a different competitor's piece of software, and it was just no good in comparison. So there you go. Okay, so your book, how long did it take you to write such a big book?
Well, I started that a few years ago, work a little, stop. Then next year again, start to work, something happened. I let another year pass. This year, with the help with Gemini, I thought, maybe 3 months I can write.
Yeah,
That was a big lie. It took me about 6 months working about every day,
yeah,
full
yeah.
weekends.
I don't think people realize how much effort goes into writing a book, actually. I mean, in my life, I've been an author and an editor, and editing is easy because, you go and read what the person's written, and then you can criticize it. So it's not difficult. But writing the thing in the first place is harder than it looks, even with AI. One of our team writers uses AI quite heavily, and we still have to go through and check the content is correct and technically factual, accurate. But also
Actually,
we
I
have,
have to create all the content, the examples, and test this. The AI just helped me to organize and put better words. and I had great reviewers here. Carlos Agnes and Jackson Nascimento, both MVP in Brazil, and
I know
they
Carlos.
actually made me he write a few topics full just to be better for people understanding.
He's a very good guy, Carlos Agnes.
Yes.
I really like him. I've met him a few times, and I think might have met him in Amsterdam, but I also met him in Brazil, and he's forget where else I saw him. Anyway, TMZ, isn't he, or something like that? I forget the name of the company. His company.
TMR.
TMR. That's it. Yes,
Yeah.
I knew. TMZ is some kind of like horrible.
I know.
Sport, yeah, celebrity gossip websites. I don't mean horrible, but you know what I mean. It's like it's not something that developers would want to be involved in. So, but well, unless the money was good, I suppose. But yes, it's very good. A couple of people saying things like when orchestrating asynchronous tasks, isn't it better to implement a pattern similar to JavaScript style promises? And this is Maxi Donkey, who he knows a thing or two about AI. He said that's the approach he chose himself. Patrick Premartin did answer him and say the PPL is good if you don't need to synchronize tasks. If one is waiting for another, then you could end up with frozen programs, in which case you should use T-thread in this case. See, this is what happens when people write stuff. You get a whole bunch of people arguing about the implementation of it.
People must understand you can work and synchronize tasks with PPL. I do that all the time. But I think that what people missing is what it gives you for free. It's all there. You get the thread pool and you just ask, run this task, run this task. In the last slides, I talk about the full 8 tasks I'm working on. Maybe few days I can release for people together with a new project I'm working on, and then you can just ask for tasks to run background and synchronize back to you. But if you needed to have state and control shared resources, then they probably need a thread. But you can use a thread pool so you don't have to create everything all the time and this operating system get in the middle.
Yeah. We had a question about when will Embarcadero implement OS level threads or something. I forget what the exact question was, and the answer is I don't know. I mean, it's not a decision I would make, so I'm going to ask about that. But low-level operating system support is a bit tricky because it's different. Each operating system works differently. You know, Windows, Linux, Mac. Mac is Unix based, obviously, and Linux is Linux based, not Unix based. People would say, "Oh, they're basically the same." No, they're not. Behind the scenes, they don't work the same for multitasking and multi-threading. So that's when you start to get it really. You get into problems when you try and have the same solution work for every operating system. When you get to things like multi-threading, you know, it's a problem. So yeah, someone was saying they used to like Eastern European Delphi developers, but now they really like Brazilian Delphi developers. Yeah, so do I. I did a talk in Sao Paulo, I think 2 years ago, and it was kind of half joking, but I said that Brazil is the next Silicon Valley, and I meant that in some ways. I mean, in some ways I was saying nice things, but he's disappeared. But it's true that Sao Paulo is a very up and coming city. It's got its own problems, the same as anywhere else, like Detroit or New York or somewhere would have. But overall, it's a great. There you go. Caesar's back again. I think he's trying to fix his camera because I can see his little preview working and not working. We can hear you, I think, if you speak.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, as I was
But
saying, I really believe that Brazil has got all the resources and all the skilled labor to become the next Silicon Valley. I genuinely believe that. Wherever I go to Brazil, I'm always amazed at how many great developers there are, and they get taught software development in school. Which I think really lines the country up for being. Gustavo, you've suddenly become live for some reason. Not quite sure how that went. Somebody's playing around with our controls, I think, in the background. I'm not quite sure who that is, but Martha, if you're doing anything, don't do it. Martha says, sorry, it's her fault. Yes. Producer Martha's trying to make people appear when they're not expecting it. I'm just as well he was sitting in a chair. Sorry about that, Gustavo. He's been hanging around forever. Cesar, what's up next for you in terms of are you going to write any more books or are you done now? That's it, is it?
I actually work in something bigger. I wanted to talk to you in a few days. I'm starting 2 years ago. Do you remember my talks about the clean architecture?
Yes.
Do you remember I had some pseudo codes like .NET, ASP.NET projects?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, that's real now. I implemented ASP.NET, full ASP.NET in Delphi, using the same syntax, creating all the kind of syntax like you write in C#, and with dependency injection embedded. So you don't have to create anything, just put it in the endpoints. It will be injected there. It will get from the body of request or the header or from services. It's almost done. I think in a few days, I will release the project for the community.
Yeah.
It will be open source. And
you're amazing. I mean, I'm really impressed. The communities, one of the great things about Delphi is the community. The people that are out there do some extraordinary stuff. We've got 40 odd sessions, and not one of them's the same. They're all completely different. And
yes.
And books and things like that. It's still a lively community. I mean, there's this book, Pioneer in Simplicity. Your huge. Wait a minute. I'll lift your book up again. This huge book by you as well, which I thoroughly recommend everybody.
You can learn. You can learn multi-thread and do some exercises.
Yeah, that's right. It'll lift this up, down, and I'll lose some weight. I like it. Also, it's handy if I'm going to get hit over the head by something. I can use it as a defense because my hair is gone now. So, yeah, great. Look, I really appreciate you taking the time. I'm sorry if the audio went a bit weird. We kind of didn't have a lot of time to go through your video. Otherwise, I would have balanced the audio out and fixed that problem. I don't know what went on there. It's a combination of things, but the replay audio will be okay. You won't suddenly fade away quietly. Don't worry about that. And the subtitles were there anyway, so people could read it even if they couldn't hear what was being said. But it was only towards the end it started going weird like that. Excellent. Okay. Well, thanks once again, Cesar. And
thank you for having me.
Hey, you're welcome. And we'll do some more. We'll come on in the future and we'll talk about some other things as well. You're a very interesting guy, and I'm very fortunate to have you as one of our gang, so to speak. I think we, it's the strength is in the people, not in people like me or the product. It's everybody together and everything together, and you did a good job. So
that would be great. Thank you again for having me. Thank you to be here. I really love this.
Yeah, so do I. CodeRage is a lot of fun, and I always learn something every time. Yeah. All right then. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you go now, but we'll see you around next time, and we'll fix your camera and everything. Speak to you soon.
Thank you. See ya. Have a great day.
Okay. So once again, sorry about the audio on that. That's actually probably our fault. I don't know that for certain, but we do use some software that put those subtitles at the bottom. We were trying to we were trying to do some things like captioning and stuff like that, and we used Camtasia and Audiate, and I found a few bugs. I don't know whether that's what caused the audio to go quiet or not. I don't know, but I can definitely rebalance it, and we can go from there. Right. Okay. So the next session coming up is by Gustavo Enriquez, who you already had a little preview of because he was sitting there quietly minding his own business. And then Martha decided, I know, now would be a good time to fiddle with the controls and make Gustavo turn up. So, Gustavo, we're going to, you don't need to share your screen or anything. We're going to play the video for you, and then we can go from there. Okay. So this is Gustavo Enriquez, and let me pull up the right caption because producer Martha has been doing a sterling job. So this session is called Maker AI, the ultimate AI ecosystem for Delphi. So I should point out before I play it, Gustavo speaks Spanish normally, and why shouldn't he? But he did do a voiceover on this in English, and he chose to use AI, and I have no problem with that. I actually think that's a very sound choice. So before you think that there's something funny going on and I'm making it sound AI based, that's how the video is. But I think it makes it clearer. We've also subtitled it as well. And if you speak Spanish, you'll probably even be able to get it automatically translated by YouTube into Spanish. But here's Maker AI, the ultimate AI ecosystem for Delphi.
Hello and welcome to all our friends in the Delphi community. I'm Sol, and today I'm incredibly excited because we're joined by Gustavo Enriquez to introduce something that's going to be a game changer, version 3.0 of the Maker AI Delphi suite. Gustavo, it's a pleasure to have you here.
The pleasure is all mine, Sol. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to show you what we call the ultimate AI ecosystem for Delphi. Today, we'll see what makes this suite so different for integrating artificial intelligence natively and robustly into our enterprise architectures.
Fantastic. Gustavo, to start, take us to the root of the problem. As developers, we see the advancement of AI, but integrating it isn't so straightforward, is it?
Exactly, Sol. The main challenge is fragmentation. We're facing a chaotic ecosystem of APIs. OpenAI, Gemini, Claude, Llama, Grok. Each one requires its own SDK, its own syntax.
Tell me about it. That creates a huge dependency. The code you write today for one model is obsolete tomorrow.
Totally. And for those of us who work with Delphi who value stability and longevity, having to constantly rewrite code is a simply unacceptable risk.
So, in the face of that chaos, what is the solution that Maker AI proposes?
We present what we call a universal connector for APIs. The philosophy is simple. You write your code once and use it with all models. Through a single unified interface, our TA chat connection component, we create an abstraction layer that shields your application from all that complexity.
So you mean, instead of worrying about the specifics of each model, I unify everything under one umbrella? Chat, video, audio, all together?
Precisely. Your Delphi application focuses on what it wants to achieve, not on the technical details of how a specific model does it. It's like a data access layer, but for the world of AI.
I love that analogy. Tell us a bit more about the heart of that architecture, the TA chat connection.
Think of it as a driver factory for AI. It's our central point of communication. We already include native and optimized drivers for the most important models like OpenAI, Gemini, and Llama.
And what if a new model comes out tomorrow?
That's where its true power lies, extensibility. Thanks to the TA chat base class, you can inherit and create new drivers for any future model. This ensures that your investment in code is protected in the long run.
Okay, unification is great for 95% of cases, but as a developer, sometimes I want to squeeze the most out of a model. What if I want to use a super specific feature of Gemini that isn't standard yet? Do I lose that control?
Excellent question, Sol. And the answer is no. We know that sometimes you need full control. For those cases, we've designed the suite so you have direct and transparent access to the specific driver. You can use classes like TA Chat Gemini or TA Chat OpenAI and configure those exclusive properties right before the call.
The best of both worlds. I maintain clean, universal code for day-to-day use, but I have the power to go low-level when I need to. Maximum flexibility without sacrificing compatibility.
Exactly. That's the idea.
Let's talk about resilience. What happens if I ask a model to do a task and it just can't do it? For example, I ask it to generate an image from a model that only processes text.
That's where our 3-level automatic fallback capability shines. Level 1 is native. The model supports it directly, the ideal case. Level 2 is the internal fallback. If the main model can't do it, the suite automatically uses another one that can, like using DALL-E if you're with OpenAI.
And if that fails too?
Level 3, the programmatic level, kicks in. Here, Delphi takes control through events where you can execute your own code. Call another API, process a local file, whatever you want. The suite injects that response back as if the model had generated it. The result is an always complete, uniform, and resilient interface for the programmer.
This connects to file handling, right? How does the suite manage, for example, a PDF or an image?
With the TA native input file and T output properties, the suite orchestrates everything intelligently. It knows if the model can process a PDF natively. If not, it activates the programmatic fallback we just discussed. And most importantly for us Delphi developers, no extra components are needed. Everything is managed centrally and cleanly.
Let's move on to productivity. Managing prompts can become chaotic. How does Maker AI help us?
We separate the prompt from the code with TA prompts. It allows you to create libraries of complex, versioned prompts with dynamic parameters. Additionally, we've implemented a robust 3-layer memory, the history of the current conversation, a secondary persistent key-value memory for user preferences, and the system message with the base instructions that remain constant.
This ensures the AI is coherent and maintains context. Goodbye to conversations that forget everything after 2 minutes.
Exactly. And so far, we've talked about a conversational AI, but the real revolution comes when the AI acts. This is where TA functions comes in.
The famous function calling. Tell us how it works in the suite.
Imagine a user asks, what's the status of order 123 and the stock level of the main product in that order? A normal AI wouldn't know what to do. With TA functions, you, as a developer, expose secure functions from your application, like get order status or get stock level.
And the AI uses them?
Correct. The AI analyzes the question, understands it needs to execute 2 actions, calls your Delphi functions with the right parameters, gathers the information, and finally gives the user a coherent answer in natural language. We transform the chatbot into an active work agent, integrate it into your business processes.
Wow, that connects the AI to the inside of the company. And what about connecting it to the outside world?
For that, we support the MCP, Model Context Protocol. It's an emerging standard for AI tools. The revolutionary thing here is that thanks to our implementation, even a free local model running on Ollama can suddenly interact with your Google Calendar, browse a website, or manage files. It democratizes access to external tools.
Gustavo, a key point in enterprise environments is specific knowledge. How do we make the AI understand our data?
This is where our RAG 2.0 engine makes a huge difference. We start with TIRAG Vector, which is based on semantic searches. It converts your documents into numerical vectors that capture meaning. So when you search, you're searching by idea, not by keywords.
And I assume, following the suite's philosophy, we're not tied to a single provider for embeddings or vectors, right?
Of course not. We support multiple providers, and you can switch engines without changing a single line of your search code.
And where is the quantum leap you mentioned?
It's in TIRAG Graph. This component is incredibly flexible. It can work as a hybrid RAG system, combining semantic search with a knowledge graph to understand how documents are connected.
And its other function?
It can also function as a traditional knowledge graph, a very powerful tool for analyzing structured data. You can model the complex relationships of your business and ask questions like, find the shortest path between this supplier and our end customer, or identify the employee who is the sole bridge between sales and engineering.
It's the perfect union of unstructured knowledge, like documents, and structured knowledge, like business relationships.
With all these tools, we make the leap from reactive AI to proactive and autonomous AI with Taya Agent Manager.
An agent orchestrator sounds powerful.
It is. It allows you to design complex workflows where multiple AI agents collaborate. You can chain an agent that uses RAG to research, another that uses functions to act on the company's systems, and a third that consolidates the results. It's about creating collaborative AI systems, all orchestrated from Delphi.
All this power needs a human interface. What about voice interaction?
For that, we created the TA Voice Monitor. It's a cross-platform component that offers a complete voice experience with real-time speech-to-text, background noise detection, and, most interestingly, keyword activation.
Like Alexa or Siri, but implemented directly in my Delphi application.
Exactly, to create natural and frictionless voice interactions.
And to close the loop, the visual interface. What components do you offer?
We offer a complete and professional UI experience. We have Thai Chat Bubble to display text and multimedia, Thai Chat List to manage the conversation thread, and Thai Chat Input, which integrates text, attachments, and the voice monitor.
So in a demo, we could see how you can switch models in real time, ask for an image, a multimodal response, and everything appears fluidly in the chat.
It's the culmination of everything we've talked about, a powerful, fluid, and fully integrated user experience.
Gustavo, this has been an incredible presentation. In short, Maker AI Delphi 3 is not just another library.
No, it's a complete ecosystem that turns Delphi into a first-class AI platform. It offers a universal architecture that protects your code and super powerful tools like RAG 2.0 and autonomous agents to build the next generation of enterprise applications.
The potential we now have in our hands is enormous. Gustavo, thank you so much for your time and for this very clear explanation.
Thank you, Sol, and thanks to the entire community for your attention.
And to you, fellow developers, we hope this has opened up a new world of possibilities. Until next time.
Welcome. Today, I'd like to introduce you to the Maker AI Delphi Suite, a set of components designed to integrate the full power of generative artificial intelligence directly into your Delphi applications, 100% natively. No Python dependencies, no complex bridges, just pure Delphi. In this hands-on session, we will go step by step, starting with a simple chat and quickly scaling up to use advanced tools like computer vision, video generation, function calling, and much more. Let's get started.
To save some time, we already have the layout for a simple chat setup. We have a prompt area, a response area, and a button to execute the query. Currently, we are working in synchronous mode, which means the Windows interface will freeze momentarily while we wait for the AI's reply. As you can see below, there is no AI code written yet, just the basic framework. Let's connect a local AI using Ollama. This runs autonomously on my machine. We find the component TAI Ollama Chat in the component palette and add it to the form. The key setting here is the language model. We'll be using the GPT-OS model with 20 billion parameters. Moving on to the code, inside the button event, we create two variables, the prompt and the result. We pull the text from the prompt memo and call Ollama like this. The result is assigned by executing the component. We pass in the prompt, the user role constant, and an empty list for attachments since we don't need any right now. Finally, we append the response to the output memo. And that's it. Let's run the application and check the result. In the chat, we type, "Hello, how are you?" into the prompt area. When we press the send button, the system responds using the local model on our machine, as you can see on the screen. Now, let's make some changes. Instead of using Ollama directly, we'll use our AI Chat Connections component, which allows us to connect to all available models. We'll implement a system so the user can choose the provider, which we'll call the driver name, and the model. First, in the onCreate event, we call the getDriversNames function, which returns a list of available providers. We assign this list to the drivers combo box. Next, we move to the onChange event of the combo drivers to assign the selected driver to the chat and populate the models combo with the available options. For convenience, we always sort both the drivers and the models to make them easier to find. Finally, in the models combo onChange event, we assign the selected model to the chat. That should be enough. Let's compile and test. Okay, we missed something important here. We need to add the models we want to work with to our library list. In this case, we'll add Claude, Ollama, OpenAI, Gemini, DeepSeek, Mistral, and LM Studio. Now we are ready. Let's compile again. We select the driver first and then the model. As you can see, we have now enabled our chat with the ability to freely switch between both drivers and models. We'll start by testing with Claude and the Sonnet 4.5 model. We ask for the model's name, and we can see it identifies itself as an Anthropic model. Now we try with DeepSeek and ask the same question, getting its respective company as the answer. Finally, we'll test with Gemini and its latest model, Gemini 3 Pro, and get its response as well. Now let's move on to using functions. Maker AI has the capability to use internal functions, which we'll refer to as function callings, as well as external functions via a protocol called MCEP. In our example, we'll focus solely on function callings. To do this, we find the component named AI Functions in the component palette and add it to the form. Once added, we link it to the chat using the chat.aifunctions property. Functions are added via the Functions property, which opens an editor. The first setting to change is the function name. In our case, we'll call it getSystemDateTime, and it will be responsible for returning the system date and time. We must provide a concise and clear description. Although our example function doesn't require parameters, for compatibility reasons with certain models, we'll add a dummy parameter with an equally clear description. Finally, we need to implement the event required to execute this function. Inside it, we assign the response to the toolCall.response variable, in this case, the system date and time as text. Oh, and we mustn't forget to enable function calling on the chat before making the request. We do this by setting the toolActive parameter to true. Let's compile and test. We'll use Claude first, we ask for the date, and we see that the model now has access to our local function. Let's try again with OpenAI. We ask the same question and get the correct answer. It's worth noting that Maker AI provides this functionality provided that the model supports this type of calling. From now on, we'll use a demo included with the source code called Chatful. Let's compile it and test out some of the advanced chat features. The first feature is asynchronous mode. In this mode, the model responds progressively, making the user experience much smoother. Before making the request, we'll switch the reasoning level to low to get faster responses. Now we ask, "How are you?" The model will first take some time to reason and then respond bit by bit, allowing us to watch the entire process in real time. On the screen, we can see the complete workflow, including the reasoning phase. For the next exercise, we'll use ChatGPT 5.1 and ask it to describe an image. We simply use the Maker AI utilities to attach files. By selecting the Upload Files option, we browse for the file, attach it, and then ask for the description. Just like the previous request, the model will reason briefly and then progressively generate the description of the image. The best part is that since the response remains in the context, we can ask it to translate it into another language, for example. Moving on with the features, it's possible to request responses in clean JSON format, that is, without any additional text. We select the JSON format option and ask it to generate the description in this format. There's the response, being generated asynchronously and correctly structured, ready to be used by our programs. However, not all models have the capability to generate native JSON. One of the features Maker AI offers is the ability to extract text blocks, such as JSON, HTML, MD, etc., from the content. This isn't a model feature, but a component one. It extracts the text and presents it as attachments. To do this, we check Extract Text Files, and that's enough. The model generates the normal text, but an attachment appears with the requested data. In our example, we ask for a JSON, and upon opening it, we can see the generated JSON response. The next feature is web search, which is also offered by some models. We use OpenAI's GPT 5.1 and select web search. When we ask a question, we see the results being generated, and at the end, the list of links or sources appears. Since the text is long, we could ask it to summarize it as needed. We could also ask it to generate the response in JSON, allowing us to get the result in a format our programs can interpret. Then we have the code interpreter feature. This allows the model to rely on code generation, whether to create responses and files or to process inputs like Excel or CSV files. In our example, we'll tell it to generate a .wav file with a 450 Hz tone. We make the request and wait a moment for it to generate and return the file. The model might take a little time as it has to generate the program, execute it, and finally return the file. And if the file is large, downloading it will take a bit longer. Now, if we open it, we can hear the pure tone. But it's not just for audio. Let's try an example of a Cartesian chart with random points. We send the request asking it to generate a chart with 100 random points. We wait a moment for the response, and there it is, an attached file in the requested format with the necessary information. At this point, we could upload an Excel or CSV file with data, and the model would be able to return the generated chart. Since this is one of my favorite features, let's do a third example. We'll ask for a Word file with a research template. We'll tell the model to generate a template for a university research outline. We send it, wait a moment for the file to be generated, and it's done. Upon opening it, we see it generated the Word file perfectly with the requested structure. I want to emphasize that all of these are native model functionalities and only require parameterization to implement. No additional code is needed. Now we'll see one of the most amazing features AI has to offer: video generation with audio included. In this example, we'll use Gemini Veo 2 Plus. So we select the Gemini driver and look for the Veo 2 model. We'll ask it to generate a video of a Spartan warrior programming in Delphi, and let's see what this model is capable of. It's worth noting that video generation can take quite a while, and there are variations, such as generating a video from an image, among other options. Once the video is generated, we open it and see the Spartan warrior working on something resembling a tablet. Since the context was limited, we can see the model used its creativity to imagine the environment. Along with video generation, we have image generation with the advanced models offered by Gemini 3. As well as OpenAI. In this case, we'll use Gemini 3. We'll ask for something similar. Generate an image of a Spartan warrior, but in a high-tech environment, and we wait a moment. Now we can see the warrior is actually in front of a computer, inside what appears to be a data center. This is much better. But multimedia processing doesn't end here. There is still much more. Now it's time for voice generation. By the way, this is actually how the audio for this video was created, using this very tool. First, we look for a model to help us create the script, and we choose Gemini 3 Pro. We ask it to generate a conversation between Sol and Gustavo about Delphi. Upon receiving the response, we have a conversation with specific instructions that tell the model the tone, rhythm, and even if there should be size. Now we take this text, pass it to a text-to-speech model, and wait a moment for the AI to work its magic. After a short while, we find the attached file with the generated voice. Let's open the file and listen to the conversation. Hey, Gustavo, I noticed you were installing Rad Studio earlier. Are you seriously planning to use Delphi for the new module?
Yes, I am. You might be surprised, but for rapid application development, it's still a beast. I need to build a native UI quickly that connects to our legacy database, and Delphi is perfect for that.
I guess I always think of it as a language from the 90s. Doesn't it feel a bit outdated compared to using something like C# or Python?
The syntax is older, sure, but the ecosystem is very modern. It compiles just single file executables with no dependencies, and with FireMonkey, I can actually compile this same code for Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS without rewriting it.
I didn't realize it had that kind of cross-platform capability now. That actually sounds pretty efficient for maintaining a single code base.
Exactly. It's not the trendy choice, but when you need high performance and low memory usage without the overhead of a virtual machine, Delphi is still incredibly powerful.
What would follow this is the reverse process, sending the audio and obtaining the transcription. For transcription, we will use OpenAI's GPT-4o transcribe model, which is designed exclusively for this task. We just need to attach the file as we did before using the Upload menu. We select the previously saved audio and send the request. The model processes it, and after a few seconds, it generates the transcription text. It's a very simple process. Current models really do offer a vast array of functionalities. We have only shown a few of them here. Remember that it is the models themselves that provide these capabilities, so you only need the correct parameterization to get them up and running. Finally, the complete Maker AI suite includes tools developed 100% in Delphi, which are vital for creating professional production environments. Among them is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, technology that allows for context-based search. We feature a very powerful tool, knowledge graphs, operating in a hybrid RAG mode that combines embeddings with graph structures. We also have technology for agent orchestration, an essential tool for creating intelligent and autonomous workflows. And finally, components for creating MCP services with STDIO, HTTP, and SSE communication protocols, plus a proprietary one that allows connecting Maker AI AIs via the MCP protocol with DataSnap or RAD server. As you have seen, we've covered a lot of ground, from a basic chat connected to Ollama, through advanced capabilities like the code interpreter and multimedia generation, all the way to critical enterprise tools like RAG, knowledge graphs, and agent orchestration. Maker AI puts the full power of modern artificial intelligence directly into your hands, 100% natively in Delphi, with an ease of implementation that lets you focus on your business logic. I invite you to explore the code, try the included demos, and start taking your applications to the next level today. Thank you for joining us.
That was a pretty amazing presentation. Now, I did ping Gustavo because he is in the back end. Oh, yes. Okay, he's answered my question. I said to him, you can be okay to go live because he speaks Spanish, not English. And the AI did the English for him. But hola, Gustavo. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you. I'm
Jolly
glad to be
good.
here.
That was a really fantastic presentation. I really was very, very impressed what you could do with it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I work hard to doing that.
Yeah, and actually some MVPs. I'm just going to find a couple of them. Yeah, this guy here. This is Darian Miller. Darian's an MVP. He runs a very, very big, in fact, a couple of very busy forums, and he's a really great MVP, dealing with people all day long that like Delphi and stuff like that. And he said he's playing with Maker AI today. He said it's cool stuff. So that's a thumbs up for you from a fellow MVP.
Thank you, Darian.
And also Patrick Prematan, who is well known in the community, runs DelphiBooks.com and a few other things as well, and as a streamer. He said he found the way of presenting an AI solution in the form of a discussion using two AI voices with human-like tones was absolutely brilliant. Well done. So, yeah, I think you did a good job. Patrick speaks some English, but not a lot of English. And I've had conversations with him before. He does sometimes stream in French and English. So I'm guessing maybe he's looking for a few tips from you there on how to produce a video like that. I have a couple of questions of my own. For the video, did you do like a whole script for the video and then get it to translate the audio? Or did you do it in small chunks and put it together?
I create a little sketch about 1 minute, and then I put it together.
Yeah, and that was I think you said it was a particular engine. I can't remember what engine you said you used for the voice, but it's very good. I mean, I think most people can tell when something's AI. You know, the voice is just a little bit kind of, you just think that sounds like AI, but those voices were very good. You know, there was no kind of like fatigue that you get listening to some AI voices, and the conversation style between Sol and the other speaker, I think, was really good. I think it's very effective, a demonstration. And
Uh,
it is
I
make
make this video just with my own chat, like you see on the presentation.
right. Yeah, very good. Is Maker AI open source? I think it is because I've got a
Yes.
link. Okay. And how do you, I mean, what do you do other than that? You must be other things that you do. You're a developer, I'm guessing.
Uh,
Do you work at a development company, or do you just do Maker AI, or do you do
I,
other things as well?
I'm working in developer software.
Yeah, yeah,
I developer from Delphi 1.
yeah. Me too. Yeah, you can tell that I've been doing Delphi for a long time. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people watching it are the same. And uh, okay, when you do the Maker AI stuff, do you find that if you keep asking questions to refine it, to narrow it down, to make it better? Oh, you did this, but can you make it better? Does it sometimes get worse as you go along? Because I've seen some people when they talk about writing code with AI that they ask it to create a project for them and it does it, but there's a few things they need to fix. So they say to, okay, now can you fix this thing and this thing? And it does it, but it makes more mistakes. And then the more it goes on, the more it seems to make more mistakes. Or do you find that you don't have that problem anymore?
I have a lot of. Right now, I make it the version 3.1
Okay.
with all these new models like Cloud 4, 4.5 and Gemini 3. And the books is, wow, it's a big bunch.
Yeah. And Missouri Soft is saying, ask Gustavo about the university course. What should I ask you about there then?
No, I don't understand.
He said, ask Gustavo about the university
Okay.
course.
Okay. We right now with Sergio in Spain in the Salamanca University.
Uh-huh. I know
We
it. Yeah.
we estamos dando un curso de Maker AI.
So you do a course on Maker AI at the University of Salamanca.
Okay. Sí,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. Very good. Yes, I mean, I have to say, for the benefit of people watching this, University of Salamanca is a very big champion of Pascal in general, Object Pascal specifically, and also Delphi as well. But University of Salamanca is where every year there's a whole pilgrimage of lots of Pascal people going. It's a very prominent figure in the Pascal community, I think. David says, is the course at the University of Salamanca in English as well? I think the answer is no, it's in Spanish. Yeah, that's
But the next year, in January, we starting a English course. Bueno, también con la Universidad de Salamanca, also the university.
Yeah, yeah, very good. This user, I'm not going to try and say that now, Javier Starrerixon, I don't know, says Maker AI also includes a powerful set of components for making MCP servers as well?
We have MCP server and MCP client, and we can integrate MCP from models like Ojama or every model we can work. It can use MCP also.
Yeah, so it's very powerful. And Alvaro says in the Spanish, pero es un curso on línea. Is it the course online as well?
Yes, it's online.
Okay, so that's my terrible Spanish, but at least I tried.
I understand.
Patrick says the next one is in June. This is the Pascal Congress, actually, he was talking about. He said, Salamanca University for me, it sounds like the organizer of the International Pascal Congress. Yes, that's correct. That's what they're famous for, and amongst other things. And the next one is in June 2026. Yes. 1 year I will end up going there, I'm sure. I'll go and visit and say hi to my Spanish friends and enjoy the Spanish food, which is fantastic, of course. I love the Spanish atmosphere, and the idea of how Spanish life is very good as well. I think they have the right attitude. Spanish people understand the importance of being alive, not being at work. They work. It's not like they don't work. But I think that I used to have lots of friends in Spain. I used to work over there, and they have got the idea about life and enjoying life right. I think it's a good combination of understanding what is important in life. So there you go. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's probably all the questions for now. I just want to tell you what a great project that is. It's a lot of work went into it, and your video was very, very good as well. It's people should not underestimate how much time and effort goes into putting together a video like that, but not just putting together a video like that, but putting it together in English, which is not your favorite language. I'm sure you speak Spanish, but it was extremely well done. The explanations were very clear. The illustrations were very good as well. And the way you explained the topic was fantastic. So congratulations to you from me. I think you did a really good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now Miroslav is saying I need to practice my Spanish language, and you must say gracias, Gustavo. So I can say that. Okay.
That last question.
This is para los tiempos. Yeah, you can say this one. To open our conversations with Mistral. What is the? I'm not going to even try.
Okay.
This translate that.
For the OpenAI responses and Mistral conversation endpoint, how do you plan to abstract is-A events, given the major diff between two implementations? Okay, actually, we already have this implemented. The TI chat connection interface abstract all the complexity. In version 3.1, OpenAI handles responses and Mistral handles the respective endpoints.
Yeah, okay. And he says, great work. He used AI to help develop these components. I think you just said that you basically used AI to refine the components as much as anything. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, we've got quite a few people presenting this week and next week who are using AI, and I don't think a single one of them is the same. Everybody has a different presentation, which is amazing, really, when you think about it. If it was about databases, if you had 10 sessions on databases, 5 or 6 of them would be the same. But to get 10 different AI courses or however many it is, and they're all different and showing something different, it shows how powerful AI is and how far it has come in just 2 years, really 2 or 3 years. it has got to really quite a standard of being extremely useful and very powerful. What it can do. You showed the presentation of the guy with the tablet, the guy with the hair, and then the picture afterwards of him in a high-tech suite in a high-tech room, which was really quite funny. And actually, I find that AI is very, very good at producing graphics. My daughter is a designer, a graphic designer, and nobody wants graphic designers anymore because they think they can do it themselves with AI. I'm sure a good artist would disagree, but it is very capable at doing that kind of thing very well. And yeah, it's life is going on. Jacob is asking me a question which is probably not to do with you. He's asking where can he register? Oh, for the course? If you're talking about the course, then you need to go to the University of Salamanca and get it there. If you're talking about CodeRage, then you go to CodeRage. But for the course, I think go to this site and then you've got some links there. Is that right? I'm not sure if you catch what I'm saying there, but it's fine. We'll put some links up later for that question. That's it.
About RAC, we have not just RAC. Also, I have RAC graph. Is
okay.
Other technique, much better, is a complement.
Yeah, so it's adjunct. Yeah, it's similar. It's
no, RAC graph. Can you search about semantic questions? But RAC graph is an acknowledged database, and you can find relationship between objects.
Right. Okay. A bit like social graph, where you can find relationships between people and businesses and things like that. You can now find relationships on the relationship graph between this piece of information and that piece of information.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it's lovely stuff. Well, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to call it a day now and go and do some other things, but thank you for joining. And you sat behind quite a long while watching what was going on behind the scenes, but your presentation was fantastic. And I look forward to talking to you another time. Maybe I'll learn some Spanish to get better. Or we use AI. We should have AI translation. That would be funny. I'm not having the girl's voice, though. You can have the girl's voice. Okay. Speak to you soon. Thank you. All right. Adios.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Well, I thought it was a great presentation. I liked the AI, the use of the AI. I always say to people, look, I'm an AI skeptic. I'm an optimistic skeptic. And what do I mean by that? Well, I think that I'm optimistic about the future of AI because I think that we're already starting to see some incredible things come out of AI. And good things, not just putting people out of jobs, which is the stupid reaction that people get. I mean, it's not stupid, but it is a reaction that you see commonly where people say, "Oh no, we're all going to lose our jobs to AI. I think it's terrible, etc., etc." Well, I think that it's going to change our jobs as software developers. AI is definitely going to make things work differently. Just the same as my little console here. That Mortal Kombat console is made by the same people that made the original games that you used to have in the arcades. And everybody that knows I'm a war games fanatic, I have the video behind me, just down by my shoulder there. And I love war games. So I should have had Gallagher, I think it is, that you see in the movie, but Mortal Kombat was the only one that I could get. But this plays like, I think 12 or more different types of games. So Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2, MK3, which is what they call Mortal Kombat 3. And then it does Defender and a few other things as well. But imagine in 1982 when this was available, around that time. Actually, it was a bit later, maybe 86, 87. And people telling you that not only could I have one of these next to Spock, but I could have it and broadcast to you live wherever you are in the world, and that you are literally, as we had all these people saying earlier today, people from Cape Town, people from Korea, people from, we have a very big following in Korea, people from Brazil, Gustavo from Spain, Salamanca, and, every country you can imagine. And that would, you could see my game live. But not only that, that version of that game goes online. If I press a button, instead of having someone standing next to me and playing the two-player thing, that two-player up thing there, I can have player two be someone anywhere in the world. And, if you'd have told me that in 86, I would have thought you were a liar, because it's not possible. But now it is. Progress doesn't always mean something bad, and I think that if an old guy like me, because I'm getting older now, can be okay with AI and see the benefits of it, then I think maybe a few other people who have maybe got less than 40 plus years of experience can also have a look at that and go, well, let's see what it can do, because I'm okay with it. And I probably have more to lose than a lot of people, really, with the advent of AI. But what Gustavo showed there was really quite astounding for you Delphi developers out there. There's a set of components that do some incredible things. People talk about the stuff that we put inside the IDE. That's only one tiny little sliver of an attempt at AI. There are lots of other people out there. TMS, for example, have their own AI suite. And they're not the only ones. There are lots of others out there as well that are doing different AI. Throughout this CodeRage conference, you're going to see people that have got AI built into the IDE, and as you type it or do, suggestions in the code, you'll be able to ask your AI questions, and it will create units for you and classes. It will. Someone was talking about security and saying there's safety in business critical. Oops, that's the wrong one. Sorry. It was actually this question, but the question zipped up as I did it. David Harbour saying there's safety in business critical legacy spaghetti code for now. Well, actually, no, there isn't. and the reason there isn't is unfortunately because what happens is that this spaghetti code gets unraveled very quickly. There is a presentation, I think, coming up later next week of porting legacy code using AI, but also Scanner, which is someone that we've had on some of these presentations before. Scanner have AI assisted security scanning, and there's another company who have got Paganza, who do the Pascal analyzer. They use AI in certain ways as well, in conjunction with your choices. They don't just put it in, go, it's eating your code, tough, the world knows your code now. No, they do it in conjunction. But there's many projects out there, and every week someone sends me a message saying, Ian, I've got a project I want to show you. Are you okay to look at it? I go, yeah, sure. And then they swear me to secrecy, so I can't tell anybody about it. They say, I'll show you it, but you can't discuss it with anybody. I'm all right. If that's the deal, that's the deal. They showed me it, and it's great. It's very, very good. But someone showed me exactly the same thing the day before and said, hey, Ian, I want to show you this project, but you mustn't tell anybody about it. And now I've got two people who produce something fantastic and say, I don't want you to tell anybody about this project. I'm like, okay. Otherwise, I could tell you that I saw someone else doing this the other day. So, there's nothing wrong with having a couple of solutions, of course, but it gets a little bit kind of tricky when people say, don't talk about it. I think there's a lot of people seeing the gold rush and thinking there's a lot of money to be made in AI, and there is, but also there's a lot of money to be spent in AI. I know because I've spent a lot of it this week trying to edit audio and things like that. ESCO6 says, yeah, there's it's especially horrible with AI when the spaghetti code is multi-threaded. There's a good. Oh, that's almost the perfect comment for the session so far, isn't it? That spaghetti code and multi-threaded code, and you've included the answer from 2 sessions there that we've had today. Because earlier on we had one about from Cesar about multi-threading, and now we've had one about comment about spaghetti code and legacy code as well. I like that. That's very fun. And David Harper says, you are underestimating human creativity in writing confusing code. This is true, but I have seen AI hallucinations that give most humans a run for the money, because my word, when AI gets it wrong, it can get it spectacularly wrong. The most common thing you see with AI when it does go off course a little bit is that it suggests methods and properties on classes that don't exist. So it'll tell you that, you know, a T panel has got something, you know, some weird property on it, and you're looking at it, why have you put a dash and a greater than sign? And it's because it's copied it from C# and thinks it's the same thing. Yeah, I think that a lot of these large language coding models, what they do is they are very clever. They're trying to convert from a solution they've seen in, say, C# and then translate that into Delphi in the same way that if someone had written a great book in Spanish and it doesn't exist in the English language, AI might go and say, well, let me just take that and rework that into English. But in doing that, it puts some words in it doesn't understand, and they're not English words, and vice versa. Pascal Man says, human activity will be designing, planning, and testing. AI will create the code. Yeah, I think that is a probably true statement. I think that if you think about an IDE, just one second. I think if you think about an IDE and things like code completion and LSP, which is basically being worked on to death at the moment, and all those kind of things that go in the IDE to help you code. When I first started coding in the 80s, your IDE was a text editor. In fact, it wasn't an IDE, it was just a text editor. And in fact, for one job that I worked at, for the first, I think, 6 months or less, we did not type on the keyboard. We wrote out, it was COBOL, we wrote out COBOL on coding sheets by hand. They were paper sheets with area A and area B, and we wrote it out by hand. A typist typed the code in because there were only so many terminals, and they didn't want the likes of us young lads, as we were at the time, to waste time typing code into the mini computer or whatever it was. You know, because those things were expensive. The terminals were thousands and thousands of pounds each, and so we would type it in by write it in by hand on a coding sheet, and then you get your error stack back and all the rest of it. But then very quickly, within 6 months, they replaced it with dumb terminals, Televideo 925, so those that remember, and Wise terminals as well. And lads like me who could type, because I grew up programming from the age of 15. My mother was a typist, and she taught me to type, and I learned how to type. All of a sudden, we leapfrogged over the old guys who could only write out code by hand. And now, the younger guys, we could write our code in text editor. And Pascal Man says, remembers using Vim in Unix to write COBOL. Yes, and in fact, you didn't use Vim, you used Vi on Unix, because that's what we used. I wonder if we worked in the same era at the same time, because Ed was the first editor, and then Vi was the next one that most people used. Emacs came along after that, but it's certainly Vi was the text editor. Now, if you took people from that era and time traveled them forwards into this era now, they'd be blown away, because they'd be like, what? You know, code completion and all the rest of it. Why would we need that? We just write the code. But it's the next step on from that is that the AI does that. But yes, progress is inevitable, and I think developers are going to become shepherds of the code. You're going to tell the program what you want it to do, but instead of telling it through a program, you're going to tell it through a set of instructions. So you are still going to program, but your program is going to be at an even higher level. So it's like the equivalent of going from assembly language to a high-level language like C or Pascal. Now the difference is you're going from the assembly language equivalent of writing Delphi code to the higher level language of telling it what you want the Delphi code to be. You know, what I want my code to be. And actually, I suppose over time, it will probably become less important what the programming language is behind the scenes. That will be the difficult part, will be that maybe it won't be Delphi, maybe it won't be C#, maybe it'll be some other language, maybe it'll be even WASM or, you know, pure bytecode that only the AI understands, because you won't need to understand it. Maybe once it gets good enough, you'll just go, that doesn't behave correctly, fix it, and it will do it. And you don't ever see the program code because you don't need to. You go by some tests or something like that we have yet to imagine. Testing and code security and analysis will change at all proportion. You may get the AI to draw you flowcharts of the interactivity. You may get it to document it. You may get it to draw diagrams that are representative of the program's behavior. Right now, we're in love, as developers watching this, in love with writing code because that's what we do. But in 5 years' time, it's very possible that writing code may be something that people don't often do, in the same way that there are still people that do COBOL, but there aren't many of them. Compared to how many there were when I was a COBOL programmer in the 80s, and how many Pascal man was back in that time as well. You know, there were hundreds of thousands of COBOL programmers, and now I suspect there are probably, if there was thousands, I'd be surprised. You know, things move on. Quantic level programming language is coming. Oh God, yes. That is entirely possible. Quantum level. I mean, I'm not getting any younger, so I'm hoping that by the time it all comes along and I can't cope anymore, I won't care. Or I won't know, because I'll be thinking that I'm a palm tree or something instead of a human. So you never know what these are. Yeah, and people talking about formal logic and stuff like that. Yeah, and also Alexander Liberov says, we did it in the SSR in the late 70s, and I think the same is done in the US as well, where you write exact math spec and get the computer code for that. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there are some languages out there that you, like Occam, for example, which most people don't know, but was around for InMOS transputers. I used to check, it's a long story, but I had a job checking transputers for a living. Very expensive mistakes you can make if you put them into a checking rig and blow the thing up. They were £500 each back in those days, each chip. But that Occam was a language where it had one input and one output. It was a black box. And it took a lot of getting used to, because basically you were describing formal logic and a program would come out of it. So I don't know. I've seen it all when it comes to coding. I don't think I've seen it all yet. Soon, oh, you see now, Knut knows how to get me interested. And we're starting the video on the hour, by the way. Soon you'll talk to the computer and AI will generate the code ready to run. Star Trek. Yes, indeed. And someone told a joke the other day. They said, what I want to know is, who is it that gave Spock the super glue? I thought, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. What happens when Spock is left to play with the super glue? Yeah. But yes, I think you probably will. You'll just talk to computer. I mean, in some ways you do already. You know, Maker AI has a Telegram English group. Javier, if you email me, I'll put that link up for you. You can email me here, and or send it to one of the groups, and we'll put it up. The links get filtered out in case they're what's the word I'm looking for? Malicious. I apologize, my voice is going. Did anyone else see Elon Musk's prediction on Joe Rogan, AI generated client experience rather than apps? No, I don't watch Joe Rogan, but Elon Musk, yeah, he's an unusual guy. He's, yeah, I mean, he did say something useful really recently, where he went on Saturday Night Live, I think, and he was weird, and he said, "Look, I am the first person to say they're going to put people on Mars. I made the first consumer electric sports car possible." He didn't claim to invent it because he didn't. He bought the company, but he did this, he did that, and he lists out a number of things. Self-driving cars at the consumer level, which he did. Love him or hate him, and I'm not going to comment on his politics. But he said, I did all these things. Did you really think I was going to be some chill kind of guy? And I thought, there's a man who understands himself. But it's true. If you ever are unlucky enough to go to an event with me and sit and have lunch with me, you'll find that I can talk a lot. And people go, oh, God, he talks a lot. What did you expect? Look what I do for a living. When I'm not doing what I'm doing now, I don't talk to anybody. I'm on my own. I'm a developer. I turn on my dark lights, shut the windows, blah, blah, blah. I write code. That's what I do for a living. I write code for a living. And I still get up every day and write code. And that's all I've ever wanted to do since I was the age of 14 years old. So, Right. At which point are humans going to be irrelevant? Well, it depends on the task, doesn't it? So, I think, and how much we let them have autonomy and whether they can get around those rules, we shall see. Oh, and I disagree. I'm the biggest Star Trek fan in the room. I've watched all the series, all multiple times. Me too. But you haven't got Spock in your room, have you? No, I do. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go on to the next session, because I managed to fill the time quite nicely there. Let me have a look at what it is. It is Jorge, and it is this one. I'm fascinated by this title, and I can't wait to see what it's all about. So this is Jorge Cangas, and this is Red Green Refactor. Minispec will leave you with no excuses. I'll see you after that, a little bit later.
Hola, bienvenidos a esta sesión de CodeRage. Mi charla, como habréis adivinado por el título, gira alrededor de el mundo del testing, de los tests que escribimos y cómo los escribimos y la utilidad que esto puede tener. Lo primero que quiero llamar la atención es que esta charla se origina por una preocupación que he tenido yo, que es que quizás estoy equivocado, pero mi percepción es que la comunidad Delphi en general escribe pocos tests. Podéis haceros estas preguntas y reflexionar sobre ello, pero seguramente estaréis de acuerdo conmigo en que es así. No solemos ser una comunidad que apueste fuertemente por el uso de los test unitarios. Bien, pensando sobre ello, tratando de buscar las causas, creo que caen en dos grupos. Uno de ellos sería una especie de trampas mentales o barreras mentales que nosotros mismos nos ponemos, ¿no? Tendemos a pensar, bueno, ahora hago el código y luego escribiré los tests ya si tengo tiempo, ¿eh? Pero ese después pues no llega nunca. Otro pensamiento típico es no tengo tiempo, esto es un desperdicio de tiempo, pero si lo pensamos bien nos pasamos un montón de tiempo probando nuestra aplicación, ejecutando lo que estamos haciendo para comprobar que funciona nuestro código y que no hemos roto nada, y otro montón de tiempo cuando hay algún error debugando para entender o tratar de corregir aquello que falla. Así que tampoco es una excusa muy buena. Por último, pues hay gente, me he encontrado, pues que piensa que esto de escribir test pues es un poco redundante, ¿no? Pues ya tenemos el código, ya veo si funciona, para qué quiero los tests, si ya me funciona, para qué quiero los tests, y si no me funciona, lo que tengo que hacer es arreglarlo y no escribir test. Pero si piensas esto es que no has acabado de entender de qué va esto del testing, ¿eh? Otro tipo de barreras que podemos, o que creo que nos podemos encontrar y que nos frenan a la hora de adoptar los test en nuestra comunidad, pues es que quizá hay demasiada ceremonia para ponernos en marcha, ¿no? Hay que instalar frameworks, librerías, plugins, generar esqueletos de código, luego poner atributos. En fin, no parece muy rápido, y quizá eso pues hace que nos dé un poco de pereza y no encontramos el momento de ponernos en marcha. Por otro lado, está el propio modelo de XUnits, de estos frameworks de XUnit, que tampoco ayuda mucho, porque fijaros en el código de la derecha, pues al final el sitio donde está el test, que sería esta parte, pues ni es muy legible el test, ni está como oculto, ¿no? Queda un poco escondido aquí entre tanta ceremonia, código de ceremonia o código de infraestructura, nos queda un poco oculto realmente dónde está el test, ¿no? Y eso que es aquí solo hay un test, ¿de acuerdo? Por otro lado, el escribir un código de test de calidad que siga la disciplina de Arrange, Add, Assert, pues depende totalmente de la voluntad del autor, y en este sentido, pues el framework no ayuda nada, o más bien nada. Sin embargo, otro mundo de test es posible, ¿eh? Se conoce como Specification by Example, ¿de acuerdo? Y esto tiene su origen en que precisamente el concepto del término test creó bastante confusión fuera del mundo donde se originó, la comunidad que lo originó, porque test es algo que uno intuitivamente piensa que es algo que hace después de haber hecho el código, ¿no? Yo testeo aquello que he hecho, ¿de acuerdo? Y esa nunca fue la intención de los test unitarios. Así que cuando se dieron cuenta y tomaron conciencia un poco de esto los gurús de la comunidad de testing, pues bueno, poco a poco fue emergiendo otro concepto, Behavior Driven Development, y al final el concepto de test, pues con el término test hoy día, pues se habla bastante de este concepto de especificaciones ejecutables. Es un término que yo creo que está bien, porque habla de especificación, o sea, yo especifico lo que mi código debe hacer, no testeo lo que mi código debe hacer, que lleva esta carga intuitiva de que es algo que haces después de escribir el código. La gracia de los tests está en escribirlo antes de que tu código esté, como veremos en breve. Así que, con este otro enfoque de especificaciones, pues en otras comunidades, en otros lenguajes, existen frameworks que van orientados en ese sentido, pero en Delphi, pues que yo haya encontrado, no había ninguno, así que ya que me quejaba de que se escriben pocos test, pues si esto era la causa, pues me he animado a crear una pequeña librería que tiene el enfoque de Specification by Example, o Behavior Driven Development. Aquí a la derecha tenéis un ejemplo real de cómo funciona. Como podéis ver, se escribe directamente una descripción del comportamiento que uno espera que tenga el programa. No vamos a entrar en el detalle muy técnico de cómo funciona, luego veremos una demostración, pero es simplemente para ver aquí la diferencia de enfoque entre el XUnit y este tipo de frameworks que el enfoque es especificar requisitos y a la vez que esos requisitos se puedan validar que funcionan en nuestra implementación. Así que esto que veis a la derecha es directamente ejecutable y lo que uno vería por pantalla o en la consola, si lo ejecutara, sería esto que vemos aquí a la izquierda. ¿De acuerdo? Esta es la salida real de este ejemplo de código. Bien, entonces, como vemos, el verdadero valor de escribir test, o de escribir especificaciones, en realidad, que es el propósito inicial que siempre ha tenido esto, no es el de comprobar que mi código funciona. No era esto. Esto es una masa más. Pero en realidad lo que te está haciendo es poner el enfoque en clarificar los requerimientos desde el primer momento. Por supuesto, una vez que yo tengo este código que testea, si trato de evolucionar el producto y rompo algo, me voy a dar cuenta enseguida que he roto uno de los tests, porque los puedo ejecutar todos de golpe, continuamente. Claro, esto es una gran ventaja porque esto es mucho más barato que estar horas y horas buscando a ver qué he podido romper a lo mejor el mes pasado. Además, este estilo de test o de specification, este estilo, como hemos visto, a la vez nos está documentando el sistema porque nos obliga a redactar de forma clara qué es lo que tiene que ocurrir, cuándo debe de ocurrir, y qué es lo que el programa debe responder. Esto nos va a permitir tener unos requisitos y una implementación totalmente modular y nos va a forzar, con poco esfuerzo por nuestras partes, nos va a empujar a tener un diseño más modular. Y por supuesto, otra ventaja de los tests en general, de tener código testeado, que es muy importante en realidad este punto, es que si no tenemos esta red de seguridad que nos dan los tests, pues refactorizar el código, tratar de mejorarlo, es algo que nos da miedo. Normalmente en un código complicado intentamos no tocar mucho o tocar lo mínimo para que no se rompa, pero eso acaba haciendo que muchas veces compliquemos el código todavía más para no tocar lo que ya funcionaba, etcétera, etcétera, lo cual va haciendo que el código en realidad empeore a una gran velocidad. ¿De acuerdo? Bien, entonces el ciclo de trabajo, la esencia del ciclo de trabajo con este enfoque, con tanto test unitarios como cualquier tipo de test, un poco es este que vemos aquí. O sea, yo primero escribo el código del test, porque en realidad no era un test, era una especificación lo que debíamos escribir, y es con ese espíritu que hay que hacerlo. Entonces, aunque no usemos un framework como MiniSpec y sigamos usando XUnit, lo que es muy importante es tener en la cabeza esto, que lo que estás escribiendo es el código que especifica la implementación que vas a tener y debes escribirla antes, no después. Bien, una vez que escribes este código, claro, como lo acabas de escribir, pues seguramente falla en este momento y comenzarás con un estado, el típico estado rojo en los tests. Después trataremos de escribir el código más sencillo y el menor posible para lograr que el test pase, con lo cual estaremos en estado verde. Pero aquí no acaba. Aquí no acaba el trabajo. Ahora lo que hay que hacer es, una vez que ya conseguimos que se cumpla el objetivo de nuestra implementación, lo que hay que centrarse es en la calidad, en que ese código esté bien hecho. Entonces entramos a hacer refactor, pero manteniéndonos en verde. Esta es la gracia. Y volvemos a comenzar. Cuando estemos a gustos con el refactor, cogemos una nueva especificación y repetimos el ciclo. A medida que añadimos casos, más y más casos más complicados, por fuerza la implementación necesita cada vez generalizarse más para abarcar esos casos. que vamos introduciendo. Y de esa manera es como el diseño va emergiendo a partir de las especificaciones y del código real funcionando. Bien, lo que vamos a ver a continuación es un ejemplo en varias tomas, 5 tomas, me parece que es, 5 secuencias de la posible evolución que podría tener en nuestro código al crear un juego de mastermind ilustrado con este sistema de especificaciones que el código yo ya lo tengo hecho, pero vamos a mostrar un poco estas distintas etapas para que se pueda apreciar bien esta evolución y esta generalización y cómo es en realidad este ciclo de trabajo. Para quien no conozca Mastermind, hay aquí una breve explicación y una foto de Wikipedia. Es un juego que básicamente consiste en descifrar un código de 4 colores a base de ensayo y error, donde el feedback que te da el juego es las fichas que están, cuántas fichas tienes en la posición correcta y cuántas tienes ese color pero no están en la posición correcta. Bien. Tenemos aquí nuestra primera toma del juego. Esto sería, digamos, lo primero que uno podría escribir para hacernos una idea. Nuestro primer requisito que se nos puede ocurrir pues es que queremos que el usuario sepa cuántos dígitos ha acertado, ¿no? Si ha acertado los 4 dígitos, sería el caso, el happy path típico, pues que informe pues eso, ¿no? de que ha acertado todos esos dígitos. Uno está pensando digamos, en la feature de mostrar cuántos ha acertado, pero hay que empezar por algún caso, ¿no? Entonces, el primer caso que uno podría probar pues sería el que aciertas todos los dígitos, porque es el más obvio y el caso más feliz, ¿no? Entonces, uno podría empezar escribiendo un esquema como este, más o menos sencillo. Minispec nos va a pedir una clase que representa el estado de los test a lo largo de la ejecución. Yo solo tengo que darle la clase, él lo va a crear en cada momento, lo va a manejar de forma automática, lo va a destruir cuando toca, etcétera, etcétera. ¿Vale? En este caso, como acabamos de escribir esto, pues como decíamos en la introducción, estamos en rojo. El código ni siquiera compila porque esto de aquí pues no tiene nada todavía, ¿eh? Y en cambio yo estoy pensando, estoy esbozando cómo puede ir esta implementación, ¿eh? Estoy diseñándolo aún, entonces, bueno, estoy pensando que aquí voy a guardar pues, realmente el estado del juego en esta clase, que es la que lo va a controlar, de mastermind, que aún ni siquiera existe, que va a ser, digamos, el engine, el motor que controla el juego en sí, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, lo inicio en un estado con un código secreto. En el juego real, seguramente lo que vamos a hacer es que esto se genere aleatoriamente, pero yo para escribir el test, pues quiero poder especificarle cuál es ese código secreto interno, porque si no, no puedo escribir el test, ¿no? Bien, entonces lo siguiente que tengo que capturar es el ensayo del usuario, ¿vale? O sea, el juego está en un estado, tiene un código secreto, pero de alguna manera lo mínimo que tiene que pasar es que de alguna forma hemos de obtener la respuesta o el ensayo que el usuario quiere hacer. Y estoy pensando que el usuario, como hemos dicho antes, pues pone los dígitos correctos. Entonces, ¿qué tendrá que pasar? Pues que tendremos que mostrarle que hay 4 aciertos, ¿no? En esta situación hay que mostrar que hay 4 aciertos. Entonces, lo que yo esperaré es que el juego, de alguna manera, me informe, tendrá alguna manera de informarme pues el estado de, pues eso, de valores correctos para esta jugada. Así que yo querré, o esperaré, mejor dicho, ¿no?, que el valor de ese estado coincida con 4. Esto es lo que yo voy a querer. Bien, esto sería el estado red. Aquí esto no compila. Vamos a pasar a la toma 2 para ver cómo esto podría continuar. El 2 creo que era este, sí. Bien. En el 2, la feature, perdón, esto veníamos de aquí, digamos, ¿no? Ahora hemos añadido mastermin aquí. Hemos creado la clase que es el motor del juego y la hemos añadido al contexto del test, que es lo que se llama el mundo, el world de las especificaciones. Es lo que va manteniendo el estado a lo largo de estos pasos, el given, el when, el then. Se conoce esto como pasos. Bien, entonces lo que hemos hecho es lograr que esto compile. ¿De acuerdo? Esto ahora compila. Y lo hemos hecho pues con una implementación, como decíamos en la introducción, lo más sencilla posible. O sea, no nos hemos complicado mucho. Tan sencillo como decir que el estado, una vez que yo pongo recibo el ensayo o el intento del jugador, pues poniendo aquí que hay 4 valores correctos, el test ya pasa. ¿De acuerdo? Alguien puede decir, esto es trampa, estás haciendo trampa. No, estoy siguiendo las reglas. Las reglas es que el test pase con el menor esfuerzo posible. ¿De acuerdo? No voy a crear complejidad accidental, porque en cada momento me voy a centrar en el código más simple que yo pueda. Bien, esto pasa, vamos a ejecutarlo. Hemos dicho que estas especificaciones son ejecutables. ¿Qué significa eso? Significa, fijaros que esto lo estamos escribiendo, curiosamente, la inicialización. Puede haber otras maneras de organizarlo, pero esta es la más simple y minispec no nos exige, o nos exige escribir lo mínimo, escribir el requisito claro y los casos de prueba de forma clara, y ya nos impone un orden. Este es el escenario en el que estoy pensando, todos los dígitos son correctos y aquí voy haciendo un código que se autoexplica. Entonces, cuando yo ejecuto esto, voy a hacer que se pare para que podamos verlo, porque si no, la salida por consola es por consola en este momento. Eso es configurable, pero por defecto es por consola. Cuando yo ejecuto aquí, pues efectivamente veo aquí la salida y tengo el resultado. Hay un test pasando y ninguno que falla. Además, obtengo un resumen legible del test que estoy haciendo. Voy capturando aquí los mensajes. Podemos pensar que no tiene mucha gracia porque en realidad lo he escrito yo y así es, no es muy complicado, pero luego veremos otros ejemplos donde esto es un poco más interesante. Bien, el test ya pasa, como decíamos, vamos a dejarle que continúe la ejecución y vamos a pasar a la toma 3 o secuencia 3 del proceso. Si la 3, no me equivoco, es esta. Bien, vamos a ver. Bueno, una vez tenemos este mínimo, claro, no tenemos solo que acertar, ¿no? O sea, ya tenemos el caso en el que pones 4 valores correctos, ya lo tenemos pasando, pero nuestro juego tiene que hacer más cosas, ¿no? Hay más requisitos a aprobar, ¿vale? Entonces, lo que hacemos es poner el foco en esa feature, nos damos cuenta de que el requisito es un poco más concreto, ¿vale? Y pues le decimos aquí esto, ¿no? Que reescribimos, vamos reelaborando la especificación. Ay, perdón. ¿Vale? Y yo estoy en el caso en el que los dígitos son correctos, pero claro, en general no solamente hay que decir los dígitos correctos, sino también los desplazados. O sea, los que aparecen en el código secreto, pero que no los has puesto en la casilla correcta. Y además me doy cuenta de otra cosa, que es que si acierto los 4 valores, la partida termina. Y esto no lo estábamos contemplando, ¿no? Así que añado esta expectación, ¿vale? Es decir, bien, cuando yo acierto los 4 valores, me tiene que decir, ¿no? El estado del motor del juego es que hay 4 correctos, pero tiene que ser que el de desplazados es 0 y de que la partida se ha acabado. Esto es el estado correcto final que tiene que haber en esta situación. Esta sería la especificación de ese estado, digamos, completa. No solamente los que ha acertado, sino los desplazados, y tiene que detectar que la partida se ha acabado. Esto funciona, compila, hemos hecho una evolución sobre esto. Como siempre, habríamos escrito primero estos tests y los habríamos hecho pasar ¿cómo? Pues de la forma más simple. Tan sencilla como esto es detectar que hay 4 valores correctos. Esta implementación en principio ya es buena, es así de simple, pero ¿cuándo acaba la partida? Cuando hay 4 correctos. Hemos guardado el valor de los correctos como teníamos antes. Y fijaros que no estoy haciendo nada con los desplazados, porque es que me coincide que el objeto este se inicia a 0 y por tanto ya el test ya pasa correctamente sin que yo haga nada más. Sí, vamos a pararlo un momento también. Ok, aquí podemos verlo, está todo correcto. Tengo un test pasando, que es el de los 4 dígitos, ¿vale? Y ninguno que falle. Ok. Esto es un poco el esquema básico y ahora, en este caso, más o menos sencillo, porque es un juego más o menos sencillo, pues podemos pasar a tener caza mayor sobre el trabajo a realizar. Vamos a cerrar esto para ir al estado 4, a la toma 4, que si no me equivoco es esta. Vale. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que sucede? Bueno, lo que pasa aquí es que vamos a verlo aquí abajo. Ahí. Lo que pasa aquí es que, ven, yo ahora me doy cuenta de que sí, tengo que detectar el final de la partida cuando es 4, ¿de acuerdo? Cuando acierto los 4, quiero decir. Pero claro, ese estado, cuando yo no acierto 4, pues tiene que valer false y eso no lo estoy capturando. Así que decido poner el foco en ese requisito, en que se detecte bien el final de la partida, ¿vale? Así que, pues, reescribo mis requisitos, ¿de acuerdo? Es decir, ya ahora estoy centrándome en la feature, me doy cuenta de que tengo que poner foco en la feature de detectar el final de la partida de forma correcta y para eso no me basta con un caso solo, necesito unos cuantos más, pero todo el rato es alrededor de la misma lógica. Entonces, fijaros que ahora lo que estoy haciendo aquí es lo que se conoce como un esquema de escenario que en realidad es como una plantilla, porque lo que voy a hacer es, todo el rato es, dado que el código secreto es este, que puedo coger cualquiera, si el jugador intenta cierta jugada, le voy a informar de si la partida ha terminado o no. ¿De acuerdo? Así que creo este esquema de escenario y lo voy a comprobar con todos estos valores. Entonces, fijaros que aquí hay que ser astuto a la hora de escoger los casos, ¿no? No vamos a hacer 10.000 millones de casos. Vamos a intentar tener un grupo de casos que cubran realmente todos los escenarios, todas las variantes, perdón, del mismo escenario. ¿Vale? Entonces, bueno, una forma sencilla que puede valer para este caso es, empiezo con este, que es el correcto, ¿no? El jugador acierta los 4 valores y ahora escribo simplemente fallando uno de los dígitos en cada lado, ¿vale? Pruebo también alguno aleatorio, ¿vale? Algunos casos extraños, digamos, o que fallan todos, o bueno, ese tipo de cosas, ¿no? Pero lo importante es diseñar estos casos, pues eso, de forma astuta, con lo que aquí, pues tener un buen QA es una buena cosa que nos ayude a pensar realmente en todas las posibilidades que el usuario nos puede plantear. Este escenario es un juego más o menos sencillo y son fáciles de prever, pero en la vida real, con pantallas interactivas y esto, pues la cosa a veces puede ser más complicada y los programadores somos optimistas por naturaleza, tendemos a pensar solo en las cosas cuando van bien y por eso es bueno que haya múltiples perfiles en un equipo para crear test con calidad. Bien. MiniSpec tiene otra manera también una herramienta de apoyo para comprobar los tests, más allá de verlos en la consola. Tenemos esta pequeña herramienta que se queda instalada aquí y ya no necesito ejecutar. Simplemente cuando hago un build, él va a detectar automáticamente los casos, se informa. Puedo ver realmente si me ha fallado el último o lo que normalmente estaremos enfocados en uno, con lo que tenemos un feedback muy rápido. Podemos incluso lanzarlo desde aquí, las especificaciones, pero también tenemos este modo de ver el resultado. ¿Vale? Simplemente es que cuando yo hago build, el MiniSpec Watcher, que es esta herramienta, lo que hace es lanzarlo, pero pasándole un parámetro para que en lugar de generar la salida por consola, la genere en HTML. De esta manera, yo puedo tener aquí el mismo informe, esto lo puedo tener abierto, puedo tener esta página que se autorrecarga y yo simplemente compilo y por el hecho de modificar el exe, esto se va a refrescar. Ahora no ha cambiado nada y no me doy cuenta, pero si yo modifico un test para hacerlo fallar a propósito, y compilo de nuevo, automáticamente se me despliega el test que falla. Porque será lo normal, que yo quiera poner el foco no en lo que va bien, que ya sé que va bien, sino en la parte que estoy trabajando. Entonces, normalmente si yo escribiré el test y normalmente pues no pasará bien y tendré que ir sofisticando el código de la implementación en este caso, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces normalmente pues yo iré trabajando aquí, como hemos visto antes, no hacía falta calcular los desplazados porque ya coincidía el 0, pero en el momento que yo hago múltiples escenarios esto ya no es así y uno haría evolucionar el código, lo va haciendo más sofisticado para abarcar más casos, ¿no? O sea, la receta de ir poniendo cosas como esta tiene un recorrido corto a la que pones unos cuantos escenarios más complejos, te empiezas a crear un código pues duplicado, etcétera, etcétera, que en la parte de refactoring, en la etapa de refactoring, es lo que debes ir eliminando. Tienes que ir aumentando la calidad del código, haciéndolo, pues eso, más sofisticado para que esas soluciones muy simples que te han permitido que el código pase, que el test pase, perdón, pues como pueden ser quick and dirty, como decíamos, ¿no? Rápido y sucio, pues deje de ser sucio al menos, pero ya estando en verde, con lo que yo me doy cuenta enseguida si introduzco algún error lógico, porque tengo ya la red de test escrita y pasando en verde. Por lo tanto, puedo centrarme en mejorar sin temor a introducir nuevos bugs. Bien, como os decía antes, en este caso, que tenemos esta plantilla, vemos que aquí, cuando yo despliego los casos, si me fijo, veo que los valores estos ya están sustituidos aquí. ¿De acuerdo? O sea, mini-spec realmente lo que está haciendo es ejecutar el mismo test, reemplazando en cada ejecución los valores por los valores de la tabla. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces esto por eso se llama un esquema de escenario, porque no es solo un test. En realidad aquí hay tantos test como filas aquí, que creo que son 7, ¿no? En total, correcto, 7. Hay 7 filas, por lo tanto hay 7 tests para el mismo escenario que es, o la misma feature que estamos intentando, que es detectar correctamente el final del juego, que en este caso es el escenario que nos interesa en esta feature. Solo le hemos pedido eso, ¿no? Es una feature centrada en que se detecte correctamente el final del juego. Bien, pues con esto esa feature estaría bien cubierta, tendríamos el happy path y los casos, una diversidad de escenarios, de ejemplos, donde ese escenario debe dar falso. Con eso podemos ir al último estadio, que sería este, si no me equivoco, toma 5, correcto. Bien, y ahora pues lo que hemos hecho es completar para que se vea cómo a medida que el código va añadiendo features y se va sofisticando, pues bueno, poder ilustrar que esto lo podemos organizar, pues como es al final las especificaciones es código Delphi, pues simplemente hacemos uso de las técnicas normales del código Delphi. Podríamos seguir aquí distintos convenios, pero bueno, uno sencillo, si las features no son muy grandes, no tienen muchos casos, podemos guardar una unit por feature, aunque no hay nada que nos obligue a ello. Podríamos también crear varias units. Si tenemos una feature muy compleja, con muchos tests, que no es recomendable, lo recomendable es tener features bien centradas, bien enfocadas, para que sean manejables, ¿no? Pues lo normal es hacerlo modular, hacerlo lo más atómico posible, ¿no? Pero bien, como digo, esto es código normal en Delphi, entonces podemos irlo organizándolo utilizando pues, lo que utilizamos normalmente en Delphi. En este caso, pues hemos factorizado algunas cosas en unas units comunes para poder hacer uses tanto en una como en la otra, ¿vale? Recordar que al principio el wall estaba aquí, y ahora ya no, para que se pueda compartir. Si tengo 50 features que trabajan con el mismo wall, básicamente, pues las puedo compartir. Si tengo otras 20 que requieren un wall ligeramente distinto y no quiero que tener un único wall muy grande y complejo, pues puedo crear varios también, no pasa nada. En este caso, pues tenemos la feature que teníamos originalmente de detectar correctamente el final del juego, y Para ilustrar, pues hemos añadido otra que es la que computa los puntos, ¿no? Cuenta realmente los puntos, pero los cuenta bien. Es otra de las features que necesitamos. Entonces cuenta tanto los correctos como los desplazados. ¿De acuerdo? Nuevamente, pues esto se puede resolver porque al final estamos testeando la misma cosa, pero variando los casos de prueba, pues lo podemos organizar de la misma manera con un escenario, con un esquema de escenario, y nuevamente es importante elegir astutamente los casos, los ejemplos de prueba para cubrir bien todas las situaciones. ¿De acuerdo? Nuevamente, si yo esto hago un build, lo tengo aquí, el watcher se me dispara automáticamente. No teníamos el autorreload, entonces la página no se ha recargado. Pero ahora sí, ¿vale? Tenemos 19 tests pasando, ¿vale? Que podemos inspeccionar, exportar a PDF o lo que nos guste, ¿vale? Además, podríamos añadir a minispec otros tipos de reportes. Puede que en un futuro me anime a ello. De momento generamos HTML y consola. Pero bueno, como digo, es fácil de extender, tiene un diseño muy modular. Y, en fin, eso es todo. Queríamos ilustrar este ciclo de trabajo con un ejemplo ilustrativo. Espero que así haya sido, que os haya ayudado a entender mejor cómo crear test, cuál es su verdadera finalidad. Y bueno, espero que MiniSpec os haya parecido atractivo y os animéis a probarlo. Nada más, muchas gracias a todos y nos vemos pronto.
Well, there you go. Red, green, refactor. Minispec will leave you no excuses. I liked it. Very, very good. Now, Jorge is in the background, I believe. I didn't ask him whether he was going to join or not. Yes, he is. Are you going to join us live? You can tell me in the chat. I don't want to turn your thing on unless you're happy to do that. Let me just go. I'm going to show. He's typing the answer. We should have asked this whilst the video was on, shouldn't we? Whoops. He says hi. Okay, all right. Let's. My English is very limited. That's fine. However limited your English is, I can assure you, it's better than my Spanish. Let me turn you on. Okay, we can't see you because your camera's not on, but we can hear you. There you go. We can hear you as well. Let me just. You muted yourself, it says. So let me. Can I unmute you if you want?
Hi.
Hello. Hola.
Hello.
How are you doing, my friend?
Good.
Good. Yeah. I will talk slowly. I understand. I should learn more Spanish because we have so many Spanish developers, and it's always the same. All I can say is yeah. So I thought
okay.
You can hear me okay, can you?
Better.
Yeah. Oh, you have a different camera. Wow.
Yes.
Professional setup. I have two cameras.
Two cameras.
I only ever turn one on, so this is the cool one with the stuff behind me. So yeah, it's very interesting. We had a lot of comments in the chat. Some people are like, oh, test-driven development, I don't like it. I get it. It's not for everybody. But others were saying that they think it's very useful. And I think a lot of people liked the interface, the fluent interface, for the testing as well. So, you okay?
Sorry, moment.
Yeah, you're looking at a little bit confused there. A lot of people were saying that they liked the testing interface and thought it was interesting. Is there a download link for that anywhere? Are you able to put it in our little private chat here or something like that? Oh, here we go. I see it. Actually, it's in the chat. I gotcha. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm going to put that up on our chat here. Just 1 second. I can add this to here like this. I think we don't need the tree main part of it. We just do that. Here we go. All right. So this is what was you were showing, Delphi DAF, and it's part of DAF FW. Okay, I understand. So yeah, it's very good. I like this kind of thing. I like these kind of the thing I like about CodeRage is we get lots of different sessions about lots of different topics from people. So 1 minute we'll have someone talking about game development, and another talking like you are about test development, and another one talking about Linux or something like that. And that's the good thing about CodeRage is there's such a variety. Jorge, I remember, didn't I make an MVP like 2 years ago or something? I seem to remember. It was yeah, Danisoft were pushing hard for you to be an MVP.
Correct.
They've got 2 people now they've had recommended as MVPs, and you're the first, and then there was another guy recently. I think Spain is very, very strong for Delphi people. There was an event last week, which you were there, and I turned up at 6:30 in the morning for those that are Americans. It was Thanksgiving, and I'm like, oh, why am I doing this? But it's important, to realize that Delphi is used around the world, and just because I happen to live in America, that means nothing really. There are plenty of people in Spain. It's a very strong country for Pascal in general, but also Delphi, and you do a lot to help with that as well. So it's very good. Yeah. I don't think there were any specific questions. The main one was asking about where they could find it, and we've put that link up there. There were people saying, this one from David Harper, for example, said, as mentioned, this framework looks very nice. So I think you've got some fans there. And also people were talking about coverage and saying they have to make sure that there's test coverage. There was a big discussion in the chat from people talking about what happens that they have a test churn. So they write code, then they have to go and change their tests because the specification for what the code should do has changed. And I think you turned it on its head really and said, well, you should be doing the test almost as a specification for the work and then write the code. I think that's what you were saying. Bruce was saying he found test-driven development very useful and productive, although he doesn't like it when people have set metrics, so set measures about how many tests there should be and what amount of coverage there should be from management. And he thinks that this is one of the reasons that Scrum can sometimes become a productivity sucking dumpster fire. Well, there's a great phrase to translate into Spanish. But he's just saying that it can become unproductive. So what do you do during the day normally as part of your normal coding job? Because I'm guessing that this is not the only thing that you do.
No, I do a lot of clients supporting courses, education, or consulting.
Yeah. Do you actually work
developing solutions?
Yeah, I can't remember. Do you actually work for Danisoft or do you work for someone else?
Freelance and Danisoft is.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's 50-50.
Yeah. I know what it is. What was the first version of Delphi you used? Can you remember? Everybody remembers.
Yeah. I start when with Delphi 1 in and before in Turbo Pascal
of
and
course.
at CPM.
Yeah, CPM. I always thought CPM was a good operating system, better than DOS.
Yeah, better than DOS.
Yeah, but DOS won in the end. Microsoft ruled everything, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so many people started with Turbo Pascal, and lots of people learnt Turbo Pascal at school, of course, which was, I think, the thing. It was very cost effective. I think it was $49 or something, $50 US. And even in the UK, where I lived in England, it was cheap as well. And I think that helped contribute towards how many schools could adopt it, because they had a very good program of allowing schools to have Turbo Pascal in the school, and that helped with people testing it. Mizurasoft says, "What about GUI tests?" Well, that's not what you were talking about in your speech.
You need my preferred solution is view models to abstract the form and the visual controls and testing pure code.
Yeah. So testing it in abstract rather than, yes. I mean, in the last version of Rad Studio 13, we did actually start implementing Microsoft's framework. Now, I had someone ask me a lot of questions about that, because I tell people to email me, and they do. And I had someone who it was very important for them that they could do this user interface testing, and I checked into it, and actually there is code in the VCL now to support user interface testing and the messaging framework and all the rest of it. The problem is I can't find anybody that in the company that understands it enough to explain it. So we're not quite sure. I don't know who wrote it. I haven't had chance to find out who put that code in, but it is in there.
It's very important to abstract the concrete controls. It's not easy. To start. You need a lot of experience in testing to do that.
Yeah, it's difficult, and the framework that Microsoft provide is more like an automation framework. It's not really, years ago when I did a lot of user interface testing, the way that those tools did it was they would take a screenshot, then they would simulate a click on a button, take another screenshot, and then say, "Is this correct?" And they would literally compare the screenshots and make sure that. I mean, it was just such a ridiculously bad way of doing it, but that was all that was available back then to test user interfaces, was taking screenshots and comparing the results. So I think that's why you see a lot of programs that function well, but the user interface is terrible, because I think a lot of the skill in designing these things that used to happen years ago is lost. People learn how to do coding and things like that, and they don't learn design. In fact, I'm going to be doing a session on user interface design later on this week in CodeRage. But user interface design is quite important. Your red and yellow thing, that was all to do with Mastermind, the game, right? It wasn't a reference to Squid Game, because I know that in the Squid Game they have red and yellow, and I thought, oh, does he mean that? Because I have got this. This is from the Squid Game. The robot head that turns around. If you've seen that, you'd realise she plays red light, green light, and stuff like that. So I thought, oh, that's funny. Okay, all right. Well, thank you for doing that session. It translated perfectly as well. I used AI, a thing, I can't remember what one, I tried a few, but we did get English subtitles, and we also got Spanish and German subtitles as well. I'm just seeing what there are other questions. Yes, it's a testing framework. Yes. Okay, all right. So I think that's and someone who was complaining about the Scrum said it's because of their war wounds. There's a bit of a British joke there. He's saying, it's because he had a bad experience somewhere. Well, who didn't have a bad experience in 40 years of software development? Okay, so I think that's all for now. He was asking about did anyone train the AI to generate unit tests with his library?
I not yet for now.
Yeah.
I think in a future we I like to try
try it
to
and
generate,
see.
trying to generate, but at this moment, no.
Yeah, good. That means we still have a job, right?
This mini spec is inspired by Cucumber,
Oh
basically.
yes.
So I think any chatbot can understand and quickly adapt to mini spec syntax because it's very common.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that we're only at the very beginning of what artificial intelligence can do, and it's going to get better and better, I think, as time goes on, until what we're doing now with AI, people will go, that was nothing. Now look at what we can do. It's the same as looking back to Turbo Pascal and comparing it to the Delphi of today. The differences are quite huge, really, but fundamentally, at the bottom level, it's still the same thing. Turbo Pascal, Delphi, there's not a massive amount of difference. It's just an evolution. And I think that's what will happen with AI as well. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, gracias, my friend. Thank you very, very much for spending the time. It's a lot of effort doing these videos, and I really appreciate it, particularly having to speak to me in English. I know how difficult that is. I'm so glad I don't have to try speaking in Spanish.
I very limited in my English. It's very foxy date, or I don't know the word.
Yeah, you're fine. You're perfect. It's good.
25 of no use.
It was fine. It was good. Yeah, excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much, and we'll see you another
Thank
time.
you.
Okay, and a Delphi event around the world, I'm sure. I'll see you soon. All right. Thank you.
See you.
Bye. Okay, so that was Jorge, and he's a very smart guy. It's always difficult. I wish I could speak more languages. I should not be so lazy, particularly with things like Spanish, because living in Texas, I hear Spanish around me all the time. I would say that probably 50% of the people around me are not native English speakers. In my building, it's a lot of people work for Oracle and T-Mobile and a few things like that. And many of them are Indian, they're Hindus. Diwali was a little while ago, and you could tell which people were celebrating it because they had candles everywhere, which is definitely not allowed in an apartment building. But half of the people that I speak to, Spanish is their first language, and it's the laziness of me that means that I'm not speaking Spanish and the other way around. But congratulations to people like Jorge and all the others for actually putting up with me and humoring me and speaking in English. Great session. Really enjoyed that. I think he did a good job. The AI translation at the bottom was perfect. It did a really good job of it as well. So I put that on, by the way, not him, but it was great. Okay, so we're coming up to the top of the hour and today's last session. Now, tomorrow we've got a few gaps, some time where I can actually start doing the giveaway, where we will give you some opportunities for some of our sponsors who've got some giveaways. if you are watching this on a replay, you should go to coderage.embarcadero.com and register. You can still watch it on YouTube, but make sure you register, okay? Because what I'm going to do tomorrow, and I couldn't do it today purely because there was so much going on. We've had videos to edit, and my dog's been sick, and I was up until 2 a.m. and then got up at 5:30 to do things as well. So we haven't been able to do it today, but we will be doing the giveaways almost every day this week and next week. And the way we're going to do it is we're going to pick a random number. We're going to use the Google random range generator because I can't influence Google, so it should work, right? And what we will do is we will, all the people that have registered here, we will have their names in a list. We won't show your full name, but we will know what it is. And out of the 2,000 or 3,000 people, however many there are, we will pick someone at random and they will get one of the giveaways that's coming up. It's not us giving it away. It's not a lottery. In your country, if it's illegal for us to do this, then we can't do this. But for countries where it is legal, then we'll be giving it away codes. So there's some very good giveaways, which I'll tell you about tomorrow. I'll have some slides for it. Devart have got some really great products, and they're going to be and Jorge says, thank you so much. A film is a great honor. People always say, it's not an honor. The honor is on having you, my friend. But he says it's 10 o'clock in Barcelona and I'm ready for bed. Okay, see you later, Jorge. Bless him. It's always tough. And anyway, so as long as you go to register at coderage.embarcadero.com, put your email address in, and then we'll make sure that you've got a chance of being part of this giveaway. Devart have got some complete sets of stuff, and so do Mitoff Software. They have got a massive haul of things worth thousands, and so do we've got some codes from Nexus DB for 40% off, and also I am tired and my brain is not working. Picanza. So Pascal Analyzer, one free copy of Pascal Analyzer and one free copy of Pascal Expert, I think is the other software, but we will have a slide tomorrow about that. They're worth a lot of money, all of these things, and our tech partners are giving them away. So go to coderage.embarcadero.com. That's how I'm going to know your email address. If you, by all means, feel free to never register. I'm fine with that. But if you're watching us on YouTube, you can click on like and subscribe. I sound like an influencer, don't I? Click on like and subscribe. Don't care about the likes, but the subscribe will mean you'll get a notification when I go live. So if I randomly go live throughout December, which we're going to do, and do a video, release some video without announcing it through emails or whatever, you'll get a ping from YouTube. We won't know you've got it. We won't know who you are. And we will not be able to bomb you with information. But you will get a notification from YouTube saying, hey, Embarcadero Tech have gone live. And then you'll know to come and watch our stuff. But if you do register at coderage.embarcadero.com, which is even better, it works the same way. First of all, you'll get a notification of all the sessions as they come up. Secondly, you'll get all the replays automatically sent the links to the replays. And thirdly, we will include your email address, so give us the right email address, in the giveaway. So we will make sure that you have an opportunity to take part in the giveaway. We can't give away free licenses to everybody, and it's not even us that's doing it, it's our tech partners, but there you go. Okay, so Dion is hiding in the wings. I know that, but he is the last session of the day. I really like Dion. He's got 4 sessions for CodeRage because Dion clearly does not sleep. He says, hello, Ian and Martha and all staff. Yes. Actually, we're the only 2 that can see that. We're the only ones that are crazy enough to be connected. But Dion, yes, he's always doing lots of sessions. He's a very, very active MVP and runs his own company and does all sorts of things. I admire him. He's young and fit, and I'm old and unfit. But this is a video from Dion Mai. It's an hour long. So we are going to overrun past 4 o'clock, which is good because Dion will be around for the live Q&A. But this session now is, let me get the caption up, free code agent at work. Build faster, write in your RAD Studio IDE. This is a very, very interesting subject if you're into AI. Speak to you in about 56 minutes time.
Hello everyone, welcome to CodeRage 2025. And in this session we will see free code agent build faster right in your RAD Studio IDE. So little agenda, what we'll see is a little showcase on how we can apply a code agent. We will understand the dynamics of using AI tool to help us code, the configuration that we must do to make it work, and some hot tips from someone who already used this kind of service. Okay, so who I am John Mai. I am CTO at Ever Solutions, a company that build product with AI embedding, and we also develop many projects automating processes using AI. We are a company that participate for the Google for Startups program, so Google invest in our company as well as provide some background information and some contact with their engineers that this kind of help that Google provides help us to stay in touch and use AI every day and in our every solution. This experience that I will try to share with you today and help you as well use AI and make you more productive. So I'm also, of course, an Embarcadero MVP. I'm very glad about it, and let's see how we can apply. So let's see in practice how we can apply this code agent. So I'm here at my Delphi IDE. I'm using the 12 version. You can use the 30 or the new one. And I will open Gemini, the CLI. I will show you later how we can install it and all the steps related to use it. And I will put here on my prompt commands to ask Gemini to write a client for a API following the specs that I previously wrote. And as you can see, Gemini will process and read my application and start to create the source code for me. And I will close the main form here because sometimes when the tool I will close the form because sometimes it's better not change the file when it is open in the IDE. And at this moment, as you can see, it's reading all the files because I asked it to create this form following all the aspects of my current system, as well as following the specs of the spec 06 that contains how it must implement the communication with the API. Here is asking me to allow the changes on the files. I will allow. I previously asked it to not commit the changes, so all the changes will stay in staged and I can review them before I commit. And all the aspects, all the source code will follow exactly how my project works. He now is changing my main form, linking it to the new client that he is writing. As you can see here, it has finished the job. It took some time, but he created a DTO class with all the communication. And of course, he changed the project file. And here we have all the new files that it created for us. Let's see on the main screen. This is the new button. He already created the form for us. Let's compile to see if it's compiling. Now we have some error. This error is because a type of JPEG, the image. We'll solve this later. Let me just comment it to see if the other source is compiling. We have another error. Oh, okay. This error is because my specification, I mistyping the methods to generate the class from the JSON. It is, let me remember, here, JSON to object. So, as you can see, if I wrote the specification wrongly, the source code generated by the agent will be wrongly as well. So my responsibility will be generate the good documentation, so the agent will create the source accordingly. Here's the form that it created for us. As you can see, they put many visual components. The button is working as allowing us to select an image, and all the labels, all the text, the memo, all that we need to communicate with the API are here. So all that is, he did it well, but of course it's just a simple screen, it's just a simple form. We'll never will be able to ship to the customer a screen like this. It's just for us to accelerate the speed of code creation. And if we go to see the source code, as you can see here, it use my base form. So it follow all the specifications on how to create this class for me. And here we have all the methods. As you are able to see, he created the source as I specified, and the mistakes that I made will reflect the source that he wrote. Of course, it's just a accelerator, is not a final production solution, as well as all the AI that we have seen out there today. AI is a very good tool, but it's just that, a tool, a skill, a task completion is not a job replacer, because it always do source like this, with bugs, a little incomplete, too simple. Of course, the developer still us, so we can improve it, but let's see how we can create an environment for you to use a tool like this on your daily basis. What advantages, what are the risks, the mistakes, what are the costs, all of that we will see in this session. Let's see how it creates the DTO class. And if we go here on evaluate me DTO, we can see that it created a lot of JSON classes. I didn't specify how it must create it. It just understand based on the JSON that the spec provided. And also the methods, the field class, all this, the code agents are able to do just by itself. I didn't have need to write anything on this. And it also generates the methods to call the API in the right order, dealing with the right responses. So all of that, again, I will have to do manually. This timer here is a very tricky part, because I didn't specify that it must put it on the timer. If you do the simple call, will freeze the application. With the timer, you can have the constantly check if the application is running or finished. So all of that the code agent are able to do alone. Check if the method is completed, is finished all the execution. This code usually a junior programmer will not be able to do. And of course, we are using Gemini 3 here, but the screen is simple, but it's functional with all the fields that we want to show to the user. It's very, very good for a start. So now let's see what is a code agent, and let's restart on what is not. What is not a code agent? A code agent is not low code, is not no code, is not something like that. And a code agent is also not vibe coding. Let me just clarify, vibe coding is more for people who don't know how to programming, and it's not the case. If you are watching CodeRage, usually you already have some experience on how code works, on how to write programs, and I will base my session on that previous assumption that you already know how to code. So if you don't know how to code, this is not a session for you, because we will not focus on basics of vibe coding. This is a solution for someone who already developed software and want to use a code agent to speed up and to improve the development capabilities, the rights that the AI code agent can deliver for us. Okay, so what is a code agent? Let's do a simple math. A LLM, a toCaller, a feedback loop. So instead of have all these three components separated, or instead of have to call each component separately, we will have it all in one single solution. In this case, for this session, we will use Gemini CLI, but you will see there is a ton of other code agents out there. And of course, that will not eliminate our needs for our beloved IDE, RAD Studio. RAD Studio still is a essential tool. The code agents just help us to write some part of the code more faster. That's the objective of them. You can even use them in other technologies and you will have the same experience. They help you write more faster, but at the end of the day, you will always have to put your hands and do some code inside it, or otherwise you will not be able to ship to production what they write. Okay, so LLM, toCaller, feedback loop, we have then a code agent. And of course, usually they have a memory, so we can put some instructions on them. They can memorize things. They know how to use tools, like we can ask them for search a web, generate a specified kind of file, or save that some information in certain format. They usually have tools to do that. Some code agents are able even to generate the images, the logo for applications, and they can also reflect and take actions. And why they matter? Why we have to care about code agents? Well, usually, as you see in the sample before, we can have bugs, but we have less bugs because all the typing mistakes, all the last of the day tired bug. I know that you have been through that before, like me, when we are already exhausted to write so many code, we write some bugs and don't even see where is the bug that we almost write it. So this is not the case for code agents. They will always write the code as we specify. Of course, as I show you on purpose, if I mislead wrong the specification, the code that the agent will write will have bugs as my specifications. Usually the code agents can improve our quality, even from our code and for our life. And of course, productivity is all that we talk about nowadays on AI, is productivity. So of course is the main point that we want to use and why they matter nowadays, because in this moment on time, AI is changing so fast and so many areas and so many things that we can fall apart, we can fall behind if we don't follow. We will talk about many of the things that are related to use AI on the daily basis to code, but at the end of the day, what matters is deliver more with more quality. If we don't use, if our company don't use, and our concurrent are using, maybe they will be ahead, and too much ahead. We were not able even to catch them because of the speed of the productivity, the speed of delivery of new features that they can deliver, and if we do not use AI. What are the risks? Well, mostly we have security flaws. Of course, we will talk more about this even later on this session, but Gemini Clee is a free tool, and we have, of course, a quota of how much we can use today, a day. So we have a number of requests that we can do using it on the free version, but of course, this will not become to us as a free lunch. There is no free lunch. So by being free, we are allowing them, Google, to use our source to train the models. If you don't want to use your source, you must pay or to go the API version. The API is more robust and is more company. Of course, it's more expensive, but in that case, the API will not use our data in any kind of way. And why this matter? Well, even being free is not that is a completely problem for us to use it, because many systems has many common roles. Many system has many screens, like a customer CRUD, a product CRUD. They are common to any kind of system. Like the first sample that I show you was an API. Of course, I made that API, so it is integrated with my API, but I can be integrated with any public API documentation out there. And this kind of documentation, this kind of API are open. Every Delphi application that will connect to that API will connect in the same way. Letting a AI tool know how I do this will not break my company, it's not a very security risk for us. But what I give it as a tip to you is filtrate the information. Some specific rules, some specific part of your system are very close, are exclusively you only know how to work on it, so you exclude that. Mostly preferable is exclude from directory, and the AI tool will never look up on the directory structure. They only look at the directory structure that you are opening them. So by preference, move the source that contains something very special, something that are unique to your company in other folder, so the AI tools will not be able to change that kind of file, and let all the source that is common, that is of course mostly of your system usually will be this kind, on a common folder that AI agents can go there and make changes and speed up your productivity. This is the main reason that we use. So like if 60% of your system is common, you can use code agents on this 6%, and the 40% that is private, you only do the changes by hand. Even so, you will be able to deliver more with more quality. And what are the other risks? Okay, we can have some bugs installed in our system by the AI agent. I let this remove hint as I proved to you, because when it removed the hint that was removing a variable, it simply broke our compilation. Of course, it was a simple mistake. It was easy for the AI to solve it, but again, we always have to have a human that knows how to code in the loop to understand if the changes that the AI are making in our search make sense or not, has some flaws or not. Okay, so we'll have an increase in complexity because the AI know how to write code, and usually write code with all the best practice, because usually the AI tools are trained on open source repos, and those open source repo like Linux rep are very writing. So the complexity of the code outputted by the code agents usually is very high, and usually a starting developer will not be able even to understand what the code agents write. So as you see, I just asked for the agent to implement a API client. He separates some classes. He uses a generics method to serialize JSON. Of course, some of these implementations I asked for, but as you always see, when I first ask for remove the hints, I must put the instruction. At the second time, the agent already knows how to do it. If I always ask to generate code with quality, the next time that I ask some simple method, it will always follow what we usually ask. Okay, so the code outputted by the agents can be very complex, and usually juniors or trainee will not able to understand, to change. So it's better to use this kind of tool for more experienced developers. And we have, of course, skill erosion. If I not write the code, maybe I forget how to write the code, we can talk more on this topic at the end of the session. But in summary, what I will say is we are not letting the AI do all our job. It will not make sense. And as you see, AI make very simple stuff. It's only a speed up process. We'll still need the RAD. We'll still need all the other things that make us a good developer. And I will show more samples during the session here, but in no way now, of course it's changing every 2 weeks or so, but is no way there now we can just use AI to generate code. We always have to have some human interaction, and this human must know a much more than used to have to know before. And let's understand the dynamics of using AI agents. So we have scaffolding writing, so we can write some levels of knowledge. We can ask just write the scope of the functions and ask the AI to complete the methods, or the contrary, ask the AI to create the scope of the methods and we complete the source code. We can ask now the AI to generate unit test. If you don't use unit test on your system, now is a good option, because you can use AI to separate new classes and generate the test for you. You can link components, as I did at the start of the session, linking all the components that I need from using the API into my new application. And of course, API integration is the base of the first sample. And why we want to use this? Controlled group that use it accordingly to GitHub. Developers that using AI assistant deliver 55% faster. This is much faster, guys. This is a really scary number, because again, if we are competing with someone that delivers half time faster than us, they will be ahead us very fast. So don't let the other developers pass you. Will not make sense, because this is changing every week. As I record this session, we will talk more about this on the next slide, but as I record this session, the Gemini 3 was launched, and I have to re-record some part of the samples because Gemini 2.5 will not be able to do some of the tests. I have to change the test that I will show you, because Gemini 3 was so good and can do so much more that will not make sense to show you the samples that I prepare you for the Gemini 2.5. And this occurs in 2 weeks. Maybe when you are seeing this session, we already have a new model with even more capabilities. So don't be late on this race, okay? And other reports, there are many reports. Of course, there are reports that are saying that developers lose time, but again, stay tuned for the next sessions on the CodeRage, because of course we can delay time on the process, because if you don't use AI right, like any other tool, you can deliver more slower than someone that is not using AI. You must to know where and when to use it. It's not a magic wand, will not solve you all the cases, all the bugs, all the situation. Is not for that, at least in our experience here at Abra, okay? And a DORA report shows that developers that use AI can pull up 98% more pull requests. This is other astonishing number. And when talking about to use AI to speed up productivity, let's see another user case here. I prepare for you a simple bet here. This bet will compile my project, and as you can see, the output of the project, we have many hints. And what I will do, I will copy here all these hints, and I go to my code agent and I will ask, solve those hints for my compilation, and I will pass here all my hints, and I will let the time run out here, and you can see, even with my project open, I will close all the files that it may change. And this is the time that is taking to solve the hints. Let's see what it has done. So some of the hints now are removed. As you can see here is another. Okay, seems right. Let's see if all those hints are really gone. If I clear this clean skin and call again, here we have a bug now. Now our system are not compiling, but it's not a good problem. Let me just copy this and put into the agent and ask, please solve this bug. It will be also able to understand and solve this bug for us. And again, let's try one last time. And no, we are not clean on the hints. What must have go wrong? Let me just take one of these hints here to see what the agent will do. If I go back here, just put this hint, and from the context, the agent already know what I'm asking. And as you can see, what it will say. I cannot directly modify uform sales. To resolve these hints, the Gemini MD file explicitly states that form sales should not be accessed or modified by Gemini CLI. So here stating that this file cannot be changed. We will talk more about this on these slides, but for you to be informed now, I put some restrictions on some files that Gemini will not be allowed to change for us. Those files we must always change manually. So in this case, it even write it down here that we must go manually on the form and do those changes. Let's go back to the slides and see why I did this and why it's matter and why will you do something like this on your project. And the advantages: fast deploy, precise refactoring. As you see, I asked to remove some hints. They go there, they cause some bugs, but the hints that I asked was removed from my source code. Every Delphi developer that I know has dreamed. Some of you I know that have accomplished that, but have a system without any warning hint. You have now the solution. You have just to put the AI agent tool, put that information in a loop, and you can have your system running without any hint or warning. Documentation, of course, I don't like. Is more personal preference. I don't like too much documentation, but have some classes, have some structure well documented in some places of our application is a very good thing to do. But like always, update that documentation is always took too much time. We always never have time to update the documentation, and now we have the solution again. We can just ask a AI agent to update the documentation, to generate the documentation, and we'll be ready. And this can be done on the fly. I don't need to ask today the Gemini to generate documentation for me. I can ask it only to generate when I will use it, because it will read my source base and generate documentation based on that current state, not today to be updated every week. So, what are the costs of the language code agents? We have all flavors, right? We have the most fast, most robust, the one that we use like in Ivra, my company, API per tokens. Okay, this is the far way my recommendation. If you like to use code agents, this is the way to go. More expensive, but you only will pay when you use. You will not have to pay plan. Usually the plans have limits, and when you reach the limits, they will start to send you to less capable models, and usually that models don't solve our daily problems. So going through API is more expensive, but is the better problem solving solution. Otherwise, we have the plans. So we have usually max plans at $200 a user a month. For a team is absurd, is very expensive. So usually the companies go with the Pro or Plus plans, $20 user a month. In large teams, it will always make a difference, but again, you will gain in productivity. We have other plans or perks like Google One, Perplexity. I think that GitHub has Copilot as well. So maybe you already have some code agents. You already are paying some code agents. You are just not using one. And we have three options. Ollama, but you will need to run locally a LLM that usually require a lot of hardware from your side. And we will focus on this version here, Google AI Studio API. You have two options to use Google AI Studio. You can go to AI Studio, generate an API key. That API key will be able to use on Gemini CLI for free for a quota. So you have like 14,000 calls a month to use. After that, you will be charged. And you have also your Gmail account, and you can login with your Gmail account. And even if you don't have the paid Google One or other Google subscription, you will be able to use it as free version, like this one that I show you in this session. And why I show you a free just before we go, because if you will like code agents, you can try it for free. Okay, so my recommendation is use, first of all, of course, validate your information level of your system, what you'll be able to let the AI change and what not. And after that, go for the free version, see if it's fit on your process, see if fit with your style of codification, and see if make you more productive. After that, if you like it, go out there and buy some plan or use API, find your way. Otherwise, let it go, keep on your source. Maybe this is the right way to do the stuff for you, and this will be no problem. My only recommendation is look for the productivity, because if your concurrents are using tools to make them more productive, you will get in trouble soon. And how can we use Google AI Studio API? Well, Red Studio is a very robust tool, so we can use inside Smart Code Insights. And this is the way for you to configure it. Go to Tools, Options, Smart Code Insights, choose the default AI editor, fill all the AI fields here, and you will be able to use inside your IDE the API. This is more complex to do because it will be not integrated on your source, only on your IDE, and this will not have know for knowledge, so you have to put a lot of prompt techniques on it to work well, because when you just call the API does not know that you are a programmer changing source code, using some techniques, developing Delphi language or C++ builder. So you have to put all that on every single prompt. It's boring. It's not going well. So in my personal recommendation, use this only to solve some bugs, some punctual bugs or some simple situation. But the best way to do is using a code agent, because even so this solution to integrate in IDE has no context, so will not understand what you already have asked. It will not remember what you asked before, and the code agent usually generate a local log. Of course, this log will grow, the context will grow. If you are paying API, will pay more for each request. But again, the code agent will be smarter as you use it, and it will be more productive for you. So if you want to apply with Gemini CLI, the solution that I bring in this session, you can go to the folder, just click to open a terminal. On the terminal, type Gemini, and like magic, it will open. Again, for this session, I use in Gemini 3, so very capable model, no problem at that. And if you don't have Node installed, you must install Node.js first, and after that run the command to install Gemini CLI. This command here will only work if you already have installed. I will go further on this step, because there is a lot of videos out there that show you how to install, how you update it, and the best way to configure. I will focus more on how we can deliver advantage of using it here, okay? Before we go to user tips, let me show you another video here. So, as this session promised, let me show how you can use Gemini CLI right in your IDE. So instead of starting it from our project folder, what we will do, we'll go to the project folder and we will create a new document here. And let me just call open Gemini CLI. And I must save it as a bat file. And I will change it now. And I will just write Gemini. Again, Gemini is already installed in my machine. So I will add this bat here. And I go here in my IDE, configure tools. And I will add a new tool. Gemini CLI will be the name. And I will go here on browse. And change here to any file. Select the bat that I have created previously. Open Gemini CLI. And we are done. Okay. Just close, and when we open tools, we have now Gemini CLI. And when we click, it will start Gemini CLI from our IDE, but right in the folder of our project. Of course, if you use many projects, you have to create many Gemini CLI, or you have to create a global way to call it. But with this way, you just go here and log in with Google, and you can have using with your Google account for free, and again sharing your information but using it for free. Okay, done with the installation steps. Let's go to some user tips. Always use objective instructions. Again, if you write wrong objective, if you write wrong instructions, the code agent will write wrong code. So it's your responsibility to write the right specifications, to ask for use the right components and the right information level that you want to use. And all of that is on you. If you don't specify to free objects, all that stuff that we usually use when we implement some features, the code agent is smart, but it's not that smart, okay? It will always focus on what is your prompt. So you must be objective, contemplate all the information that you need. Consider information level, what you will allow that code agent change on your application and what not. Use the autofix bugs. This is an amazing tool. We even use it in a loop, and I will show you more about that on the session about using AI on your CI/CD. So stay tuned to the CodeRage, and you can see the session as well. And also the build script. I will show you there how you can create build script if you are already not using on your Delphi IDE, and how we can integrate that. So when we are coding, if we find some bug, we can just stop and ask first the code agent to solve the bug, and we only start to write on the bug if the code agent are not able to solve it. That save a lot of time on the daily basis, as well as save many time for us when we are dealing with hints and warnings in our applications. And the final tips that I want to show you before the end. Now let me show you first sample. Now one final sample before we finish the considerations. Let's use it to do some boring stuff. So in this screen we have a combo language here. The application is compiling, and what we want to do is to, when we change here the language, we want that the application change all the buttons with the selected language by the user. But this method here does not have the implementation yet and does not have the translation as well. So I will ask the Gemini CLI here to go to that method and complete it for me, and even do the translation. So I not even provide the text or the translation. I ask it to go to the screen, see each button that must be translated, translate the language, complete the method. And it's a very simple but boring task to do. And if you work with many languages, you have been done here before. Of course, we can have a framework that changes automatically, but either way, in some moment in time, you must go to the buttons, go to the labels and specify where and which caption it will take. And in this case, we just ask the code agent to do this boring test for us. And of course, I here talking to you but in production we will not do this. We'll go to do other stuff while the code agent write the code for us. And we have done. He made a apply language, and seems right, all the buttons names are here and translated. If I go here to the change method, we can see that the apply global language is here, and applying each language and its variations. And when we run, we change the language and it changes for us, respecting all the translations that we asked it for. Another sample here. I have separated for you this situation. Let's see here in Tool Windows to-do list. And as you can see here, let me close this. Here we have it, the to-do list. And some bugs that the AI made in our source code, like this. The S general color. As you can see here, the table general does not have the color. Let me type here color. Color does not exist on the a table sheet component. And to solve this bug, what we have to do, we have to use a panel behind. So the panel, yes, has the color and will change. So the AI does not know the structure of the components in Delphi, and sometimes make this kind of mistake. So you will always need your IDE to fix this kind of bug, to improve your source code. And if you does not have the panel, here is the way that you must do. Cut off the components, put a new panel, use the kick edit to edit the component. Let me remove the caption, put a name, and put the align. And now, so I have to here remove the border. No. And with that, I can now just change here for the panel, and my source will compile. After I finish the to-do, I mark it as done, and it will always be marked as completed in my to-do list. Let's go to the next one. It's just the same. Just have to put here the panel, and I soon will copy the components at the screen. I forget about it, but I will do it in a short time. Let me just complete this as well. And the last bug that I want to show you that the AI generate in is this screen, the export of the CVS. I asked the LLM to make a Faraday export as CVS file. Well, Faraday does not has this unit, and again, if I ask wrongly, the AI will generate the source wrongly. And I forgot the fields that let me post it on the screen. Here we have it. All the components now on the screen. So as I told you, if I put the wrong instructions on the LLM, the source will be wrongly and will not compile. So I have to go and change it manually. And again, the LLM will not make a perfect source code. We always have to use our IDE to finish it, to improve it, to implement other details that the code agents are not able to do rightly, at least nowadays. Okay, after these samples, let's go to the final considerations. Again, AI will not solve all the problems. AI will not, at least at the moment, replace us. AI is just a productivity tool, and we must use it right to get the right results, at least in our experience. And my final consideration for you is you can now choose your role. You can choose your role by week. You can choose your role by task. You can choose your role by month, wherever you prefer. And it is amazing because we never had that experience before. When you are a skilled developer, you must always do all these stuffs, sometimes delegate to a junior developer took much more time than doing the task by yourself. I know that many of you have been done in this situation. So now we have another option. We can use a code assistant and delegate some part of the job to the code assistant. And we can build only the right features, go to the screen, manage all the features that I showed you before, and let the AI write the boring part of the code. That will work. We can go there, write the code, and just ask to the agents to write the test for us. We can write the test and ask the agents to fill the tests and using TDD like. We can write the specs and ask the agent to write the code, the test, the documentation. And of course, if we write the specs right, it will follow it and write the right code, the right test, and the right documentation. So all these are in your hands now. You can choose. You will not be replaced. You will not lose your skills if you choose carefully what you will do each month, each task, each day, and you can stay sharp. You will have more time to study more and become even more powerful developer, and all of that depends on you using AI and be more productive. Okay, that's my final message for you. And really thank you for your attention. Really thank you, Embarcadero, Ian, and Marta for this opportunity. All the source code will be at this GitHub, all the prompts that I use, and all the session presentation as well. Here my email if you have some doubts, if you want to ask something about using CodeAgent, feel free to reach out. And also my company website, you can go there, check what we are using and doing with AI, and otherwise feel free to contact me. Okay, thank you, and I may be here to answer your questions.
Yes, you definitely are here to answer some questions. Dion is in the studio. My dog is playing up because he's been a very, very good boy. Hey, take that. And I gave him dog treats earlier on, and he choked on them, and now he doesn't want one. Anyway, Dion is here live in the studio. Hi, Dion.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good, my friend. It was an excellent presentation. A lot of people, lots of discussion in the chat about that. I'm just going to get rid of that caption that's on the screen at the moment. There you go. We know what your session was called. By the way, we've got to do this, all right? You know who some of these people are. Currently watching live is a couple of the Embarcadero staff, and they're not actually in the studio. But Dion, we have to wave and say hello, Barbara. So you got to wave.
Hello.
And say, hi, Barbara.
Hi, Barbara.
Yeah, she's not one that you probably interact with. Martha is she's gone off, producer Martha, but Barbara is responsible for a lot of our email and stuff like that. She gets it translated into German and Brazilian Portuguese, I think, although the Brazilian office kind of does their own thing, as you know, and stuff like that. But she works very, very hard, and I like to say hi to those people because without them we wouldn't be here. I mean, it's as simple as that. You know what Martha's like. She's always chasing you up, right? Yeah. I thought that was a very, very good session. I'm not just saying that because you are so prolific and produce so many sessions, but what I liked was you showing it for real. You know, you actually said, hey, look, let's do this. Let's edit the comments and edit the warnings. Oh, it didn't quite work. And so that was very, very good, because I think there's the temptation for a lot of people when they show AI, when they demonstrate AI, they just pretend it works perfect every time. Oh, it's always going to work. All you need to do is click, 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 and it's the answer to your dreams. and you made it clear that's not the case, right? I mean, it's a little bit of, it's like working with a colleague who sometimes gets it wrong. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and if you look at the last videos of even the Google stuff itself, when they released Gemini 3, they did some live errors and they just fix it and life goes on. It's not a magic wand. It will not solve all our problems. Will not automate all our tasks,
Yeah.
but speed up. We will speed up our productivity and our work.
Yeah, your audio's cutting out a little bit, but it's fine. I thought it was very funny that you were using Gemini, and the Gemini is the thing I used to do the translation on the bottom, and it kept translating Gemini as Jim and I, which I thought was hilarious. It's like, you can't even get your own name right. You think they would teach it, right? All the possible different ways to say Gemini. How
At
common would
least
it
you
be to say
understand.
Jim
At
and
least
I? Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? So Gemini, yeah, I thought that was funny. A lot of people were talking about what their setup is. There was a couple of people, a guy called MD Maxi Donkey, who actually is a very prolific Delphi guy. If you go into Get It, you'll see Maxi Donkey has got a whole bunch of things there. He's a teacher. I believe he educates people and stuff like that. And he said, and so I trust him when he says things. I don't know why. But he said the time we used to spend up front to master skills now needs to be spent afterward with the AI to check what it's done and its newly acquired knowledge is correct. So I think that's true, isn't it? It does stuff quickly, but then you spend a little bit of time afterwards making sure that what it did quickly, it did right. So overall, you're quicker, but the effort is after it's done the coding, not before. So yeah,
it's a quite different thing. And we understand that many we see in our team many developers didn't like this new position that we are going through to not write all the code, but in the company way of doing things fast and expend less, it will be the rule.
yeah. I think that's sad as well, but yeah, it is true. But as I said, when I first started coding, that the people that wrote things out by hand were the kings, and then us young guys who were the junior programmers, when they brought in terminals where you typed on these dumb terminals, because we could type and the old guys couldn't type, they were obsolete. They had to learn to type. And when you first learn to type, you're typing like that. And we were touch typing. And so we got promoted. We actually jumped ahead of those guys, which was a shame for them, but great for me. My pay went up double in in 6 months. So it was in the 80s, though. It wasn't that much pay. So yeah. So Jim McKeith, who obviously Jim and I, we were talking about earlier on, he was saying that he uses Gemini CLI, Copilot, or ChatGPT almost every day with Delphi. And it usually works pretty good, is what he says. You sometimes need to give it feedback or tweak your prompts, but it is useful. Yeah. So your company, you focus on AI, is that right? Because you mentioned you're part of the Google Startups thing. Do you just want to talk about that for a second?
For sure, we developed some solutions with AI, and we also automate some process with AI. And we subscribe to the Google for Startup, and they approve us and the international level. So we have now Google Perks. We have contact with some Google engineers. They analyze our structure, our source code to ensure security and scalability. So it's been a very very nice experience, Tim. Ian, they are very very strong. I don't know how to say they
Yes.
like Marta keep pushing us.
Yes.
But it's very nice to work with them. They know a lot of stuff. So it's like
work with you at Embarcadero. We always see new things. We always learning new things. Every day seems like a year.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely true. I mean, someone was saying, I think, I don't know whether I saved this comment, but yeah, I don't think I did. But someone was saying, wow, I can't believe how many new things are coming out of. I think he said it seems like I can't find it now. He said it seemed like AI with Delphi is becoming much more of a reality, and I think that's true. And they have not seen anything yet because we have other sessions this week, not just from you because you've got like 3 more sessions still. Because I swear you don't sleep, but we also have a session from David Millington, a session from a couple of other people that have got some really very interesting AI integrations. The accusations that people have said in the past, oh, the company doesn't understand AI, and we don't always talk about what we're doing inside the company, because if we do, everybody wants to copy it, right? So, we have,
For sure.
but they'd be surprised at some of the things that are going on. Idera, our parent company, is very big on AI, very big. And they've got lots of incentives. Our writers use AI. We do our grammar checking, our spell checking, our search engine optimization. It's all AI based. But there are still human beings there, like Barbara, who's laughing at the fact we waved at her. I've silenced the things, but she says, thank you for your nice words. But Barbara is just one of the team of humans that are also being augmented by AI and stuff like that. And all that AI is really is a very clever computer program. Well, nobody thought that a spreadsheet was magic. They just thought it was very useful. And now we couldn't imagine life without a spreadsheet, true? But they used to write things on chalkboards. And I remember I used to work for Dictaphone. I was their first IT manager. And I remember the dictation devices, and they came from the times of Thomas Edison with wax cylinders and all those kind of things. And now you can get AI dictation and translation, and you can have an app on your phone that will translate and take notes of your meetings. It's progress. And I think, yes, it is scary because none of us want to lose our jobs. But you showed the fact that it's still got a lot to go before you can go, hey, robot, replace all my programmers and create me some programs. It's not going to happen. It's coming, but it's not ready yet.
No,
until I can say computer, black coffee, hot, then I'll believe it. But until now, I can't do that. Yeah, it's a long way off. So next time you're on is when? I think Wednesday is the next time you're on. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Or yeah. So we'll make sure that we'll talk about your company. I'll get some back. We were very rushed today because we were going to use a different broadcasting platform, and it failed. So we said, right, we'll go back to Restream. We know that works. But we'll make sure that I include your banner and things like that, because I want your company to get your links. I mean, do you think that Google's program, its scheme, that you're part of, I don't know what you want to call it, do you think that's helpful to you? Do you think that's going to be of benefit to you?
Yes, very helpful, because we have credits so we can develop more fast. When we talk to them, Ian, we used to develop each one feature a month. Because of all the cloud expansion, it's took money to implement features. And with the credits that they gave us, we are ready 10 new features by month in our company. Because we are more to use the features to implement, to use the AI models. Of course, we only have perks from Google, so other companies we use them and you have to pay. But taking like 1/3 of your costs is amazing.
Yeah,
And
I remember Microsoft used to do schemes back in the day. They had a Microsoft, I can't remember what they called it, but it was Spark or something like that, some program anyway. And they did the same thing. They gave you all their software for free. You had access to people that were on the Microsoft development team and support team. And when I was setting a company up, it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, longer maybe. They were very useful as well. And I think it's good that Google recognized that helping people like you helps everybody, but also helps Google. They're not, I'm sure they're not doing it because they're generous. Perhaps they are, but I doubt it very much. But I think they were caught.
And there are
Carry
other
on. Yeah.
programs, Ian, but we like the Google most because of AI. Because Google is the only one that gives us perks on AI. If you use other models, you will not, like Microsoft or AWS, you will have to pay for the AI. So us, like a AI company, will not make sense only pay for the server stuff. We need more AI. We use 100 million tokens a day here, Ian. So it's very expensive.
Yeah, that would be quite a big chunk of money, I think. Yeah. Someone was saying that when I asked the computer for coffee, I should have said tea, Earl Grey, hot, because I'm a Star Trek fan. So yeah, I would have said that, but I'm also a software developer and I can't function without coffee. So yeah, it's right. Yeah, I mean, I think Google definitely came from behind. I think they were caught off guard. I think they were chugging along. Oh, Google search, we're making lots of money, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, Anthropic came and I went, hi, everyone, here's artificial intelligence. And Google went, what? And then, of course, Microsoft bought, GitHub, which is one thing that someone said here. David Harper said that, buying GitHub, but also the fact that, that was a question I was going to come up with a moment. Microsoft also bought out Copilot and OpenAI, and that was a very smart move, I think. So Marco Antonio, I'm not going to say De Silva. Let's call him Marco De Silva. Okay, you can do the Brazilian part. Dion, I'd like to know if we can use the Gemini CLI in previous versions of Delphi, such as Rio and Sydney, for example. I'm going to guess the answer is yes, because you're calling the compiler. Is that right?
Yes, you can use it because it's near the IDE, is not right inside the IDE. And of course, as they use the most updated data to train the models, usually they for the most updated version of Delphi. So if you upgrade, I recommend it to upgrade your Delphi version. It will work better, but it's never the case. You just have to put the old component that you use, the old files that you use, and it will work fine. We have some customers that use in legacy systems, but we always recommend to use the most newest version is always better.
Yeah, and I think I consider modern RAD Studio to be Rio onwards, really. I mean, 10.42 was pretty good, and I think 11 was also modern. And once you started getting into 12 and 13, then of course you're bang up to date. But I think, anything before Rio, you start to get all sorts of weird things happen, like this feature doesn't exist and that language feature doesn't exist. And yeah, it's good, but yeah, it's very, very interesting. Maxi Donkey, the guy who is the AI expert and teacher, he spelt your name wrong, but kind of everything. I don't think I'm giving away too much when I say his name is Pascal. So there's a guy who's definitely an expert. I'm not calling him out there, and you don't know who he is, but thank you, Dion. It's always a pleasure to attend your presentations. This is the second one I've attended. That's from a guy who I've got a lot of respect for. So, and I've got a lot of respect for you as well. He's so good. He said it twice, actually. He spoke your name right the second time. I'm sorry. Maxi Donkey. I showed the one with the spelling mistake first. Oh well. But
And Ian,
you know, you do work.
We have all the respects to the instructor and the professors I see on the chat that are watching our professors. We love the environment of the college and the instruction system. And I learned Delphi from my instructor, and we think that is very helpful. I was a teacher of Delphi, so we have a lot of respect to all the teachers out there. So thank you all.
Yeah, and actually, Cesar Romero, who we had on earlier on, he's hanging around as well and making comments about it as well. So, yeah, it's good. And I love the Brazilian developers. You know that. I think you guys are incredible. You and I have met in Brazil before now, and had a lot of fun there. And you work so hard. I really appreciate what you do, Dion. You make my life a lot easier by producing good sessions. I just sit back and let it happen. So it's all good. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to take my dog outside because he's been a very good dog and sat around, and he's gone back to sleep now.
I think your dog has a problem with me. It always go a little scared when I do this session. I think he doesn't like me.
You have some kind of aura about you. That's what it is. You're the dog scaring guy. So, I don't know. I know some weird people. You'd be thinking you'd be worried about this. I was walking him out. He's very protective of me. He's only a small dog, and I'm 6'2". You've met me. I'm a big guy. And I was walking along here, and there's this tiny woman. She was only, like a meter and a half tall. She was very kind of thin and small. He went crazy at her. I'm so sorry. And she said, "Why is he barking?" I said, "He thinks you're going to attack me." She couldn't talk, but she was laughing so much. She went, "Look at the size of you. I'm not going to attack you." I said, right. So maybe he's just like that. Perhaps he thinks you're just a dangerous person. That's what edgy. That's what it is. All right. Well, thanks a lot, my friend, and I'll see you Wednesday. I think it is next time. But, until then, thanks a lot. See you around. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so that was Dion, and I will put his company now out next time. I would do it right now, but if I start typing on things, it'll break everything. Thanks for everybody who stuck it out till the end. We are back again tomorrow, and we are here every single day. Someone said they took a Delphi XE2 course at Aquasoft here in Porto Alegre. Rio Grande do Sul in 2012. Well, there you go. And that's good because, as we know, Aquasoft, a great company in Brazil. They're very good, Aquasoft. And people saying bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye till tomorrow from San Carlos, California. I'm not going to say goodbye to everybody. Otherwise, we'll be here for a month of Sundays. But for those of you that are watching on the replay, if you missed it and you didn't get to, you thought, oh, well, it would have been fun live. It's always much more fun live. I always tell people that. But go to this one, go to here and register coderage.embarcadero.com. Click on the register button. You only need to give your email address and name and country. The reason is there's legalities about what we can and can't do. I will be picking a winner, or not a winner, but a recipient of some of the giveaways tomorrow based on this list. I'm going to be doing it every day. We couldn't do it on the first day just because it wasn't technically feasible. But coderage.embarcadero.com. I'll do it live on screen. So you can see there's nothing up my sleeves, no cheating or anything like that. We will use the Google random number generator, and I'll have the spreadsheet on the screen. And if it picks 73 or whatever, it will go to line 73. Whoever that person is, they will get a giveaway. We've got a whole bunch of them, and they're worth quite a lot of money, some of them. There's some licenses from DevArt, very generous. But Mitov Software have given us so many things, it's embarrassing. And also, we've got a couple of licenses from Pascal Analyzer and Pascal Expert, which are great products. And also, we've got some discount codes and things like that as well. So there's a lot of good stuff coming your way. but only if you can go there. Otherwise, I've got no way of getting hold of you. And we've tried it in the chat before, and people just put in random email addresses and try and steal it from them. We don't want that. We want to make sure that people that are watching have got a chance. But I will see you again. Oh, and Maxi Donkey says, I'm first and foremost a mathematics researcher. Good. I don't care if you wash dishes or you're the head of nuclear science. You're a good guy. What you do is very valuable service for the Delphi community. You've created so many products, and they're all great. And and you always say, I'm not really a Delphi developer. Well, you generate a lot of code for someone that doesn't. J. Paul P says, can you enter as many times as you like? Because it's based on your email address, not really. We're just going to pick it around from people that have registered. There's no other way of doing it, to be honest. But you'll get a chance. So if you don't win, if you don't get picked tomorrow, I'll keep doing it from the same list. If you win, I think we will probably take your name out of the list, just because it's better to do it that way. But I don't know. I have to think about it. We are not the ones that are doing the giveaway. It's the tech partners. We're just making it happen. So I'm guessing, yeah, you effectively you'll be entered as many times as you like. It's not a lottery. It's not a raffle. It is a giveaway. So there's something slightly subtle difference. And where it's illegal, some states don't allow it, and some countries don't allow it. There's nothing we can do. We can't do anything about that. Okay. Anyway, that is it. I will see you again same time tomorrow. My voice is holding out, and my dog is behaving himself. So we're all good. So for now, I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.